Well, good morning from the Seat Unique Stadium. Probably the brightest day of the week, actually, here for day 3 of Gloucestershire against Surrey. I'm Ian Randall. Dan Whiting's alongside me as ever, the fount of all knowledge when it comes to this great game that we love so much. And here we are, 6 minutes from what hopefully will be a long batting day for Gloucestershire. 86 without loss in reply to Surrey's 603. We had an interesting afternoon in terms of communication from supporters of both teams. Well, particularly the Surrey side yesterday, in terms of how long they might have batted, whether they should have declared earlier. Just a thought, Dan, as we get into today, on where that might have been. Because you were saying, they've got to let Smith get his double 100. So if Surrey had declared when Jamie Smith got to 202, they would have been at 517 for 7. And they would have effectively given themselves 13 extra overs. If they'd have waited until Jordan Clark got his 100, then we're down to only 10 overs, and they were at 549 at 50 runs difference. But it's still about a saving of time potentially. And as I said to somebody on a message last night, Surrey might need those overs later on tomorrow.
Yeah, morning Ian. Fantastic to be back on the stream again. I agree. I mean, I just thought that coming out after tea was absolutely bizarre. You've just taken 2 overs out of the game for absolutely no reason at all. And if you can't defend 600, then you don't deserve to win a game of cricket, do you?
No, we'll see today. I mean, and again, the maths out of yesterday, and we won't bore you with too many numbers, but we've had 10 wickets in 2 days on this pitch, and Surrey have to take 20 in 2 days to win the game. That doesn't look likely. They'll now go and prove me wrong, of course, by doing it. But the pitch, as we've mentioned before, is one of those. What looks a fairly typical Bristol pitch in that it flattens out. And Surrey might find it's going to be pretty hard to get wickets here, particularly if Dent and Harris can get a good start. And on Marcus Harris, we have news this morning of an international selection for him. It's for the Australia A Tour to Sri Lanka. It means he will be away, for probably something. This is our estimate here. He will probably miss the start of the Blast at the end of May, and he won't be back until the Cheltenham Festival. That would be broad. It might be a little bit either way on that, but that's the kind of period he's going to be missing, basically all of June and a little bit either side.
Yeah, he's going to be missing, as you said, the Blast, and it looks like the game away at Essex, which commences on July the 11th. So we've got one on the 27th. We've got Lancashire here on the 27th of June.
So he'd missed 2.
At the Seat Unique. So that's before Cheltenham, so he's going to miss that one. And he's going to miss the game against Essex. Just having a look here, actually. And he's going to miss 3, actually, because Monday the 13th of June, we're down at Canterbury. So for the game against Kent, which could be crucial in the context of this Division 1 relegation battle.
Yeah, so potentially missing, and you'll understand the thought process on this. Canterbury and Chelmsford, probably 2 result pitches there.
Yeah,
that's generally the way it's been. Anyway, that's good news for Marcus that he's got picked, obviously, and obviously he's got 1 century already this season for Gloucester in the Championship. Umpires are on the way: Mike Burns and Hassan Adnam, and Surrey on their way too, with, as yesterday, Ollie Pope keeping wicket. That's because Jamie Smith, I'm sure that is Pope with the gloves. Jamie Smith didn't look to be moving very freely when he was batting yesterday, and then it was no surprise that Pope, who can keep, was therefore given the gloves for the session last night. So Gloucestershire start 86 without loss.
Yeah, Surrey this morning have called in Josh Blake as cover as well, who's their 4th choice wicket keeper. He's not even contracted. I think he's part of their academy side, and they've called him in as cover for Ollie Pope, just in case anything happens to Ollie Pope. So we have Ben Folkes missing from the squad of 14 originally, then Jamie Smith was limping yesterday. Limping towards the end of his 2-3-4, and he wasn't moving too freely. So Ollie Pope has taken the gloves. If anything happens to Ollie Pope, then Josh Blake comes in. But we're here all day. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm here with Ian Randall. So get in touch with us, commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
And just on that, Chris Wilkes from Portland in Oregon, not Portland in Dorset, has messaged us and said, I may have missed this, but he's been folks injured or unavailable. I've looked up news about him on the web, can't find anything. It goes back to a collision between Folkes and Craig Overton in the match against Somerset last week, and we think that because of as a result of that, Folkes has been left out of this game. Anyway, here's Rhys Topley to get us underway this morning outside the off stump. First ball of the day. The two Gloucestershire left-handers, of course, still together from last night. Marcus Harris lets that go through outside the off stump. There are just two slips in place for Surrey. In fact, that is Pope at second slip, so that may be Josh Blake keeping. We'll have to see when he comes down this end.
He did warm up at slip. He was doing some slip practice at catching.
Yeah, so I wonder if that is Smith actually keeping wicket. In comes Topley, and that's driven pleasantly away by Marcus Harris out towards Rory Burns. Actually puts a sliding stop in way towards the boundary, long off up towards the Ashley Down Road, and it will be just a couple. That is Blake, I think, keeping wicket, because he doesn't have a squad number, and Pope is at second slip, so I think we can take it from that Josh Blake is keeping wicket today for Surrey in this match.
Yeah, we're having a look at him there on screen, and
Topley in, and a good carry through to.
Yeah, that's definitely
the young man.
It's definitely Josh Blake there, keep with the gloves. So welcome to professional cricket, Josh, and hope it goes well for you, but from the sake of all Gloucestershire fans, not too well. Aircraft going overhead here at Bristol.
He played some second team cricket for Surrey at the end of last season, actually, including a match as Topley again comes in, and that's defended out on the offside. A match at Rockhampton against Gloucestershire where he made 19 and 21 respectively.
Oh, low flying helicopter here going overhead.
Very low.
Yeah.
Very low indeed. But quickly away. Topley, in quieter circumstances. That's a lovely shot. Four to Marcus Harris. Boomed away through the offside. And away to the marginally shorter boundary on the Kennington Avenue side. 4-4, 92 without loss. Confident start.
That's his shot, isn't it, Marcus Harris? We saw him against Yorkshire here, where he collared Harris Ralph a few times off the front foot through the covers, and he's very good to watch when he's in full flow.
Harris on to 36. First over of the day. Bright sunshine overhead. And just getting into that mode of almost just starting again, ignoring the fact that you had 86 runs last night. Just imagine it's the first day of the game.
Yeah, you've got to play yourself in, haven't you?
And just, bat as if you're trying to set a marker in the game on the first day, albeit, of course, it is the third. So, Topley from this end, and I would suspect Dan Worrell, Dan from the far end.
He is Dan Worrell with that famous curved run. He's going to bowl to Chris Dent, who resumes this morning on 45 not out. Harris has moved on to 36, adding 6 to his total this morning, 92 for none. And it's going to be a crucial first session, this, because if Gloucestershire don't lose any wickets, or lose one, perhaps even 2 wickets, I can only see a draw coming out this game. I mean, the draw is the red-hot favourite as it is, but I think that would just cement the draw, wouldn't it, Ian?
It would. Just a bit more about Josh Blake. He's been playing in the second team game at Guildford against Durham prior to coming down for the last 2 days of this match.
Here's Worrell from the pavilion end. And Dent defends that.
80 not out he made. With 11 boundaries. So at least he's in form with the bat. Obviously, we wouldn't be expecting him to bat in the next 2 days. I would be yes, that would be a very odd situation occurring if he was to be in any way.
Worrell to Dent and pushes that out into the covers. No run.
I mean, he can't be used as a concussion replacement for Jamie Smith. So, in fact, there is no way he can bat, because I think the concussion replacements can bat, can't they?
Yeah.
But he is just literally on the ground.
I get confused. Concussion replacements, COVID replacements. I can't keep up with it, Ian. Can you?
I try. I don't always succeed.
Worrell. Oh, and that's a good delivery. That beats Chris Dent outside off stump, and that's very well bowled down Worrell. Who was the first COVID replacement in cricket? Do you know?
Oh, who was the first COVID replacement?
Yep, Somerset player.
Good question. Who was the first? So was that in 2020?
2021, I think it was.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Gosh, the whole of that 2020 back end of that summer was played without a single COVID replacement.
Yeah, here's Worrell in and just strays onto Dent's pads, who works him into the onside. Yeah, I think maybe the because it's not a law, is it? It's only a regulation. Actually came in 2021. I think before that you probably just had to play with 10.
Right.
So he's a Somerset player.
Okay, that narrows it down a bit. Roloff van der Merwe.
No, it was Jack Brooks who came in for Lewis Gregory. So if you're in a pub quiz and that comes up, there you go. Oh, that's a good delivery as well from Worrell. Beats Dent outside the off stump. So, tune into the Gloucestershire stream. We're educational as well as enjoyable, we hope. So, Chris Dent, with the pleasure of meeting his dog earlier on, Simba, Rhodesian Ridgeback. And is his mother or grandmother?
Grandmother.
Grandmother, who looks after the dog while Chris is out there batting.
Yeah, Grandma Dent, a regular.
Worrell into Dent, that squares him up. That's going to run down. They've got a third man in place though, so Dent gets on to 46, and that completes the over. 93 for none.
Yes, and when I say Grandma Dent is a regular, as in she never misses watching grandson.
Well, I believe he was due to play for Thornbury, wasn't he, the other year? And
the other year?
Was it the other? Yeah, a few years back.
Well, that's what we're saying. If Chris is playing, Grandma is there watching. So,
and Chris didn't tell her that he was playing for Thornbury, which went down rather badly, I believe.
You can imagine that, can't you?
Yeah.
So he's on strike here on 46. And Reece Topley to bowl to him. That's pushed pleasantly out onto the offside, but again doesn't pierce the field. So you've got two slips, but nobody in the gully or point area. Well, they've got nobody in the gully area. They've got an orthodox point really on the single. Sam Curran is at extra cover. Burns at mid-off. Topley in, and Dent lets that go through to Josh Blake.
When he leaves Chris Dent, he doesn't get his bat completely out the way, does he? And I believe there have been a couple of instances where he's chopped on trying to leave, or even getting a little feather through to the keeper.
Last season there were definitely a couple of instances where he dragged a ball on. Waits with a bat very high, as you can see. Almost played that on into the ground, and almost it bounced onto the off stump. It could easily have spun awkwardly there. Didn't move his back foot at all to try and kick it away.
There's a few games taking place still today around the country, and we'll keep you updated.
In fact, I think I'm right in saying that nothing finished yesterday, did it?
No, but nope. Essex, the story is Northants 390, Essex 96 for 8. Topley
outside the off stump, too wide, and Dent can let that go. Yes, we'll keep you across the scores from the other matches, particularly in Division 1. Dan's going to buy a birthday card for Darren Stevens at lunchtime, because it's Stevens' birthday tomorrow. He'll send it via pigeon post.
It's nice to see a man younger than us in up there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. But 46 tomorrow, and I'm sure his WhatsApp group will be very busy.
Seems to be helicopter central over Bristol here today.
There's a bit of aerial traffic. Topley in bright sunshine. In, and Dent again plays that down into the ground. And it's fielded at point.
Where are they going? To Filton? Is there still an airfield at Filton? There's an air ambulance, we believe, which we had one land on the pitch here last year, didn't we?
We did.
Against Durham.
Absolutely did.
And that came from Filton, did it?
I don't know where that came from, actually. Is Topley, and Dent finds the gap. Is that going to go all the way to the boundary? If it does, it'll be his 50, but he hasn't quite got the pace to do that. He'll just pick up a couple. Ball hauled in just inside the rope. Kennington Avenue side of the ground. Car park filling up slowly. Dan's parked his car very carefully today, just in case there should be any big hits later on. You mentioned something about Sam Curran yesterday too. He has bowled in red ball cricket this season. He's only played one game. He bowled 10 overs for 21. So I think your line was he wasn't going to bowl at all. But you know, I suppose there might be the option of him doing a little bit if Surrey just wanted a stand breaker, maybe.
Yeah, he's one of the numerous Surrey players who've had back issues, and that's one of the reasons why Reece Topley has had well documented back issues over the years, and I think Amar Verdi has had back issues as well. So there seems to be a number of them there. Jamie Overton's one who's had a number of back issues as well. So I think
it's the life of a bowler, isn't it?
It is. It's just fast bowler. It's nothing to do with, you know, the Surrey or playing at the Oval or anything like that. As Worrell approaches the crease and just plays Marcus Harris defends.
Just on that, I mean, some sports and some teams in some sports say they do look at trends of injuries.
Yeah.
In terms of is it certain certain muscle groups that are causing the problems, and therefore does it affect how they train?
Yeah, well,
or how they practice?
Bowling is an unusual action, and it puts stresses and strains on the body where you don't expect them, as Worrell comes in and Harris pushes that out to mid-off. And, you know, when you whack that left, say you're a right arm over bowler, and you whack that left foot down, 5 times your body weight is jarring through your front leg. So it goes through, the impact is on your ankles, on your knees, and probably on your lower back as well, because you're actually twisting and turning as you go through in your action. So there are stresses and strains on the body, and if you think, you know, these guys are 15 stone, there's 75 stone going through your body, as Harris pushes that out into the covers for no run, which is a lot. It's a lot. You know, you think these guys are bowling 20, 25 overs a day. They're also practicing as well. They're bowling indoors before the season, and there's, you know, you can see how they do get injured. And you look at the schedule as well, and we've played, this is the 4th 4-day game in 4 weeks, and that takes a hell of a lot out of a bowler and out of a batsman as well. Worrell in, and Harris plays that a little bit squarer, goes out to point.
I mean, it is particularly with the bowlers that I think we will have seen rotation in the squads in this first block of games. And I was chatting to our friend Ed Seaborn last night, and the conversation went on to the fact that the concept of playing competitions in blocks in some ways is good because you get used to the one format, but I'll come back to that after this ball.
Worrell and Harris lets it go.
But the way forward, and we have no idea what 2023 is going to look like yet, might see us going back to almost dropping in and out of competitions again. So again, this is just a hypothesis. Do we go back to a position where you've got, for example, the Royal London Cup goes to where the old Benson and Hedges used to be back in April, beginning of the season.
Yeah.
You again, Dan.
Worrell. And Harris defends anti-offside.
And that a week later in the season might include a 4-day championship match and a T20 game on a Friday or a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, players don't like that though, because they get into the mode of they train specifically for white ball or for T20. They train for things like range hitting or reverse swing or death bowling, which are one-day skills primarily. Whereas your red ball length as a bowler is completely different, because if you bowl length balls like this, what like Reece Topley is here, if you bowl that in one-day cricket, you're going to go around the park. And so players train specifically for that. So I'm not sure that would be overly popular with the players. But where do you fit it in?
Yeah, and I might come back to that from a Gloucestershire perspective in a minute. Here's Topley in, steered away by Dent, who'll pick up one to get to 49. Now, from the Gloucestershire perspective, they would have quite a few players for whom blocks of cricket means no first team action. Yeah. So Ian Cobain, Benny Howell, Tom Smith would be three reasonably good examples of people who are unlikely, I think, to play any 4-day cricket this year. Therefore, when does their season start? Topley in and through to Josh Blake, who is keeping wicket for Surrey today.
The other issue there as well is, we've seen the idea of 3 groups of 6 being mooted around as well.
This is 4-day cricket.
4-day cricket?
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the moment we're playing how many games?
14.
We're playing 14?
It goes to 10.
So that would go to 10. Now, do memberships get reduced? Do players' wages then get reduced?
Yeah. Topley in, that's outside the off stump, and again quite good carry through to Blake, but it's too wide. He's at least 2 stumps too wide there at the moment.
I mean, it's like us saying sort of, comes to 5 o'clock saying, right, we've had enough now, we'll turn the microphones off and we'll get off home.
Doesn't quite work like that.
Be nice, wouldn't it? Be lovely.
Never has done in my experience anyway. Here's Topley in, and again not timed by Harris, but up to Rory Burns at mid-off. Amla's at mid-on in the hat. But very pleasant conditions here at the Seat Unique Stadium today. Same rules apply later on, free after tea. So tea's scheduled to be at 3. Remember, the rules over tea, 3:40 or 32 overs remaining, whichever is the later. Harris just gets, that one darts back a bit.
Went the other way.
Hits him on the thigh pad.
We've had a tweet come in, Ian, from, I'll just get it up, bear with me a second.
A tweet to you, Dan.
A tweet to me, yeah, from a guy called Egger1981, and we do a preview before out on our Twitter handles, and we send it out. Sort of goes out about 10:30 in the morning. I'll come on to it after this ball. Topley
staying left arm over the wicket. His line is consistent. That last one did jag back a bit, but he's generally outside off stump. The question is how far outside at the moment, and a little too wide would be probably the Surrey line. 96 without loss. So
we've had a tweet, and we filmed the preview of the day from the seats over on the mound stand this morning, and it was lovely. I've got the sunglasses on and the sun's out and it's glorious. And my esteemed colleague Ian Randall seems to have his coat on, and Eggers pointed it out saying, what's Ian doing with that jacket on? It's lovely and sunny. And I've got to agree with him, Ian. It's you know.
See, I'm older than you, and I feel the cold more than you. That's the thing.
Well, yeah. And we've had a few tweets about the dogs. We put one out. We had Benny the dog. I met my hero Benny the dog yesterday, and Hugh Turbeville from The Cricketer, the editor, sent me a picture of his dog sleeping and said Pujara's ton was too much for him. As Dan Worrell comes in, and that's put away by Chris Dent. That's going to be his 50. Moves on to 53 from 92 balls with his 10th 4 of the innings, and that also brings up the Gloucestershire 100 as well.
He got a half century at Old Trafford in the last game, and he'll now want to, if he can, bat big here.
Lovely shot from Chris Dent, and if he gets 100 here, it'll be a very, very popular score amongst the locals, because he's a local lad. He's from just up the A38 at Thornbury, as Worrell comes into him, and he just tucks that one around the corner. It might be a leg by. I think it will be. No, he's given Hassan Adnan has given that as a run.
Yeah, Dent didn't get 100 in the championship last year. Top score 91, not out. Funnily enough, that was in the win here against Surrey when he and Graham Van Buren chased down that total of 228 at 550. So, you know, conversion rate would have disappointed him last year.
Worrell in to Dent, whose grandmother was just pictured there outside the Thatcher's bar. Lady just to the left of the chap with the sun hat. And can't see the Rhodesian Ridgeback Simba. Probably basking in the sunshine behind the Towergate Insurance Brokers advertising board there. Here's Worrell approaching the crease, and Dent solidly behind that, plays it out to mid-off.
Yeah, sorry, haven't got anything too funky yet, have they, field-wise? Fairly orthodox, 2 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off for Worrell, 2 saving a single on the leg side. There's a man down at fine. They've got a third man as well, actually, which is not always in modern parlance the preferred tactic.
Worrell in, and Harris leaves that alone.
There will be, as we said yesterday, there will be a bit of knowledge of Worrell, both for Dent having played with him, and Marcus Harris, I'm sure, played against him.
Sure, in Victorian grade cricket,
in the Sheffield Shield, and in grade cricket as well.
Yeah, Worrell, Victorian originally, but got offered a contract by South Australia. As he bowls to Harris, and just one that leaves Harris slightly that he pushes out. But Dan Worrell came through Melbourne Cricket Club in grade cricket, and he needs no introduction to Gloucestershire fans, does he? We all know what Dan Worrell's about. Signed for Gloucestershire in 2018.
I think
he left last summer.
Yeah, the scenario when Dan Worrell signed, and it kind of transpired a little bit like this, was that there were a few concerns from some supporters about his past fitness record, and it goes back to that point we were talking about injuries and, you know, how you manage the quicker bowlers. But certainly last season he played in 8 of the red ball games, Topley with a very short one, which is taken on the jump by Josh Blake. I think Surrey quite rightly with Jamie Smith, no need to risk him in this game. He's got a lot of cricket ahead in the season. You know, if this was much later on, they might have had a different view. But
unless he's dropped for the next game.
Well, I don't think the only reason he won't be playing is if he's not fit. Oh, that was a better ball from Topley, not a clean take by Josh Blake either, but that was the one that perhaps that was the first one we've seen misbehave in terms of bounce.
It's a no ball.
And it was called a no ball in it as well.
Would be a harsh man to drop.
Here's the. Yeah, it was a little push by Chris Dent, but it wasn't a clean bit of glove work by Blake. Topley, well, again, that's better carry. So it was literally, it's probably only on one hand the number of balls we've seen misbehave in this game in terms of keeping low.
It would be a harsh man to drop Jamie Smith after his wonderful 234. Some of his cover driving was absolutely glorious. Really was. It was a really good knock. It showed style and substance. And really, it was a privilege to watch it, wasn't it, Ian?
It was. He batted in a very accomplished manner. Never hurried. Never, I mean, there was sometimes you see a batsman accelerate through their innings, or they get to a certain point when you think they're just flicking a switch and think, right, okay, I'm going to try and go up a gear now. But he didn't do that at all. At no stage did he change the approach. Just in fact, some of the cover drives after he got to 200 were just all about placement. Just pick the right ball to.
He was in economy mode, wasn't he?
To score from again. That's going away from the left-hander. It's almost the stock. Feels like the stock ball from Reece Topley, not the one that comes in. 103 for no wicket. Gloucestershire starting at 86 without loss, so 17 added this morning. But importantly, Dent and Harris still together.
A few down from Surrey this morning. A few people have made the trip from South London. And we hope you enjoy your weekend in the West Country.
De Grandhomme and Pope are at slip. Topley was a short one outside the off stumps, too short and too wide. Easy one to sway out of the way of. Chris Dent just down to, I think that's habitual, that just tapping of the pitch more than anything that's starting to break up there. The pattern of these Bristol pitches is that they tend to get a little bit slower and easier as time goes on. That's cut away by Dent. Got enough room for that down in front of the small scoreboard, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2. Quite a long chase round in front of the club office, but 2 more for Gloucestershire. And the sprinkling of fans who are in today, if they're in the lee of the apartments, they'll be in the sun later on, but there's also a bit of shelter there this morning as well. So there's the view towards the apartments. We're in the central block, almost over the sight screen, and a good view down onto the ground, which does look, as we said yesterday, very, very dry, but there may be some rain around tomorrow. Exactly how much, forecasters seem to not be absolutely clear. I think it was patchy and light was the forecast yesterday, and then this morning they seem a bit more certain that it might arrive a bit earlier. So do
they know? Do they ever know? Is it guesswork? They lick their finger, put it in the air and hope? Or is there more science to it than that?
There is. One of my old school friends had a long career at the Met Office, and he would tell you very differently.
Calculated gambling, in my view.
No, somebody. I think that gentleman stood on the top level of the pavilion there, and he might need to move.
Dan Worrell to Marcus Harris, who flashes away at that, goes through the slips down to third man, and they amble through for a single.
Yeah, Jordan Clark's down there, so I wonder, he bowled from this end, this Ashdown Road end yesterday. Might be the preference for him.
I was impressed with him as well yesterday. I thought he batted very well.
Batting wise, yes.
Yeah, got 137, and looks a genuine all-rounder.
I think we intimated yesterday, batting at 9 is probably certainly 1 slot, maybe even 2 slots too low for him.
Yeah. Worrell to Dent. Oh! That's gone through the keeper. It's 4 byes. Judging by the anguish screams from Dan Worrell, I thought Chris Dent had got a little nibble on that one, but he hasn't. And it goes through. Kept a little low, and it goes through past the keeper, crashing into the advertising boards below us.
Yes, he didn't take that well at all, Blake. Whether he was deceived by the bounce.
It does seem a little bit more variable this morning, doesn't it, the bounce? And
ball is 31 overs old, so it's going to be a bit softer.
Yeah, Worrell in, and Dent lets that one go. A little bit of away movement, a little bit of swing.
Is it that? I wonder if this is a. Be careful. This is not too much of a general point, but if Dan Worrell is bowling the one that goes away from the left-hander as the stop ball, and the one that goes on or comes back in is he finds more difficult.
Yeah. Worrell comes in. Oh, and that's beaten Chris Dent outside off stump. You notice the sluggish nature of this pitch. Ollie Pope at sort of, he's at a third slip, but he's a long way forward, and he's actually got a helmet on. We can't see him quite here, but if we look to the wide-angled view, we'll see that Ollie Pope is a long way forward there at what sort of looks like a third, fourth slip. And it's a funky field setting here from Rory Burns as Worrell comes in, and that's gone away from Dent as well. That's 3 times in a row now. Get the trifecta in.
Yeah, Burns actually, Pope just put a mark on the little scratch in the turf there for where he thinks he should be standing to Dan Worrell.
You can see there from that picture the arid nature of this Bristol ground, and that's why the outfield's so quick. Worrell in, and Dent tucks that one down to Reese Topley at fine leg, and will retain the strike. Moves the score on to Nelson.
Yeah, that's the sort of, I suppose, as Gloucestershire supporters found some bit with Worrell last year. He can beat the bat quite a bit, but if it's only going past the outside edge, and you don't think that he's got the one that can really bring the LBW into play by bringing it back sharply into the left-hander, then you're looking really at. Obviously, the slips are in play, but how many modes of dismissal has he really got in his armoury? He's always looking for the nick rather than the LBW or the bowled. Perhaps that last over showed us a bit why his wicket tally last year was competent, but not necessarily as high as you really want it from an overseas.
Well, I think it goes to show the riches that Australia have got up their sleeve. I mean, everyone's aware of their trinity of quicks in Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, who are world-class operators, aren't they? All 3 of them are absolute wonderful bowlers. But behind that, I'll come on to that after this ball from Reese Topley.
Dent waits for him. Oh, it's clipped back and it's dropped. On the follow-through. Not an easy one. One-handed, but a chance goes.
Slower ball.
Chance goes down. And here's a second look at it. Always hard if the bowler's going away from the position where. Oh, in fact, he didn't even get a touch, I don't think. It spun past him. And
Nelson nearly worked.
Topley again. And Dent lets that one go.
So we're all aware of Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, and what a wonderful trinity. But it goes to show behind that group, there are still some fine Australian seamers around. You look at Worrell, you look at Scott Boland, who did so much damage in the Ashes. You look at Stakiti at Essex, who's been one of the leading wicket takers in the Sheffield Shield. Michael Neser at Glamorgan, he's another one. and there's a real group there.
Top pleat, and again to Dent, and takes his pad towards that, but then doesn't play a shot. And from a batting point of view, Marcus Harris would be in that same sort of slightly under the radar group batting wise, albeit he's in the A side that was named this morning.
Yeah, Harris and Stakiti was named in that side, wasn't he? So Essex will miss him, and Peter Hanscom was named in that side, so Middlesex will miss him.
Topley sprints off again, in and again outside the off stump, and Dent able to let that one go. So just the one bit of untidy work by Josh Blake this morning, but keeping wicket in this game. I mean, Ollie Pope obviously kept last night because he had to, and is perfectly competent at doing that. But with Jamie Smith out, Surrey didn't want to disrupt the team too much, and it's experience for Blake as well. He's not played a first-class game yet, but he's been playing in the seconds, and as we said, got runs in the game at Guildford earlier this week, so he trots to the other end, and Surrey still looking for their first breakthrough. Dent 57, Harris 37, Dent a little more of the strike, not appreciably so, and Gloucestershire facing this 603 obviously have to get 453 in order to avoid the follow-on. And there was a stat from our good friend Adrian Thomas after last night in terms of recoveries from teams that had been 3 down, and I think was the stat, Dan, that Surrey's total was the highest of a side that had lost 3 cheap wickets. Was that?
Yeah, I
was
think
that right?
it was. I think Kent had it from, was it 1992 possibly? So I'll try and get that stat up.
Jordan Clark, by the way, from the Pavilion end. Dan Worrell this morning, 4 overs for 8 runs only.
Yeah,
but a change.
Yeah,
with Clark bowling from the opposite end from the bit he bowled from last night.
Just having a look to see how many other county players will be affected there, because obviously these guys are going to miss the blast. I don't know if Aaron Finch has been picked up by anyone in the blast, but their full side is Finch, Sean Abbott, Ashton Agard. Sorry, that's the T20 squad.
To be fair, Agard's in the ODI squad as well.
Yeah, Agar, Hazelwood, Inglis, Mitchell Marsh, Glenn Maxwell, Jai Richardson, Kane Richardson, Steve Smith, Mitchell Stark, Stoinis, Mitchell Swepson, David Warner, Matthew Wade. The one-day side is Finch, Agar, Carey, Cummins, Green, Hazelwood, Head, Inglis, Labuschagne, Marsh, Maxwell, Steve Smith, Stark, Stoinis, Swepson, David Warner. As Clark comes in, first ball from the Pavilion end, and Marcus Harris just works him in. So the Australia A side, which is what we were talking about, is Sean Abbott, Scott Boland, Peter Hanscom, Aaron Hardy, Marcus Harris, Travis Head, Henry Hunt, Josh Inglis, Matthew Kuhneman, Nick Maddinson, Todd Murphy, Josh Felipe. He's here, isn't he? Is he at Sussex, perhaps? I can't remember where he is. Matt Renshaw at Somerset. As Clark comes in, and that's worked beautifully by Dent out through mid-wicket. On this outfield, that's got 4 runs written all over it, and goes to the longest part of the ground, but beautiful shot there by Chris Dent. So yeah. Matt Renshaw from Somerset, he'll miss a little bit of the season. Jai Richardson, Tanvir Sangha, and Mark Stakiti from Essex. So there'll be a few missing from county cricket there during the summer.
But importantly, from a Gloucestershire perspective, Marcus Harris named in that group.
Yeah. Clark comes in to Dent, full toss, plays it back, and Clark will be happy he's got a hand on that, because that had 4 runs written all over it as well.
Yeah, they've left a big gap at mid-wicket. Got a man out on the square leg boundary.
Yeah.
But apart from Hashim Amla, who, as we know, doesn't doesn't move too swiftly in the field most of the time. There's nobody in front of square on the leg side.
It's a bit harsh on Hashim Amla, isn't it? You go and cover the long one there, Hashim. Clark in, and that's another full toss which Dent puts away. This isn't very good bowling here from Surrey, and Chris Dent's cashing in. 120, Dent moves on to 65, another full toss there. And that was just, all you have to do is just get some bat on that, push it through the covers, and this outfield.
That was very loose.
Yeah, he's going to come around the wicket, see if that helps him, but he had a long bat yesterday, Jordan Clark. But Rory Burns won't be particularly impressed with his start here this morning.
No, de Grandon presumably might be first change at this Ashley Down Road end, but Clark at the moment hasn't found his radar.
Here he comes in, and is that another full toss? Yes, it is to Chris Dent. He's struggling a little bit with his lengths, isn't he, this morning?
Yeah, whether he's... the phrase might be trying a bit too hard, trying to be a bit too inventive perhaps, but...
Or maybe he's put on a bit too much sunscreen, can't quite grip the ball. Maybe it's sliding out of his fingers.
If you're with us now, but off to a club game later, enjoy your afternoon.
Yeah, here's Clark in, and that's a good length. Then it defends that.
Interesting that as soon as we mentioned the fact that Amla had about 3 acres to cover on the leg side, Surrey have plugged the gap by putting a man in at short mid wicket for Chris Dent, which I think was probably fair enough.
I'm sure we've all been there though in club cricket where, you know, you get fed 3 full tosses, you hit 3 fours, you put them away, you think, yeah, great, I'm in here, and all of a sudden you get one pitches middle, takes the top off, and back to the shower you go.
Yeah, I'm sure that, I mean, you've got 2 of Gloucestershire's most experienced batsmen out there in terms of games played, level played at. It's going to be, you know, down to these 2 to really get the day going, and with Clark at the pavilion end, Dan Worrell in fact is going to change ends and try from this Ashley Down Road end. There's no breeze today. Sometimes bowlers will pick their ends they would rather bowl at because of the wind conditions, but here's Worrell over the wicket, and that sounded pretty firm off the bat of Marcus Harris, pretty much in the middle, out into the offside. I think that's Sam Curran there.
Mike Selvey always used to say that his nose was flat because Wayne Daniel always got the wind at Middlesex, so Selvey would always have to go uphill into the wind, and he said his nose was flat.
Personally, I never minded bowling into the wind. Here's Worrell, and that's clipped nicely by Harris up to mid-on, but straight to Amla, who is there. So for Worrell, just the 2 slip still. We've got a point, an extra cover, and a mid-off. Our colleagues on the polls today. James has put a poll up. How many will Gloucestershire score in their first innings? So we'll close the poll at midday. So you've got about 20 minutes on this. Up to 200, 201 to 300, 301 to 400, or 400 plus. So there's the poll today. And Pete Tuck, our friend up in the north of Scotland, we'll come back to him in a moment. Here's Worrell in and defended by Marcus Harris. Wet day up here today in the top left corner, as he put it. What shall I do? Well,
watch us, Pete.
We'd love to have you with us for most of the day here at sunny BS7. It's sunny at the moment. Pete's up in the Scottish Islands, and emailed us yesterday. So just to prove that you can join us from wherever you are in the world, almost. Worrell in, and again Harris. He looks trying to find some wood here. Harris looks very organised, doesn't he, in his batting? I referred to him, I think, in the game where he got 100 here against Yorkshire as unfussy.
Yeah, he knows exactly what his game's about and plays under his head. And just going back to Pete there, you come and join us. Don't go and watch Ronnie O'Sullivan today or anything like that. You stick with us, mate.
Worrell from the Ashley Down Road end. He pops behind him again. Harris lets that go. They've got a man. Sam Curran's come in now for Harris at short mid wicket. Reece Topley is at short extra. Skipper Burns at mid off. And Amler at mid on. Pope and de Grandhomme in the slips.
Hopefully, Pete, you stick with us. You'll see Chris Dent and Marcus Harris get more than a 147 here.
Yeah, Gloucestershire a bit shy of that at the moment, but a decent start in the first 45 minutes. Well, that's a very short one. It can't be taken by Blake, and it's going to go all the way through for 4 byes. And Worrell deciding to bang one in short, but he didn't send the email to the keeper first.
That's harsh. That's harsh.
And Blake had very little chance of that. How wide and short was it? It was proper top corner that was for a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
And nothing Blake could do about that. It raced away. 124.
It moved as well. It's like watching Roberto Carlos take a free kick with one of those Predator boots back in the day. Do you remember those? And ball going everywhere. And felt for young Josh Blake there.
21 extras now in the Gloucestershire total. And Blake's had 2 lots of 4 byes this morning. One that's gone high to his left and one that's gone down by his left boot.
It's Clark to Chris Dent. And that moves away.
And so far, we've had there are quite a few deliveries where the leaving has been an easy decision. They haven't had too many where there's been a tight leave. I think Harris had one in particular last night, which I think caused Dan to almost look in disbelief, but he judged it well enough. But so far today, a lot of the leaves have been sort of 5th or 6th stump, haven't they?
They certainly have. Here's Clark in, and that's cut away by Chris Dent, and Pope in that. He's gone back into a normal second slip. He's taken the helmet off, so he's gone back into a normal second slip, and he does some good work. I hope he's not damaged. It's not Pope. Is it Pope?
No, it's Will Jacks.
Will Jacks. And so his hand, he's wringing his hand. It did cause me a little bit of angst, it has to be said, that leave from Marcus Harris. As Clark comes in to Dent, who just nurdles that one backward of square down to 3rd man, and they trot through for a single.
Yeah, they've taken. Pope's gone into what you might call the first slip, and de Grandhomme is now out at extra. Yeah, he's a shortish extra. He's on the single, but he's not really in a catching position there.
Yeah. Always loves a sun hat, doesn't he, de Grandhomme? Hashim Amla the same.
Jack Taylor's the real sun hat man in the Gloucestershire team.
Are you a cap or a sun hat man, Ian?
Probably cap, I would think.
Yeah. Lovely shot there from Harris. Doesn't get any runs. De Grandhomme is in the way.
And largely, probably because when you get to my age, there isn't much hair on your head, so you need the hat more for a sunscreener than anything else.
Yeah, you get certain players who are one or the other, aren't
yeah.
you? I mean, David Gower never wore a cap, did he? As Clark comes in, and that's left alone. He never wore a cap, but he was known to don a floppy, and Stuart Broad has gone both. He's ambidextrous, isn't he? He's a man who can go cap or floppy.
If you're running after a ball, you don't want your hat falling off, do you?
No.
So a cap is much more likely to stay on your head.
Yeah, yeah.
And
does it depend on the wind as well? Is it one of those things, perhaps?
maybe.
Clark to Harris, who defends that.
And I wear glasses too, so in a sense, is it more difficult with, or is it easier to actually get the glasses sit well with a cap than a sun hat? You know, I don't know whether.
Maybe that could be our poll this afternoon: cap or floppy sun hat, perhaps. We'll, we'll see what the fashionistas of Bristol and of Surrey and South London, what they prefer. What's their preferred apparel?
So whether you're Clapham or Clifton, we'll ask the question.
Filton or Feltham.
So the slips are really for Dan Moore, almost a first and a second and a 2.5 almost, isn't it? We're all in and steered away through the vacant gully area by Dent. He'll pick up one. Man coming in from the rope at deep point. I think Ryan Patel out there. And
but going back to your point about Surrey bowling wide, I was with having dinner last night with Mark Church from BBC London, who covers Surrey games all around the country, and he didn't think Surrey went on too long with their declaration, but he just thinks Surrey bowled badly last night.
Here is Worrell, very short again, and a good take by Blake. Down the leg side, gets a tap from Ollie Pope. I mean, interesting. Language is a very emotive thing, and I did read the report on the Surrey website last night that referred to the Gloucestershire attack as willing but uninspired.
Yeah, I saw that. I think that was on the ESPN Crick Info as well.
Was it?
Yeah.
Right.
I thought it was a little bit harsh.
Well, round the wicket, and that didn't change in terms of its movement, but the angle just may have caused a split second of worry for Marcus Harris, but generally speaking, he's very good at knowing where his off stump is.
Yeah, I thought.
Here's a second look at that.
Yep.
With a little bit of a prod at it. He was inside it, in fact.
Yeah, I thought the language was a little bit harsh, because I think the four frontline Gloucestershire bowlers, Higgins, Mohammed Amir, David Payne and Matt Taylor, I thought they all actually bowled all right. They were a little bit unlucky at times.
Worrell quite wide on the crease when he's round the wicket.
Obviously it started to unravel yesterday afternoon, but when you conceded 450, 500, it's going to, isn't it? It does happen, and it is hard, especially when you've been out there for 165, 170 overs or whatever, whatever they were out there. So it is going to unravel, and I thought the language used was a little bit harsh.
Keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in Division 1, but here, Harris and Dent going quietly about their business. And one more to Harris out to Ryan Patel. Dan mentioned the match at Chelmsford, where Northants batted quite slowly really to get their 390. Essex in reply 132 for 8, so they're still 258 runs behind. At Southampton, Hampshire, with a lead of 6 on first innings, are 135 for 4 second time round, so overall lead there 141. Worrell round the wicket. Again, that's short. Dent he swerves out of the way, literally bends his back to get out of the way, and drags himself almost to his feet. That's a rather odd way of avoiding the short delivery. Here's the second look at that. Almost overbalanced. It's a good take by the keeper. At Taunton, Warwickshire following on are 11 for 2. Bowled out for 209 in first time round, so they're still 238 behind against Somerset. And Yorkshire's reply to Kent's 291 has been a good one. They're ahead now, 374 for 5. They lead by 83.
Northampton should be absolutely chuffed with that, because they went to Essex at the tail end of last season. They got absolutely pumped, didn't they? I think in about 5 sessions. Clark, and that's a good delivery to Marcus Harris. And Surrey seem to have just got a little bit between their teeth at the moment, and they'll be disappointed with their start to this Gloucestershire innings, Surrey, and they're coming here top of the table, and they'll be looking to retain that position.
Yeah, I mean, let's go 37 overs at the start of an innings without a wicket. That's more than a session.
With no frontline spinner either. Here's Clark. And Harris is behind that. No frontline spinner, remember, Surrey. They omitted Amir Verdi from their side. They've got Will Jacks, who's more than a part-time spinner, but it's not his main role in the side, is it? He's more of a batsman.
More of a batter.
Who can fiddle through a few overs here and there. But it's be interesting to see how this game pans out as Clark comes in. I thought he got a little feather on that, but he hasn't.
That was quite wide. I'm surprised that Harris went to play at that.
Yeah. Trailing by 476 Gloucestershire, so still a amount of work, and what you don't want to do here is lose a wicket and it opens the door to the middle order. And we saw that last week at Lancashire. These two put on 120 odd and both got out quite quickly. And Harris behind that pushes it out into the offside.
Harris has only added 9 runs this morning, and there was one very nice cover drive in that. So he isn't hurrying. He isn't, I'm sure, getting too worried by the fact that he's become a bit stuck scoreboard wise, because today is about batting time.
Yeah. Clark in, and Harris pushes out in the air, and that's not a million miles away from Colin de Grandhomme at extra cover, but he's not going to get there, and the ball races away to the boundary. And just as we thought, Marcus Harris had sort of booked himself in for bed and breakfast, he unfurls a shot there which flirts with danger, and all Gloucestershire fans will not only want him to book him for bed and breakfast, but full board completely, won't they? Evening dinner, bit of lunch, the whole shebang.
Yeah, the Grandhomme, I mean, again, Harris, it was in the air for a while, but Grandhomme's got a big area to cover there.
Yeah. Here's Clark. And that's a lovely shot. De Grandhomme's got a hand on that. That might not go, or it might well do, because this outfield's like lightning, and it does. De Grandhomme's big mitt wasn't enough to cut off the boundary, and that's 4 more to Marcus Harris. Moves him on to 47. 135 for none now. And Gloucestershire just chipping away at this Surrey imposing total.
Yes, I mean, the equation, as we've mentioned, is about batting time today. The follow-on target is 453. It would take some very, very sharp acceleration to the scoring rate to get even close to that by the close. If you said to Gloucestershire you'd be somewhere between 350 and 400 batting all day, and maybe with at least one recognised batsman still in,
yeah,
I think they would say that will be a pretty good day's work.
Yeah.
Anything better than that, well, happy days.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see anything other than a draw in this game. I really can't.
Worrell round the wicket, and that one does come back a little bit towards Chris Dent. Marcus Harris might want a drink here. I think he's signalling towards the dressing room. Yeah, he wants a drink. Thought he did.
Talking of drinks, we were discussing last night. Ian Randall asked me whether I was going to be out until 3 o'clock in the morning, and I skillfully avoided the subject, and it was picked up by a chap called John Thorpe watching on the stream, and said that I didn't answer Ian.
I'm sure you weren't, Dan. You're too professional for that. Here's Worrell in. I'm not talking about you being out till 3 on a non-cricket day.
No comment.
And this goes back. We should go back. We should tell the tale here, because were you at a guest at his wedding? Is that right?
I was. Yeah, he's godfather to my eldest daughter.
Oh,
actually.
there we are then.
So I've played a lot of cricket with John Thorpe, and
even more information.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's a good lad.
And yesterday was his wedding anniversary.
It was his wedding
that was
anniversary.
the other reason. So Worrell with a first and a third slip, staying around the wicket. There's an appeal, but he's quite wide on the crease there. And I think that's probably more in hope than expectation.
Not sure that would have hit another set, actually.
How wide Worrell is, and Dent is not taking an off-stump guard. Yes, that's going down the leg side, I think. That's certainly the view of the umpire as well. So this morning, Gloucestershire have added 49 so far. And Worrell to Dent, who steers that to Will Jacks in that sort of third slip position with the sunglasses resting on his cap.
But keep your emails coming into us over the day, commentators at glossccc.co.uk, and send the banal ones to me and all the serious ones to Ian Randall, whose mind is sharper than his namesake Derek Randall was in the covers.
Worrell around the wicket once more, and Dent takes the runs this morning to 50 with a little skew that he didn't play with any great comfort, actually. That was a bit of an odd one. He may have actually played the ball onto his foot, and he's taken a blow on the toe there, I think. Might have a second look at that, just maybe at the end of the over.
Yeah, I think they're calling for Dave Bartlett, who was just having a nice leisurely stroll around the ground. Ruined Dave's stroll, isn't it?
Yes, I wonder wherever he is, he'll be sprinting back to the area underneath the clock on the pavilion side of the ground. Worrell in, that's let go by Marcus Harris, and here is, in fact, from by the main scoreboard,
Dave Bartlett.
Dave Bartlett with his bag, fortunately, and I think Chris Dent's clearly played that onto his right foot. He's taken his right pad off there, so you're not missing anything with the core details just being put up on the board. There's the detail from this morning. Surrey have bowled 15 overs, and Gloucestershire have scored 50 without loss. So I think you'd say that's the first hour definitely to Gloucestershire, and Dent might have to have some
running repairs.
Yeah, I was going to say running repairs. So I wonder what magic Dave's got in that bag of his. We're going to have Will Jacks shortly, I think. He's doing some limbering up, and here is the shot that Dent played. It's his right foot. Oh, actually, no, he didn't play it onto his foot. It was as if it may have been an impact of some sort.
Pushing off on that leg.
Yeah, pushing off on that leg.
Which is more of a worry, really, rather than sort of bruising. So, but Dave Bartlett's out there. I had a good chat with Dave Bartlett last night. We were talking about the exodus from people from London coming down the M4 here, and Dave Bartlett's one. He's from Hertfordshire originally. I've joined the team here at Gloucestershire, and I'm another one. And obviously, people like Tom Lace has come from Middlesex, George Scott's come from Middlesex, Ryan Higgins has come from Middlesex. So the London Mafia are here in the West Country, and it's a lovely, lovely part of the world, and the people here are very friendly, and it's a lovely club, Gloucestershire, and everyone's in tune with each other, from the staff to the players to the fans. And it really is one of the friendliest cricket clubs that I've ever known, and it's a pleasure to be here.
You know, Dent's clearly in some discomfort there. He's taken, I suggest that's a painkiller of some sort.
He's going to carry on,
but he's going to keep going at the moment. But yeah, that was odd, because it looks as if he played it into his foot, but that shot we showed you from the wide angle proved it was literally when he went to push off his right foot. And unless there's the other thing you think of is that is there in that in that area where he is batting, is the ground uneven, and he just found a little area that almost broke under his foot, and it created an angle which wasn't natural. Anyway,
well, what we've seen is a few of the Surrey guys were batting outside of their crease, weren't they? And I wonder if they've sort of created a bit of a hole there with their batting. We saw Ollie Pope batting outside his crease.
Normally those holes are filled every night, but because it has been so dry, maybe that's just a little bit looser.
It's given, the ground has given, possibly. See, it looked like when he was due to push off that front foot for the single, and I wonder if he's just turned the ankle or whatever. But he's a tough man, Chris Dent. He'll carry on.
So Clark's bowled 3 overs this morning for 18, and he's out of the attack.
And he's on 68, and Will Jacks is going to come on, bowling his off spin. And Dent plays that back. He looks okay there, doesn't look in too much discomfort. Bowling figures there on the screen. Jacks bowls, strays onto Dent's leg stump, and they're going to have to be quick here. Oh, that's well taken there by Josh Blake, the Surrey substitute keeper. And it was a bit unnecessary there.
Well, that was Dent's call to Ollie Pope. I whether he figured that Pope had to run round the ball to throw it in.
Yeah, here's Jacks to Harris, who plays it out to mid-on. I think Harris was probably leaning on his bat, thinking Dent's surely not going to take any quick singles here, having just called the physio on. But he did. But no harm done. Jacks to Harris, who plays that out to Hashim Amla at mid-on. Sun hat falls off,
revealing a pate very similar to mine. Slip and leg slip for Jacks.
Full defensive, no run. You can't say that when I'm about to commentate before a ball's bowled in.
Sorry.
You can't. You're going to have to take over. No, all right. Jacks. And that's cut away, and that's a nice shot there from Marcus Harris, and that's going to bring up his 50, which he's been a fantastic knock, really watchful. And Marcus Harris there off 113 balls. That's his 9th 4, takes the score on to 141. And Marcus Harris, he's turning into a very popular man here in Bristol, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I think when he was signed, I mean, clearly he has a test history, which Michael Klinger didn't have when Klinger was signed. But there are already people talking about comparisons between the two, just in the sense that they're very. I don't wish to be, it's not in an unkind way, but they're very functional cricketers.
Yeah.
As you said, they know their game, they know where they can score.
They don't give it away, Australians, do they? You know,
they're just hard, competitive players.
Yeah, I mean, some might say even when they nick it behind, they never give it away.
Jordan Clark to change ends and have a go from this Ashley Down Road, and for the first time today, a new spell for him. Dan Worrell this morning has bowled 7 overs for only 11 runs. 2 spells, 4 at the far end, that's the Pavilion end, 3 at the Ashley Down Road end. But he's now due a breather, I would think. And Clark, right arm around the wicket. Again, very short one, and Dent ducks out of the way. Just interesting. So he's had that incident where he didn't apparently they push off with any great comfort, and there was the previous bouncer where he got in a bit of a tangle against Worrell, and I wonder whether in overbalancing, he did something to his foot in that situation. Not sure whether those two are connected or not, but we'll see. We've got the poll results on Gloucestershire and their score in the first innings.
Yeah, you go ahead, Ian. You do them.
Okay. Under 200, 6%. 201 to 300, 17%. Bearing in mind that Gloucestershire this season only passed 250 once, albeit not on this pitch. 301 to 400, 33%. 400 plus, 43%.
I'm in with that 43%, I think, with this outfield being so quick. It's a fast-scoring ground.
Jordan Clark in again. That was pitched well up and driven away through extra cover, and Reece Topley won't be able to haul that in. That will go all the way to the extra cover boundary for 4. If Clark is back of a length, then if it's wide, Dent's got room to cut, but that was further up. And here's a second look at that. It was a half volley really, but played it as Dan said. I think you used the phrase under his head. Yes, under his head.
Yeah.
Almost under his nose is the saying. Just playing it late, just judging it. That's the short ones are apply, very short, and that's gone thudding down for 4 byes. No chance again for Josh Blake, and that's a bit of anger from Jordan Clark at the previous one, I think.
Yeah.
So he's done well in stats-wise for Surrey so far this season, but no joy last night, and just a bit wayward today. We had a wide full toss that was punched away in his spell from the far end, and here Dent, who seems to have just dealt with that problem with his foot all right in the last couple of minutes, takes Gloucestershire up to 150 for no wicket, with a single down in front of the mound stand, and from 86 without loss to get to 150 after an hour and 10 minutes is a good effort from these two. They've not really taken any undue risk, either, have they done? Which just kind of shows this is a belter of a batting wicket.
Absolutely, Ian. I mean, it's they'll have one eye on the overs here, because obviously, you know, this is all about bonus points when it comes to batting and how many they can pick up.
But they're nearly at 4 and over at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Got an email as Jax just bowls that and Dent just works it into the onside and picks up a single. And an email from Simon Massey, who has said, thank you once again for the coverage. Glad you're enjoying it, Simon. And the late declaration by Surrey was odd, which we both found. Certainly it'll be interesting to see how they justify the decision if Gloss managed to bat out time for a draw, as Jax comes in to Harris. One interesting anomaly might be if Gloss are forced to follow on but managed to reach 400 in the first 110 overs. They hold on for a draw. Will they then gain more bonus points than Surrey? It's not happened yet and probably won't, but I wonder if you can recall a similar scenario. As that's cut away by Harris, 4 runs. And the runs are piling up here. And it probably won't, but I wonder if you can recall a similar scenario happening before. And no, I can't. Can you? I don't think so.
No, so if Gloucestershire got to 400, they would end up with 7. They'd end up with 7 points, wouldn't they? 5 batting and 2 bowling.
Yeah. Throw in 8 for the draw and 15 points as Jax comes to Harris. And that's a dot ball. So what would happen here? Because Surrey
only got 3 batting points.
They've got 3 batting points. They've got no bowling points at the moment, as that goes into short.
I wonder if Simon's thinking, Simon is thinking 400 for no wicket.
I think he's talking about the follow-on, but
yeah.
I mean, I can't see it. This pitch is, as that's a dot ball. I mean, this pitch is probably more docile than Benny the Labrador I met yesterday, and he's a docile character, isn't he?
He's a very laid-back character.
He is an extremely laid-back man, and he's not here today. His pitch is placid.
Harris 55, Dent 75, and the door opens really only for Surrey if they split. It's an obvious thing to say, but if they split these two, it's the old thing of, does one wicket bring 2 or 3, and then the momentum shift in the game, it might give Surrey a chance of just putting Gloucestershire under a little bit of pressure. But at the moment, Rory Burns has the problems because the game is going nowhere for Surrey in this situation, other than he's going to have a long day in the field, and he's just got to manage his bowlers. Jordan Clark in, and Dent cuts behind square. That will be 4 more. Rich Topley won't get that. They've gone down to just one close catcher who's not really in a slip position. Will Jacks is almost at 3rd slip there, and I wonder whether Burns, in an odd sort of way, and you said this yesterday, even when it got to 30 without loss, Surrey didn't seem to want to attack to chase wickets, and they're not really hunting wickets now, it doesn't seem to me. They've got just the one man in a close catching position, nobody by Blake at all, and then saving singles at short extra and at short mid wicket, and that to me indicates that there is no pace in this pitch at all, and the greater likelihood of a catch is off something that's been mistimed and spoons up in front of square.
A lovely email. I'll come on to that in a second, but I think you're right. I think Surrey need both these 2 out of the way before lunch. If they're to get anything from this game, they need a quick bang bang, and I can't see that happening.
Clark in, driven nicely, driven beautifully in fact by Chris Dent, out through extra cover, Wideman off, can't cut it off either, and Rory Burns is seeing his bowlers here when the fielder's chasing leather a bit. Jordan Clark is into his 9th over, and he's conceded 48 already.
Yep, lovely cover drive by a man from Thornbury, and a lovely email by a man from Thornbury, which is Alan Brown, who's said he's been a member here since 1999. I'll come on to it after this.
Very wide from Jordan Clark and stretched for by Dent. With a flat batted shot, but all the way along the ground out to Reese Topley on the Kennington Avenue boundary.
Alan's been in an email since 1999. It was a 60th birthday present from his wife, and it's always been the friendliest of clubs. However, I believe that Will Brown and his team have taken it up to an even higher level, as was manifest when over 500 members donated their membership fees to the club in 2020.
Oh, it's a good ball from Clark. That's probably the best ball he's bowled. It's gone away from Chris Dent and taken low by Blake, but no touch.
Alan's very proud to be a member, and he's enjoying the live stream coverage, having tested positive with COVID about 3 weeks ago, so thank you very much. Well, Alan, thank you for your email, and we hope you get better, and we hope you're all right with your COVID, and we're glad you're enjoying the coverage, and we can only concur what a friendly club it is here.
And again from Jordan Clark, steered away by Marcus Harris. He might get 2 here, he might even get 3 if Dent's quick, but having had that blow, that incident with his right foot earlier on, it seems to be moving okay, but a bit like Jamie Smith yesterday, he's probably just managing that a bit. And I have to say too that he doesn't say as such here, but I bet Alan was within those 500 members who gave his membership to the club.
Wouldn't surprise me.
In 2020. Those are the Surrey bowling figures. Jordan Clark, as you can see, 9 overs have cost 51, and there's not much of a break being applied from him. Gloucestershire 166, so they've added 80 this morning in an hour and 15 minutes. That's cracking along in Championship cricket.
It certainly is. Here's Will Jacks to Chris Dent, who plays empty on side. I want to know if Benny donated any bonios to the cause. That's what I really want to know.
25 boundaries there have been in this Gloucestershire innings.
Jacks to Dent, just angled in, looking to come around the wicket, angling it into sort of middle stump and turn it away, taking it outside edge to the Rory Burns there at first slip, and Dent gets it past him, runs away down for 4 runs, and that's another boundary. So the Gloucestershire cause moves the score on to 170. Dent rocketing on to 88. And it's going to be a painful day for Surrey at this rate.
Yeah, Dent might have thoughts of 3 figures here, and maybe more than that. He's got to keep the lid on his concentration.
Jacks to Dent. Don't think he's got 100s in 2020, has he?
I'm just going to check that actually to see when he didn't get one last year. I was going to check when what his record in 2020 was.
He's jacks to him. I'm sure, talking Benny the dog, Chris Dent's dog Simba will be more than happy out there with his grandmother just sitting in front of the Thatcher's bar. Jacks comes in, Dent just pushes that out. We don't want any pitch invasions though, Simba.
No, he didn't get one in 2020. He got a 92 in the home match against Worcestershire. So I'll go back to 2019.
So Dent's on 88, Harris 57, 170 for none. Gloucestershire going along at 4 and over here, which if they continue to do that, they'll pick up maximum batting points. If they walk away with 15 out of this, because you only get 16 for a win in the county championship, and we regularly see sides winning games picking up 19 points, so to pick up 15 out of a draw would be very good indeed, wouldn't it?
It would. De Grandom's going to have a first bowl of the day from this Ashley Down Road end. And the answer is Chris Dent got 4 championship hundreds in 2019. So you've got to go back to that summer for his last score of 3 figures in red ball cricket. He got 1,087 runs that year at 47. Here's de Grandom in and steered away by Harris out towards Reece Topley, who's fielding in front of the those in the chairs right by the picket fence on the Kennington Avenue side. I was going to say the deck chairs, but they're not deck chairs in the true sense of the deck chairs at Hove, because they haven't got stripy fabric which you sit in. They are the foldable plastic ones. Now de Grandom is thinking about his change of field here. In fact, Rory Burns is going to complain about the ball. Well, there's a surprise. 44 overs gone, we haven't got a wicket. Let's ask the umpires about the ball. Well, Gloucestershire at the moment have had a very good morning. I say Dent has raced away in terms of the board, because he had 45 and Harris 30 overnight, and Dent has raced on to 88. Yeah, there are the those sitting in the sun, and that spectator with the umbrella. That's not such a daft idea actually, because it's a bit glary out there, and in terms of not having to squint too much, that's probably a good idea. De Grandom in once again, let go by Dent outside the off stump.
Both have got a long way to go to their career best though. Chris Dent's is 268.
That was Glamorgan 2015.
Yeah, and Marcus Harris is 250. So Marcus Harris is going to turn 30 just after that Sri Lanka tour that he's been picked for. So maybe you can buy him a pint in Cheltenham.
Dark-haired de Grandom in, and that's clipped by Dent. Not really timed, straight to Hashim Amla at mid-on. So, sorry, I've got a man at short mid-wicket, a man at short cover, both catching really, I suppose, both for the mistimed, or the clip off the pads, or the drive. And that's swung a little bit in the air, but it's been picked, and Dent has fired that away again out through extra cover, and that'll be 4 more. Toppy's got a big area to cover on that part of the ground, and Dent's onto that. Even though that did act as a big in-swinger, it went quite a long way, but he soon spotted it. And again, it's racing off the bat and away on this outfield. 175 for no wicket. The Dent this time squeezes that bat and pad close together all the way along the ground. It's a half stop by Will Jacks, but they still get a single.
He is limping a little when running, Chris Dent. He's struggling. He's not moving freely.
But he won't. Well, he's got half an hour. He's got 37 minutes, 36 minutes to get to lunch. Into the ground from Marcus Harris. I mean, he could call for a runner, because it's a genuine injury that's happened during his innings.
Yeah.
He may think about that at lunchtime if he's still there, and he can't shake the discomfort. I mean, it always adds an extra layer of
confusion.
Yeah, I would say confusion, certainly at club level if you're batting with a runner. But here...
You should see me umpiring here, you know. I'm completely discombobulated, mate.
Dent needs... He's got 18 first-class hundreds, Chris Dent. So, mean a lot to get another one here.
Here's Will Jacks bowling to him, 7 shy of 100. As he works that one out to point, he's going to pick up a couple, moves on to 95.
I think, but, and you might say this is a logical thought here, if he's running for his own runs, he probably doesn't feel the discomfort at all.
No. No. Yes. It's nothing worse than running a 3 for somebody else, is there? That's angled into Dent's pads. He just plays that into the offside.
He's got he's got Patel and Burns are the close fielders for Will Jacks, the slip and the short leg.
Here's Jacks into Dent, who solidly defends that one.
Patel got a blow on the foot yesterday, didn't he? In that position.
Yeah.
But he's just as close today.
That's defended as well. Well, bowled there by Will Jacks. It's fairly accurate. I mean, I wonder if it's worth him just tossing it up a little bit more, trying to get it above his eye line, trying to get it a little bit of purchase off the pitch on day 3. Dent gives himself a little bit of room and pushes that out into the offside, moves on to 96.
It's all that concentration from Dent for here, isn't it?
Certainly is.
When you get this close.
Yeah. Harris just nurdles that one. He might get a couple. He's run the first one hard. He's come back for a second. And that's good running there by the Victorian. Manages to get 2 out. That moves score on to 181. Harris moves on to 60. Chris Dent, 96. And I think this Bristol crowd are enjoying their day. The sun's out. Chris Dent and Marcus Harris, 181 for none.
I'll tell you someone else is enjoying it while they're out there. James Bracey.
I bet he is. Yeah, he's putting his feet up.
Having had 5 sessions keeping wicket, what he really didn't want was, and lose a cheap wicket. And actually, James Healy, who does all our commentary work, made that point yesterday. How often do you see it when a side's been in the field for a long time, a wicket goes down quickly? Often.
Yeah.
Bracey in particular will be pleased it hasn't in this case. De Grandhomme in as he bowls from the Ashley Down road end, his first spell of the day, and defended by Chris Dent. At the moment, 96 off 155 balls. Grandon round the wicket to bowl to him. He's tried to fire that away. There is a man there, Ryan Patel, now at extra cover. They've stopped, they've plugged that gap by leaving the leg side free at mid-wicket. So Worrell and Patel are policing that sort of short straight cover and more orthodox extra cover positions on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. Dent's solidly forward. De Grandhomme a little bit more accurate with that. Better length.
We have got a wonderful bit of camera work here on the stream. Chris Dent's grandmother is praying there.
Well, first potential red ball 100 since 2019. De Grandhomme in. Dent fires that up to Hashim Amla, but well timed and a good stop too at mid-on.
Sorry, I've lost it here.
We'll try and go back to that long-range camera, going down towards the. Yeah, there's Grandma Dent in the middle in the sun hat. De Grandhomme to Dent. Oh, good stop on the bounce. Quite a kind bounce in a way for him, but the bowler did well to react to that. Now I've got a thought process here. If Dent gets the extra 4 runs, we'll perhaps ask the question. Down the leg side, Dent clips it in the air, but it's safe, and he'll get 1 out to Jordan Clark at deep mid-wicket on the boundary in front of the man stand. Dent will keep the strike. I'm going to kind of hold that thought about the 3 figures and what it might mean until Chris Dent gets there. But some of the Gloucestershire backroom group, David Payne in fact amongst them, wandering round. Mark Thorburn, bowling coach, David Bartlett as well, and Mohammed Amir having a wander round the ground at the Ashley Down Road end, and they'll be very pleased with what these 2 opening batsmen have put together here. 182 for no wicket. We've got half an hour to go until lunch, so Gloucestershire have added 96 this morning.
Jack's in to Chris Dent, who gives himself a little bit of room, gets that away. He's just going to get 1 though. That moves him on to 98.
I don't know what that cry was. Whether it was wait or no initially, because there is a fielder just behind the umpire. I don't know whether Dent actually saw that Dan Worrell was there initially.
Yeah, Jack's into Harris, who gets that one, tickles that one around the corner. He's going to get 4 runs for that. That's a lovely shot. Marcus Harris is a really, really good player. He's got power when he needs to have it. He's got a really good technique, but he's also got that deft touch. And you saw it there.
That's exactly the word I was going to use. Deft was exactly the word I was going to use.
Yeah.
You can score your runs all round the wicket, and I go back to the Klinger example. So many of Michael's runs were scored behind the wicket deliberately.
Yeah. Well, I think that's happening more and more, isn't it, with the advent of T20 cricket. You look at batsmen who score around the ground, things like the Dill Scoop, and we're finding that as Jacks comes in and Harris prods onto the front foot and defends that solidly into the offside.
Also in that, having an amble around the ground, Gareth Batty still with bobble hat on.
Yeah, as Jacks comes in, that's floated up a little bit more. They're going to take a sharp single here. Dent's got to hurry. Don't want to be running him out on 98, Marcus Harris. 188.
It's a good call.
It was a good call. These two actually run very well together. They've got that telepathy, haven't they? They've built up an understanding already, and it's great to see. Gloucestershire fans will be really happy. Dent gives himself room, and that's going to be his 100. Lovely, lovely 100. Really popular here in Bristol. The man from Thornbury, a thorn in Surrey's side as he moves on to 102. Off 162 balls. 18 fours in there. And Chris Dent, take a bow. Ian Randall, you've got some thoughts on him.
I wonder if the hair has been growing since his last 100, and that we might now have a haircut.
Like Samson.
Maybe. But that has been, in a sense, the epitome of a good Chris Dent knock. He's batted very well off the back foot, he's cut well, and he's driven well.
Well, that'll please his grandmother there in the crowd. It'll please his dog Simba as well. Here's Jack's into Dent, who defends that. It's time to concentrate, refocus, and now let's not give it away. There's 25 minutes to lunch, and I think all Gloucestershire fans will be hoping that both these two are here.
Now, there's one other thing I want to say about... I was slightly flippant about the haircut thing, but... Let's be fair, it's been a while since Chris Dent's been to the barbers, so it might be that there is some superstition line in there somewhere. I think Dan gave you the stats for his 100 with 18 fours. He's also getting close, not close, but within reasonable target of 10,000 first-class runs. Not impossible. If he has a good day here, that later on he might be getting there.
Yeah.
He's at 9,938 at the moment.
Ooh.
De Grandon into Marcus Harris. So he started this innings needing 164. And bear in mind that he's played all his first-class cricket for Gloucestershire. This is... You know, this is 10,000 Gloucestershire runs as well.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a big numbers man in that sense, but 10,000 is a significant landmark in a batsman's career. De Grandon into Marcus Harris again on the bounce. Good stop from the Kiwi. But Gloucestershire 192 for no wicket.
What was lovely though, and it shows the popularity of Chris Dent there, was when he got that 100, there was a fist pump from my co-commentator Ian Randall there, and you know, we try and be as impartial as possible, but when someone's, you know, a good guy like Chris Dent is, it's fantastic to see, isn't it?
De Grandon in. Oh, Harris reaches for that. And Blake takes it, but Harris, well, he knows that with a straight short cover and an extra cover, there is a gap out to Reece Topley on the boundary at point. That's where he was trying to put this. Here's the replay. But he was chasing it far more than he'd done for anything really before in the 90 minutes or so we've had this morning. That's more like where he likes it. On and around the pad so he can just push it into the gap. And again, it's fielded by Jordan Clark. So Gloucestershire... The scoring rate's been really good this morning. That's the one thing sometimes you don't get when a team is so far behind. And it's been good scoring, and it's not been against a riotously attacking field by Surrey either.
No, it hasn't.
De Grandon into Centurion Dent.
Dent's struggling a little bit now. He's struggling, he's limping, and... he's struggling off that. It's his front foot, so it's his right foot as a left-hander. And be interesting to see if Dave Bartlett and the team can get him sorted in the lunch hour. In the lunch 40 minutes.
Dent waits once more and turns that into the onside. Again, he'll pick up one run. Hamler's lost his sun hat again. And an underarm throw into Josh Blake. Yeah, I think... Dent's mental resolve from when it happened would have got him to the 100, and he's now got that mental resolve again.
Yeah.
To get him out, to get him to lunch. That's the one that Dent chased a little bit.
But also,
been very pleased with his batting this morning, I'm sure.
When you're in the zone like you are here with Chris Dent, at the moment, he's singing it like a beach ball. You don't want to go off, because there's plenty of times in the season, aren't there, where you don't know what end of the bat to hold. And when you're in, you've got to cash in, as Graham Gooch said, as an opener. You're going to get plenty of low scores as an opener, because the nature of it, you're facing the new ball, you're facing the best bowlers generally, so you are going to get those low scores. So when you do get in, you've got to go big, and as Graham Gooch used to like to call them, daddy hundreds are the key.
Well, Reece Topley's coming back from the pavilion end. Hasn't bowled at that end yet in the game. Surrey are -1 on the over rate, so they're not too badly off. But the Will Jacks experiment, if I can call it that, didn't last too long. He's bowled 8 overs for 34 in all.
Yep, here's Reece Topley, Suffolk lad.
I think the thing with the off spinner on a slow pitch like this is that Dent can use his ability off the back foot to cut. If there's anything that's just a little bit wide or a little bit short.
Here he comes, 6'7", Reece Topley, and Dent plays that one. I feel like a little bit unsteady on his feet still. He's struggling, Chris Dent. That one's played out to Hashim Amla at mid-on, under the floppy hat. Lovely morning in Bristol crowd. Just drinking in the sunshine, drinking in this innings by Chris Dent as well. 103 he's on now. Topley into him, and he rocks back, and that's a good stop in the gully there, because Chris Dent nailed that one, and it's Dan Worrell with the fielding. Short ball from Topley, and Dent rocks back and cuts. But Dan Worrell equal to it. 194 now for the hosts in response to this huge Surrey total of 603. And it's been an absolute run fest here at the Seat Unique Stadium. As Topley comes in, and Dent, forward defensive, plays that back to the tall left armour.
Yeah, this is the 50th over, as you can see on the screen, with this ball. So Surrey are going to be bowling until, well, let's say half an hour before tea, before they get a second new ball here.
Yeah. Yeah. Topley. And Dent just nurdles that into the onside, and they thought about the run, but Topley's quickly across there, cuts off the single.
There were two thoughts there, weren't there? One, yes, Topley was reasonably quick to it, but two, I think I'm with you. Dent is feeling that. He is feeling that right foot.
Yeah,
no question about that.
The third one is Reece Topley's got a left armour as well, and it was to his left-hand side. There he's into Dent, who prods that out to Dan Worrell in the gully, and there's no run. Dent just going gardening. He does like a garden, doesn't he?
It's habitual, isn't it?
Yeah. I think he's done more gardening than Monty Don and Percy Thrower combined out there. So
he's done more gardening than you do in your garden.
Very much so.
Really?
Very much. I did do the lawn this weekend. It was getting a bit long, and that's just played in. And Dent saw about a quick one. He's taken on Hashim Amla. Marcus Harris has sent him back.
So Dent's run a single there, halfway down the pitch and halfway back here, and Harris was not interested.
He nearly ran two.
There wasn't that. Was obviously it was Dent's call.
Yeah,
but Harris wasn't for moving there.
No,
and just a touch of gloves between the two, just to recognise the fact that was an error from Dent. He might have thought he picked the fielder there, but Marcus Harris wasn't having anything of it. So in terms of runs scored today, Chris Dent has scored 68, 58 as you were, 58, and Marcus Harris has scored 36.
Yeah, going back to the garden, Neil, I did it this week. If you, let's say if it was a cricket outfield, there wouldn't be many boundaries on it beforehand. I tell you, it was that long.
De Grandon, right, staying right arm round the wicket. Oh, nice looking shot up to Burns at mid-off, but no power from Marcus Harris. Now, I mean, I must confess, I have had a lot of problems with moss in one of my lawns. And that lawn was cut also ahead of this match. Cut it on Wednesday, but very, very dry indeed. De Grandon in. Harris square drives out to the deep boundary on the offside. Sam Curran's out there. Haven't seen him have a bowl, as Dan said. There is apparently a nagging back issue with Sam Curran, so he's had only 10 overs in the one championship game he's played before this one.
Do you have issues with moles as well in the garden?
De Grandon into Dent, who steers that. I don't have issues with moles, no. But I do have issues with ants.
Oh yeah, red ants or normal ants?
No, I think normal.
Okay.
Normal, yeah. But it's not in the back lawn, only in the front, and never quite understood why. I'll come back to have a horticultural lesson in a minute. Here's De Grandon in and cut again by Dent, but there's a fielder there, Reese Topley, who's almost in a deep gully, almost short fine leg, short third man position there. No, I used to have a hedge around two sides. My front lawn is a square. Two sides of which had a hedge round it, and I used to think that the problems with the ants were caused by the hedge. De Grandon in again, and think about a single. The Gloucestershire openers still together as they were when they faced 24 overs last night, but Burns is at mid-off. They don't get a single there. And then when I had the hedge taken out, and I thought that would solve the matter, but it hasn't really. De Grandon outside the off stump, and Josh Blake takes it's let go again by Chris Dent. If you're thinking Josh Blake, he wasn't in the team, no, that's quite correct. Blake called into the Surrey squad for this game. He had been playing in the second team at Guildford. Because Jamie Smith clearly was hampered when he was batting yesterday, this normal Surrey keeper. Ollie Pope kept in the session last night, but Josh Blake into the 11 for the remainder of the game with the gloves, and Gloucestershire here trying to get to lunch with the openers, still intact with their stand, potentially going past 200.
See, we bring you everything here on the Gloucestershire stream, from Ian Randall's ants to Chris Dent's hundreds, and as they say, former Kerry is temporary, class is permanent. I'll get my coat. As Reese Topley's about to start us off here to Marcus Harris, and many Surrey fans listening in. I'll tell you what you do get down in sort of South London is a lot of parakeets. Reese Topley in, and Harris prods that one just down to third man. They amble through for a single. A lot of parakeets in southwest London. I believe in the 60s that sort of they settle around the sort of Esher area down, Hampton Court, that neck of the woods, which is a lovely part of the world. East Molesey, that sort of area. And these birds have spread, and you hear them flying around, and the noise they make, the squawking, the swarms of 40, 50, and they spread all around London now. As Topley comes in. Oh, and that's well bowled to Chris Dent. And Topley, I think, is just asking the question. Seeing a few tweets there come in. And Topley was just asking the question, Dent get a little nibble on that one, a little feather. Don't think he did. But yeah, these parakeets are a pain actually. Apparently they drive other birds away from the local area. But yeah, there's a hell of a lot around southwest London. Topley in. Dent leaves that one well alone. 12 minutes to lunch. Dent wants to be here after the lunch break.
He does. I've got a question for James Healy. There was a tweet in the top right-hand corner of the screen a moment ago. Does that come up on the screen when it's sent, and do we not see it again? That's James just looking through the Twitter. So apologies, we didn't give Stephen the credit for that tweet, so we might do that in a moment if we can.
Topley in. Bouncer. Chris Dent weaves it like a limbo dancer.
I thought I saw Stephen Crosby, but I'm not sure whether that's actually right or not. James might be able to pull that tweet back up. There it is, Stephen Crosby. Well played, Chris Dent. This boundary bringing up his 100. Hashtag Go Gloss. Thanks for your interaction, Stephen.
Yeah, keep them coming. Go Gloss painted on the roof of the groundsman's hut as well. Hashtag Go Gloss. Topley in. And that's a big bouncer, and Josh Blake's got no chance with that one. And that's another 4 buys. That's 16 buys he's let through this morning. 12 of them he's had absolutely no chance with them. But that brings up to 200. Yeah, and it's been a very good morning for the Shire, hasn't it, Ian?
Very good indeed. And Gloucestershire will... I think that they're probably ahead of where they thought they would be at this stage in terms of the actual run rate they've managed to score at. It's one thing surviving, if that's the right phrase. Another thing is scoring at the rate they have done.
Topley in, and Dent just plays that down into the covers, and Topley's quickly onto it, as is Colin de Grandon, and that completes the over.
I mean, we've seen, obviously, matches here this season. As a rule of thumb, 90 runs in a session at Bristol would be not unusual. So that would have taken Gloucestershire to the mid 170s, and here they are. We're still 10 minutes from lunch, and they've got up to 200 already.
Yeah.
Those people on the poll who were getting Gloucestershire to north of 400 in their first innings, not impossible. No, at this rate that they could be getting to 400 tonight.
I think that goes to show, though, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Dan Whiting in, and it's pushed at by Marcus Harris. There was a yelp, but not a real appeal. Harris playing inside the line.
It was Colin de Grandon then, but if you want me to bowl a little bit of right arm round the wicket, I'm more than happy to.
Well, you were running across the car park fast enough, Dan, to suggest you possibly could this morning.
But going back to my point, I think it's the outfield. It's so quick here. I'll come on to it after this.
It's a Grandon again. In, clipped pleasantly by Amler, by Harris straight to Amler at mid-on. You're getting full value for your shots, aren't you?
You are getting absolute full value for the shots, and you saw that with Surrey yesterday. In just over 5 sessions, they put on 603, and it's a combination of a placid wicket and an outfield that's like glass, isn't it?
To Grandon, in again to Harris. Lets that go. And you see, you made the point about the difference in the scoring this morning. Overall, Chris Dent has had quite a bit more of the strike. He's at 180 balls compared to Harris, who's now at 137. So there is a little bit of an imbalance there, and that maybe has been reflected in their respective rates of scoring.
Yeah.
Dent's at 57 per 100 balls, Harris at 49, and here again he's quite content to defend. He's conscious of the position in the game. You don't want to give Surrey a cheap in, if I can use that phrase, with eight minutes to go until lunch, and make it awkward for someone to have to come out, James Bracey in all probability, this side of the interval. To Grandon in once more, and Harris again defends out to Dan Worrell at that short extra cover position.
Yeah, we haven't even completed 7 sessions in this game. We've had over 800 runs scored.
and 10 wickets.
Yeah.
Only 10 wickets taken so far. Thanks for your contributions on email, of course. Always welcome throughout the commentary. Martin O'Collins, we'll get to your email in a sec. Here's de Grandon down the leg side. That might have gone off the bat. It may have gone off the pad only. No, there was bat on it. So Harris will pick up a comfortable boundary. That was the first one that really de Grandon was pushed down the leg side. Harris onto it in a flash. And Gloucestershire go to 204 without loss. Here's the replay. Latches onto it quickly. And Martin says, as a Gloucestershire fan of some 60 years, I remember in my youth wickets at Bristol were very flat, slow and low. Ideal, it was said, albeit in jest, for a left-arm dwarf. I never really understood the logic of this description, but perhaps you can explain it. As regards today's wicket, it seems to me this is as good a batting wicket as I can remember, but is this good for the game in general, in your opinion? There's 2 points there. So historically flat, slow and low, I think yes, that is what they were.
Here's Reece Topley, who is the antithesis of a left-arm dwarf, being 6'7", and as he comes in, and Chris Dent just nurdles him through the offside for one.
And I'll come back to that general record at Bristol in the last 20 years, let's say. And Martin's been a fan for a lot longer than that. I'm indebted to our late colleague, sadly no longer with us, Julian Clark, who did this. Since 2000 at Bristol, and this was done during last season, so it's not quite up to date.
Topley to Harris, who drives that square out to a man at deep point.
This was up until the end of 2019. Matches played in Bristol, 113 first class, 129, drawn 52, lost 32. But the record under Richard Dawson, dominated by draws.
Right.
Played 27, won 3, drawn 14, lost 10. So it did feel as if Gloucestershire had more chance of actually winning away than here.
Topley to Dent, defended.
And that, I think, is partially due to the fact that it was so difficult to take. To have a 40-wicket game where both sides were bowled out twice, very, very unusual. If I can, you know what I mean by a 40-wicket game?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. It's almost subcontinental, isn't it? You know, the old wickets in the subcontinent where it's very hard to bowl sides out, and I think someone alluded to that fact saying Zahir Abbas here in 76, it was a home from home more or less for the type of wickets, as that's just angled onto the pads of Chris Dent. He's got that one back with a square, and that's a great bit of work, but he can't quite cut off the boundary despite being parried there by, I think it's Sam Curran.
Yes.
Is it Ollie Pope? No, it's Sam Curran.
It is Sam Curran and Ryan Patel, I think, down there.
Yeah, they couldn't.
One partially stopped it and the other then couldn't haul in the parry.
Yeah. And that's a nice clip off the legs there by Chris Dent. 4 more to his total.
And just to pick up on Martin's other point about, is a good batting pitch, is it good for the game in general? Well, Gloucestershire would say wickets like this last year were great for them because they won the toss a lot.
Topley to Dent. I think what it's good for is good for bonus points because, as we see, we're going to sort of get a draw here probably in this game, and Gloucestershire will end up picking up maybe 15 points out of a drawn game. Is it good for the game in general? Probably not. And I think there are a number of Surrey fans probably nodding their heads at their TV right this very moment, because we've seen many at the Oval last year which finished 700, plays 600, and no, it doesn't make the most interesting cricket, does it? No,
and the cricket we had here at BS7 last year was perhaps made more interesting by the fact that Gloucestershire were chasing in the 4th innings.
Topley to Dent, bouncer, weaves it, goes through to Josh Blake, and that completes the over. It's going to be the last one before lunch, and Ian Randall will take us through it.
Yeah, I think with de Grandon bowling the last one, this probably will be it in terms of lunch. But what a morning for Gloucestershire to go from 86 without loss to 210 without loss in the session. I say we talked earlier on about language being a strange thing, and the fact that One report said that the Gloucestershire bowling was willing but uninspired yesterday. I think you could say Surrey's bowling's been pretty uninspired this morning.
It's difficult on wickets like this, though, and Surrey have got a very good attack. We've seen people like Reece Topley and Jordan Clark.
De Grandon with the last over before lunch, again defended back to the bowler by Marcus Harris, who's not close to his 100 yet. Dent on 108 will be, I think, grateful for a bit of work from the physio at lunchtime. If you haven't been with us all morning, Dent had a problem with his right foot, which he appeared to pick up, trying to push off for a single. Didn't play the ball into his foot as we originally thought. De Grandon in, Harris clips that all on the ground up to Hashim Amla at mid-on. David Bartlett, the head of medical, came out, may have put some spray on his foot. Maybe it was a toe, perhaps, that was causing the problem, or the pain was. Dent took a couple of painkillers as well, and so when he goes off, he'll have his bowl of fruit at lunchtime, as he often does, and maybe a bit of help from the physio as well. That's a nice shot from Harris down the ground, and even the dive from Amla can't stop that. That will go all the way to the rope at long on for 4. Last over of the morning or not. Harris still picked that up, and probably also knew that Amla was quite wide there, so even by making ground across and diving, if he clipped it straight enough, it would go all the way, and did.
I'm really, really enjoying watching Marcus Harris bat. His 130 against Yorkshire, his knock against Lancashire last week, and this is an absolute treat.
De Grandon, sorry, still striving for any sort of breakthrough, and Harris isn't going to get tempted by a slightly slower ball, which he just pushes out into the offside. Fielded by, I thought that was Jack's round. It's Dan Worrell. In fact, Jack's is in at, well, so was that sort of third slip, second or 2.5 slips there. It's a curious position. De Grandon. It's Harris who works that away off his pads down to fine leg. They'll pick up 1, and therefore Dent will face the last ball of the morning. And it's been a good one for him. His 19th first class 100. His first 100 since 2019 in red ball cricket. Got a 92 in 2020 and a 91 not out last year, but got to 3 figures today, and he will defend the last ball before lunch, and Gloucestershire will go off having had an excellent session. Dent is hobbling a bit, but he will be very pleased with what he's done today. 129 Gloucestershire have scored this morning without losing a wicket, and the Gloucestershire dressing room, it may have been a bit low yesterday, particularly at tea time, but they showed a lot of resolve, these two, last night, and that has stayed that way this morning. They haven't offered a chance, Dan.
No, they haven't, and since Chris Dent's come back into the side, he had COVID at the start of the season, and Marcus Harris and Chris Dent together look a formidable opening partnership. Last week at Lancashire, they put on 119 for the opening wicket. Today they're on 215, and who knows how big this can be. I think there could be some serious runs this afternoon, so we'll come and join us after the lunch break, and we'll be back here live on the stream at about 1:40, won't we, Ian?
Well, the highest first wicket partnership between Gloucestershire and Surrey is only 4 runs away. It was set here in 1975 between Sadiq and Andy Stovall. That's at 219, so Gloucestershire are a boundary away from equalling that. And to see if Harris and Dent can do it, join us just before 20 to 2. Hope you've enjoyed lunch. Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. Dan's just finishing some notes of where we were at the lunch interval. Gloucestershire 215 for no wicket. Remember, they're applying to 603, so there's still a long way to go to get to the follow-on total, but nothing more could have been asked of Marcus Harris and Chris Dent this morning, except for Tim Hyatt's question: when was the last 200 Gloucestershire opening stand? Well, it's not whether you know something, it's whether you know somebody who knows something in this sort of situation. So I was on the phone during the lunch interval, and our good friend Mr. Adrian Thomas, without breaking stride almost, when I posed the question, said yes, 2006 at Northampton, Craig Spearman and Phil Weston in the second innings, which was really good knowledge. It was a game in which Gloucestershire were following on, and they put on 229 for the first wicket. That was the last time that Gloucestershire put on a 200 opening stand. And the other stat is regarding this innings being one where Gloucestershire have obviously got a batting point without losing a wicket. And that hasn't happened, well, since Dan was in short trousers.
No, not at all, Ian. And they only need another 19 runs to surpass the opening wicket partnership on either side, which was from Jack Hobbs and Andy Sandham, which was 100 years ago. And that's between that's in Gloucestershire Surrey matches only. That's in Gloucestershire Surrey matches only, yes. But no, fantastic. So Chris Dent's going to resume on a 108 and Marcus Harris on 78. And I've been corrected as well, because I described Chris Dent as being from Thornbury. He did used to play for Thornbury Cricket Club, but he's actually from sort of Backwell, that area. That's where he grew up. So he's from the other side of Somerset, down towards sort of Nailsea, Congsbury, around there. So that sort of area. But
well, thank you for your question, Tim. And Colin Robbins has been in touch on the email as well, with a really nice idea, which I know Dan will be pleased about. He's a Surrey supporter from Morden, but we'll get to that email because it's quite long, perhaps during the next over. And we've also got scores to give you from lunchtime elsewhere. Dan Worrell's going to start, I think, from...
No, he's not Worrell. It's going to be Ryan Patel, I think.
Oh, yeah, it's Patel, that's true.
Yeah, it's going to be Ryan Patel from the pavilion end. Here he goes, and that's angled across Marcus Harris, who leaves that one well alone.
Did you say he'd taken 6 for 5 in a game?
He did against Somerset a few years ago, and he changed the game completely. I mean, Somerset were moving on quite serenely a few years back, and it was at Guildford back in 2018, and he took 6 for 5, including 5 11 balls. Here he goes, and Harris has a little nibble at that down the leg side. Thought he might be strangled down the leg side there, but he's not. Yeah, he took 5 wickets and 11 balls, and he's a good lad, Ryan Patel. He spoke very eloquently the other morning to us, and he's also a man who's helped out at a food bank during the COVID period through AFC Wimbledon. Although he's an Arsenal fan, he's a gooner. Here he comes in, and Marcus Harris defends that.
Interesting, just on that Wimbledon front. Wimbledon, of course, in the relegation zone in League One. All those matches today kicked off at 12:30. That Wimbledon, other than mathematically, probably down before the game started today, but they're 3 down at half time. So I think that can probably say League Two football next season.
Yeah, here's Patel in, and Harris hits that into the onside where the man is out.
But they too very much community driven since they've gone back to their original home in Morden. Well, not at Plough Lane, but where the old Greyhound track used to be.
Yeah, it's just down the road, isn't it? It's sort of more Durnsford Road end of Plough Lane, and fantastic to see, because they've been through the mill with what's gone on with MK Dons, and no one likes a franchise sports club, do they, Ian? He's Ryan Patel. Controversial here.
No, Dan, they don't.
No. That's a no ball. That's going to be 2 more onto the total.
I just give you the lunchtime scores from elsewhere. At Chelmsford, Northants 390, Essex 193, and following on, one without loss.
Patel. And that's a thick outside edge from Chris Dent. Still limping after lunch. He had that blow to the... Or he pushed off his foot. I don't know whether it's a muscular injury or whatever, but with the game against Hampshire next week, Gloucestershire will not want to lose Chris Dent.
No, absolutely not. Not at the moment. Not with the form he's in. Hampshire batting on against Lancashire, first innings lead of 6, and they're 182 for 4 second time round, so 188 ahead overall.
Patel to Harris, who plays that defensively, angle back, goes out to point.
And at Taunton, Somerset 458, Warwickshire 209, and following on 48 for 3, so still 201 behind. And Yorkshire trying to press for what would be a big first innings lead over Kent. Kent 291, Yorkshire 486 for 6. The standout score in the second division, to me, is a recovery by Worcestershire at Trent Bridge. They're batting on in their second innings, 328 for 8. That's a lead of 221. Ed Barnard got a century there yesterday, but Notts might have an awkward little chase there. 221 with power to add. That's the third day, obviously.
Yeah, Harry Brook in the runs for Yorkshire again.
Yes, he got 100 here, obviously, in the game last week. Dan Morrell's going to open from this Ashley Down Road end, and we'll get to Colin Robbins' email as well, which he sent during the lunch interval. Morrell in to Harry, to Dent. Doesn't get a bat on that, it just dribbles out on the offside off the thigh pad. Colin says, good afternoon. Last year I watched the game on the stream, but listened to commentary from Mark Church, our good friend. This year I've stayed with you. How nice. Very much enjoyed it, and it's been nice that you've included so many stats. He said, I believe in what you say, that Gloucestershire is such a nice club to support. Bristol is on my go-to list, but unfortunately a bad back has ruled me out this year. I think we all know what the result will be, but I shall keep an eye on things, particularly tomorrow. Here is Worrell in, steered out into the offside by Dent, but no run, straight to Ollie Pope. However, if Surrey can take a wicket, could Gloucestershire get Benny the dog to bat at number 3? Best wishes for the rest of the season. Hope to see you next year. Regards. Colin, thank you for that. I mean, you know, let's be fair, that would put a lot of numbers on the gate, Dan, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. I think Benny might get timed out, though, because he's not here today. But we have got Chris Dent's dog here, Simba, and saw his grandmother, who's turned into a sensation, YouTube sensation, after praying for her son after he was on 96.
Right, so the off stump again from Dan Worrell. This is the 57th over, as you can see, of this Gloucestershire reply, so that's Surrey's 603. And if you just go back to the thinking yesterday, we discussed it this morning about how far Surrey would bat. Would they go to 500? Would they go to 550? Would they go to 450? Maybe just by batting on they were saving their bowlers, because there is so little in this pitch. Worrell in, and there's always, again, Dent thinks about a single, and Marcus Harris wasn't looking. It went straight to the fielder, Rory Burns, at mid-off. Dent might have been all right, but Harris needed to go straight away. Yeah. Otherwise, even a throw to the far end would have, with the distance the ball had to travel, might have seen him in a spot of bother. And to go back to the spreadsheet of numbers that Adrian Thomas provided us with before the game, and Worrell in once more, and again Dent defends. The Gloucestershire record for the first wicket against Surrey is 219, so that is where we currently are. So one more run will break that Sadiq and Andy Stovall record from here at Bristol back in 1975.
Yeah,
it has been a match for records, hasn't it? You know, Jamie Smith's double 100, that was clearly a highest first-class score for him. And here, again, Dent defends. You had the record stand for the 8th wicket for Surrey against anybody.
Yeah.
244. And now we're going to have a record, almost certainly, first wicket stand for Gloucestershire against Surrey. Not against anybody. That's a completely different kettle of fish. But against Surrey.
Yeah, it's stats fabulous. I'm half expecting Norris McWhirter to jump out the crowd at some point.
I need my phone line to my contact to make sure that we get all the right numbers.
Yeah.
But it's still. Bear in mind we have to bear in mind the relative position on the scoreboard, and we are being a bit light-hearted about it at the moment because these two have done so well.
Ryan Patel from the pavilion end, tucked into the body of Marcus Harris, who just defends that.
But the longer it goes with Dent and Harris together, the more I think we'll see short spells from the Surrey bowlers.
Yeah, I agree.
There's no Rory Burns is not going to burn them out on, if pardon the pun, on this pitch. There is no point in doing that.
No, especially as Chris has dented Surrey hopes.
Thank you.
That's a lovely shot. That hits the stumps, though. Glad Ryan Patel didn't get a finger on that, because that would be an awful way for Chris Dent to depart there. Don't know if he was back in his ground. Ryan Patel laughing about it. Let's have a look on the replay. Straight drive from Harris. No, he didn't get anywhere near it, but Chris Dent was out of his ground. But it doesn't matter if Ryan Patel hasn't touched the ball.
Harris probably a bit peeved he didn't get more for that.
Yes, I agree. Patel to Harris, who nurdles him in onto the onside, where the man's right out in the deep, so there's a easy one there to the Australian.
I think somebody downstairs knows about that record because he applauded.
Yes.
And you wouldn't normally just applaud what you might call a random single.
Possibly Adrian himself. Or is he on the way to Rochdale watching his beloved Bristol Rovers?
No, I think he is here on the ground today.
Is he? Patel. And Chris Dent leaves that one well alone. Ryan Patel been in the Surrey Academy since he was 8 years old. He's another one from Whitgift School, where we're talking about the fauna and the wildlife of South London and Surrey, and we're talking about the parakeets before lunch, and Whitgift's got peacocks roaming around the grounds, and Mara. That's just angled into Dent, who just plays that into the onside. Takes the score on to 2-2-1. Yeah, Mara's I think it's a South American sort of rodent type thing, isn't it? I believe.
No, that's gone over my head there, Dan, you see.
Yeah.
I think that's where your better education stands you in good stead.
Well, I was educated in the London Borough of Haringey and went to school with the likes of Samantha Fox and people like that. So
you're well connected then?
Oh, completely, yeah. Yeah. Patel in, and that's played into the offside by Harris. Let's have a look at the Mara.
While Dan's doing that, I'll just give you the update on the bowling figures for Surrey. Topley 16 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 43. Dan Morrell 14 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 28. Jordan Clark 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 51. He was quite wayward this morning. Colin de Grandon 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 34. Will Jacks 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 34. And then Ryan Patel only on since lunch. Just 2 overs from him. And again, is there a... well, there's a brief word about the ball from Rory Burns to umpire Hassan Adnam.
Mara's are large rodents closely related to the guinea pig. They look like hares, and they do come from South America.
Dan Worrell to continue from this Ashley Down road end. That's steered away by Dent, very full outside the off stump, and again Sam Curran with a good throw for somebody who's got apparently a twinge in his back. That was a good throw from out there. Kept them down to a single. We're back to standing on one leg.
They inhabit dry, arid grassland, so surprised we haven't seen any here at Bristol.
Double Nelson then. 2-2-2 without loss, Gloucestershire. In reply to 603. One batting point secured. Worrell in. Oh, that has beaten Harris. That's nicely angled by Worrell. Outside the off stump, but nothing going for him at the moment. Worrell, of course, left Gloucestershire and then became what you might call a locally based player, no longer an overseas, no longer classed as an overseas, following his move to the Oval.
It's interesting with his curved run. He starts from exactly the same position where he expects someone to go over the wicket when he's going around the wicket, isn't he?
And that's where he's going now, round the wicket. In again to Harris, who can pick up a single out to Curran again. Nothing, no ground to make up. Well, the throw was fizzed into Josh Blake. Josh Blake keeping wicket today in place of Jamie Smith. I poke cap last night because very simply Blake wasn't on the ground, but he did arrive here last night knowing that he would be keeping today. Smith not 100% after his innings with the bat. In fact, he was certainly troubled during his innings as well as after it. Worrell again looks a little rueful as he walks back. De Grandom's hat and Amla's hat distinguishable at mid-on and short cover respectively.
Yeah, De Grandom's is slightly stiffer brimmed than Amla, I think.
Yes, perhaps it's a newer model. Patel must have been moved by Rory Burns. He'd go by the umpire, I think, at square leg. So they're going to leave the gap open at mid-wicket. Now for Dent. Patel, in fact, is going to leg gully, is he? Yes, he is almost. Just for that one that's worked off the hip. Worrell around the wicket, and Dent isn't tempted by that. Pretty open face of the bat up towards Amla at mid-on.
The rest of the Surrey side seem to be in the traditional brown cap with the Prince of Wales feathers on top. And you can tell the more experienced players like Rory Burns, who's been around a while, because his has faded. Sort of looks grey, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's nowhere near brown, is it? And it's got the ponytail tucked out of the back as well.
Yeah, it's...
Worrell to Chris Dent. And again, the same shot, quite wide, and he's got 4 for that. Punched away through extra cover. 2 other deliveries in that over. They really steered into the offside, but that was wide enough that Dent really went for it and timed it well. He's up to 115, and there is his stats, exactly 200 balls faced and 20 boundaries. So his strike rate is really, when it's up above 50 as an opener, and you've been in for the length of time he has,
yeah,
it's a really good effort, this. And as you can see, 59 overs gone. 227 without loss. And in fact, in terms of stands against Surrey for any wicket, we're getting to the stage where others are now coming into view.
Yeah, Patel from the pavilion end, and that goes through to the gloves of Josh Blake.
So the next one,
leaving it alone.
The next one would be the 234, which is the second wicket against. That's at the Oval. That's Grayson Townsend back in 1870. So 234 is the next sort of stand for any wicket against Surrey.
Patel, and that's pitched up, and Harris drives it.
The ultimate target is 285, which would beat anything. But there are others along the way, 4 more in fact to get to that point.
Whenever we look through these for Gloucestershire, always two names appear every week, and that's W.G. Grace and Wally Hammond. Patel. But that was a lovely email from Colin, and thank you for getting involved with us. And anyone else, drop us a line to commentators@glossccc.co.uk. And we're glad that Bristol's on your go-to list, because it's a lovely ground, it's a lovely part of the world, and it's a lovely, warm, friendly club. And on days like today, when the wicket's flat, as Ryan Patel comes in, Harris just nurdles him into the onside for one. When the wicket's flat and the sun shining and the Thatcher's is flowing in the Thatcher's bar, where else would you rather be?
Just trying to think. Have you, Dan, been to all the 18 county HQs?
No, I've got Durham, Derby, and Old Trafford to do. I've never ever been to Old Trafford.
Right.
Yeah. Here's Patel into Chris Dent. Wide, and Dent drives him, but there's a short extra cover with de Grand on there, and Reece Topley is over his right shoulder, slightly deeper, as Dent has been particularly hot through that area. Have you been to all 18?
Just trying to think, actually. So I've definitely been to Durham.
Patel in. Short, and Dent pulls that backwards, and it finds Dan Worrell out a deep backward square where he's going to throw that in, and Chris Dent will retain the strike. Where else have you?
So several of these grounds I've only been to once, but obviously that counts. Mm-hmm. So I think Durham, Derby and Leicester would all be one visit only.
Yep.
I have been to Northampton, Edgbaston.
I quite like Northampton.
Yeah, it's quite small, and obviously it's much improved recently.
Yeah, they're a nice bunch there, and the food's very good. We get looked after at Northampton very well.
We get looked after here too.
We do. We do. Certainly do.
I'm trying to think. I think I actually probably have been to all 18. I say 3 of them might only be one visit each, though. Here's Worrell in, and Dent just works that round his pad into the leg side, taken by Hashim Amla. I don't think I've worked at Old Trafford in terms of doing commentary there. I have been to watch, and all the others I have worked at. I've not done a commentary from the new press box at Lord's, funnily enough. I did one from the old box just before it was
at the top of the water stand.
Gutted, effectively.
Well, that whole stand's been knocked down now, and it's a lovely... Lord's is going through redevelopment in various phases, and the Warner was knocked down and reopened, I think, 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. But it's lovely facilities in there. I was in there for the Test match against Ireland when Jack Leach got 92 a few years back, and it was about 38 degrees in London. It was a real roaster.
2:30 for no wicket. Gloucestershire aiming to get the second batting point, then go on from there. Worrell short, and that's played in the air but safely down through the big gap. There's nobody in the slip cordon at all now. Marcus Harris knew there was a degree of comfort in playing that shot, and there is a man down in front of the small scoreboard down there, and Surrey, well, they're almost in containing mode here, aren't they? And until they can get some sort of a breakthrough, they don't want to be chasing leather all afternoon. 6 saving 1, and a short ball from Worrell goes straight through to Josh Blake. Yes, I mean, some of the county HQs have had quite a lot of work. I mean, the ground here at Bristol looks very different with the introduction of the apartments and the new mound stand. Derby is much improved. I've not been there for I was going to say 15 years. It may be nearer 20. So that would see quite a big change. And Worrell again short and let go by Chris Dent.
Yeah, the old jockey's stand has gone from there, which was a lovely little part of the...
And that's the connection with the club, with the racecourse as previous.
Yeah. It's got a big new hotel there, and these grounds do change, just like Hollywood celebrities visiting their plastic surgeons, aren't they? And just getting a little bit of upgrades now and again.
Northampton too is the new stand. Is it at the Bennett end at Northampton?
No, it's the Lynn Wilson Centre.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's a third short one from Worrell in the over. Josh Beck doesn't take it cleanly. So where is the Bennett? Is that at Leicester, the Bennett
You
end?
think it is, yeah.
Maybe I'm getting confused with
the Lynn
Grace
Wilson
Road.
Centre end, though, you do the commentary out there now, which is improved, because you used to do it from the other end, from the sort of next to the pavilion. And or what's the David Capel end as it is now. It got renamed last year. And... it was never ideal, because when Andrew Radd from the BBC likes to do his updates to BBC Northampton, someone will put a kettle on behind him.
Worrell, that's a bit better length, a bit further up. Still allowing Dent to go back, though, outside the off stump. And no run, so Worrell just trying the variation of the short ball in that over. Didn't bring him any reward, mind you. 231 for no wicket, and we've had 61 overs. So you can see the scoring rate really is very healthy. And Gloucestershire looking for, let's say, taking the targets in small bites. I'm sure these two. Paul Mitchell says, thanks for the coverage. Thanks for your email, Paul. Our flat, slow pitches with nothing for the bowlers good for cricket. There are some pitches like this at the Oval last year. Little chance for a result, and it makes the batsmen look good.
Dot ball there from Patel.
Yes, I think Dan and I both agree that 600 plays 600 is not entertainment. And Dan says he's looking forward to going to the Cheltenham Festival this year, and you just really talk about Chris Dent's mum, perhaps looking for some divine intervention, Chris Dent's grandma, divine intervention for his 100.
Here's Patel into Harris, nurdles him into the onside, 1 run.
When you talk about value for shots, Cheltenham is the place for that, because it is a small ground, slightly curious in shape, in the sense that here at Bristol we have wide boundaries square of the wicket. At Cheltenham the longer boundaries are straight, the shorter boundaries are square, and therefore, you know, the pitch, because it's only used for the festival, no other time of the year, it generally offers encouragement to both batsman and bowler.
Patel in. That's what you want. That's a dot ball. That's what you want, though. You want something which is it's got a bit in it for both. In fact, I think personally that the best games of cricket are those that are slightly in favour of the bowler. They make the better games of cricket. But what you want in the ideal scenario, especially in 4-day cricket, you want a pitch with a bit of pace and carry. You want a true surface, and then starts to spin at the end of day 3 and into day 4. Patel in to Chris Dent. But no, thank you for your email. And Paul, it's great to hear from you.
I think just to pick up on that point about Cheltenham, now I've got to think about my brain here, because there was no festival in 2020. In the promotion year in 2019, and again last year, and in fact also I think if you go back into 2018, I'll just complete that thought in a moment.
Patel to Dent, pushes into the covers.
I think we have had the last 6 championship matches at Cheltenham have gone to the final session on the final day.
Very good. That's what you want out of a game of cricket. That's exactly what you want out of a game of cricket. I think this might go to the final session of the final day, but possibly not in the way that we want. But hey, you can't have everything in life, can you, Ian Randall? Ryan Patel in, and Chris Dent plays that one out through the covers. Reece Topley can't get down to it, but in that area they've got a short extra. They've got a normal cover, and they've got a man deep on the boundary who's cut off that, and he only gets one for it.
Topley's rather sort of clambered to his feet there. I think it is. It's quite a warm day for a quick bowler who's having to come back and bowl second and third spells, or even third and fourth spells. When there's nothing happening. If you're taking wickets, you find the energy, but the energy drains out of you in the field on a day like this.
Yep. Well, I'm looking forward to my trip. I've never been to Cheltenham College, and looking forward to my debut.
And the joy is you're so close to everything.
Yeah.
That's the joy, is that you're literally right on top of the action all the time. Dan Worrell around the wicket and just played off the back foot. Chris Dent standing tall and fielded by Colin de Grandhomme, coming in from point by the umpires. The umpire standing on the offside for Chris Dent.
When you said you're so close to everything there, Ian, I thought you meant, for the nightlife of Cheltenham afterwards.
Well, it's certainly walkable, Dan, for you in your youthful phase of your life.
It's called immaturity.
Worrell, he's not been afraid to try the short ball in this spell, just to bang it in a bit more and give Chris Dent a bit of chin music, just to see if he fancies playing the hook. But in fact, perhaps this reflects the pitch as much as anything. I don't think we've actually seen somebody play a hook shot in this match.
No, I don't think we have.
Nobody has gone for anything that has been banged in short. One or two have been cut away.
I think the nearest we've seen is de Grandhomme when he pulled that one for 6.
Yeah. Worrell, that's pitched up, and that has gone away off the pitch. Dent just maybe smile at Worrell about that, but he's tried to bowl the off cutter there, and it has beaten Dent. Here's a look at it a second time from the Ashley Down Road end. Yeah, it's got quite a nice shape to that, considering it's, Surrey are going to have to bowl for another, they're going to be 20 past 3 before they get their hands on a second new ball. Dent again gets inside the line, tried to work that onto the onside towards Patel, but couldn't do it. But the go back to the poll we had this morning about where Gloucestershire might get to, nearly 50% of those who answered the poll said they might get to north of 400. And my view would have been at the start of play, they probably wouldn't get to 400 tonight. But it's not, it's not impossible to see that now. 233 for no wicket, particularly against a towering attack later in the day. Another short one from Worrell, doesn't get up quite as much, and it's Dent who sways out of the way.
I'm going to go for 415. I think 100 runs per session.
Well, and if that's the case, Gloucestershire won't be at the follow-on target, but they'll be very nearly there, and especially if in my conversation with our good friend Ed Seaborn last night suggested, they still had at least one regular batsman in. Dent. Good concentration again, just to make sure that if Worrell does tighten the line up a bit, which he did there, he can just steer it out on the offside safely. They would want probably no more than 5 wickets down at the close of play. And at the moment, they're heading very well towards that, because the openers are still together, and every over that goes by, every 20 minutes or so that goes by, Surrey's frustration is going to grow. We had a message, I think it was from Jeff Gilpin yesterday, concerning Jamie Smith at Sutton. And Bill Lang has said, I'm off to watch Sutton United this afternoon. But he said with Sutton's Jamie Smith getting 234 not out, the latest keeper, Josh Blake, also comes from the same club.
Patel into Marcus Harris. Wonderfully named Gander Green Lane, isn't it? And it's fair play to them. And their manager at Sutton is Matt. I can't remember his
Gray.
Matt Gray.
Sorry, there's a bit too much knowledge there.
He's from my neck of the woods. He's a man from Barnet.
So we'll just confirm that picture after this ball.
Patel in, and Harris works him. Just the one. Harris moving on to 85.
So 235 without loss. So that beats now the record second wicket stand, W.G. Grace and F. Townsend at the Oval in 1870, and equals a stand between Alex Gidman and Steve Adshead here at Bristol.
Patel
2005
to Dent. Gloucestershire just 16 runs away from a second batting point here.
Yeah, 110 overs total, of course, available.
And that's what they'll be after. They'll be looking to accumulate these points.
I mean, if they could end up getting 5 batting points and 2 bowling points and a draw out of this game, I would think Dale Benkenstein would say that says a lot about their attitude.
Yeah. Ryan Patel in, and Dent just works that one out into the onside. As Bruce Forsyth told us, points will make prizes.
Well, and just interesting looking at the other scores as well. I mean, you could have said, implied, and I think you're right to say this, that Northants making Essex struggle a little bit against the form book. That
certainly
I know
is.
you've seen Northants this year, but
I have. What Northants have got, they're scrappers as well. And as Patel comes in to Harris, who plays that down the ground nicely, but doesn't get any runs for it. What Northants have got is that they've got a very, very good opening attack. I think it's the oldest opening attack in the country with Ben Sanderson and Gareth Berg, but they're both high-quality bowlers. Behind that, I'm not so sure sort of how much depth they've got, but they've got some very eye-catching batsmen at the top of the order. As Patel comes into Harris, who brings the bomb hand into that one and gets that one out through mid-wicket, down towards the scoreboard at the pavilion end. And that's a glorious shot. But what they've got there at Northants, they've got some eye-catching guys at the top of the order. Vasconcelos is a dangerous customer. He goes for it from ball one. And he's got the captaincy. And Emilio Gay is a very pleasing batsman on the eye. He's good to watch. And they've had a few problems pre-season. Adam Rossington left under a sort of a bit of a cloud. There was obviously a disconnect with the new coach who took over there.
John Sadler?
John Sadler's come in, yeah, and David Ripley was there before, and he's still involved with the club. He's been there for about 40 years in total as player, and he's had every job under the sun at Northamptonshire. But yeah, John Sadler and Adam Rossington didn't get on, and Rossington had the captaincy taken from him and then left, and he's at Essex, so that'll be pleasing for John Sadler, that result, if they can get a win there.
Dan Worrell with a leg gully now for Chris Dent. Slip cordon completely vacant, and Dent steers a single down past to Grondham. I say a single, he's going to get 2. And Sam Curran was reasonably swiftly onto it, but his throw went to the bowler's end, had migrated distance, and what looked to be a comfortable single, they did well to turn into a second run. Maybe, well, that Curran had more ground to make up than I thought there, but anyway, 2 more, 241, and Harris is on 89 at the other end, giving Dent very, very good support. I'm sure they're talking a lot to each other to keep each other going here, and the umpires are, I think, ultimately going to say, do you know, I think we have a little bit of an issue with the ball. I accept that you have a case that it's out of shape.
Roy Burns gave a double fist pump there, getting the ball changed.
At last we've got something we might be able to work with, he said. So the numbers for Chris Dent and Marcus Harris's innings. We'll try and get James to put the batting screen up on the board for you on the screen, so you can see as the umpires go off to select a different ball from the box that will be brought out to them. But 64 overs and 1 ball to get 241. They're all up at nearly 4 and over, and they're the bare stats of this partnership. Chris Dent with the greater strike, but the strike rate, not much in it, as you can see. Marcus Harris just behind him. That's runs per 100 balls, obviously, but it's a lesson in concentration from these two, isn't it? Apart from anything else, they've got to pick the right shots and make sure they run properly so they don't give a cheap run out away. But it does say a lot for their mental resolve, having been in the field for so long. That's what pleased Dale Benkenstein last night, and he will be delighted today that after a night's sleep they've just carried on.
Yeah, and they're both very easy on the eye, aren't they? They're both attractive batsmen to watch, and it's great to see. And I'm with you. Chris Dent is a popular man in these parts, and you can see why. He epitomises the club. He's a one-club man, and he's not that far short of 10,000 career first-class runs for Gloucestershire.
Yep,
and we'll let you know when that milestone's about to.
Yeah, 121 at the moment, so he's getting within striking distance now. Obviously, he and David Payne both played England under-19s together, and they were the two out of that crop here at Gloucestershire that have come right through. Worrell around the wicket. Oh, and that does again just go possibly out of a foot mark. It was quite wide, but it may just have straightened out of a foot mark there and taken by Josh Blake. Let's just see how far up this is pitching and see whether it is. It's actually it's short of that, but it's just the angle that Worrell develops bowling around the wicket means that he can straighten one, and Rory Burns is going to make a change to the field. He's going to bring Ryan Patel across, and they're going to put Pope back in at slip. Interestingly, although he's quite wide at first slip there. Will Jackson the cap at third, and that's too wide though from Worrell.
Yeah,
outside the off stump.
I think Worrell's getting its reverse, and I think that's why Ollie Pope's gone in there, because the he's coming around the wicket, he's angling it into Chris Dent, and then he's tailing away late, and I think this ball is now starting to reverse.
It's late to do it though. Normally you would expect it maybe 20 to 40 overs.
Yeah, it helps with the abrasive dry surface, doesn't it, we've got here.
Ball in again, and Dent gets his front pad right across there. Make sure he's covering everything and doesn't play a shot. Those on the ground today, very pleasant conditions for watching. And don't forget, we are free after tea as usual here with admission after tea, which is 3:40, 20 minutes to 4, or when 32 overs remain, whichever is the later. So we haven't been going too quickly on that front since lunch, so we still have more than 20 overs to go in this afternoon session, most of which will be bowled with at least another 15 after this will be bowled with an old ball. So Gloucestershire know that if they are going to get up towards that 300 to get beyond it, at the rate they've been scoring, they might be getting to 300 against this old ball, which would be 3 batting points.
Yeah, whether you're joining us in the ground or on the stream, we hope you're enjoying this masterclass here.
Worrell in, and Dent again finds the gap on the offside. That's a nice shot, and that'll be 4 more. Those drives have not been played with much backlift. They've just been pushes, haven't they? Really, it's all in the time of getting to the ball, and all about the technique from Dent. Not flamboyant in any way, but it's wide enough that you can just get into position, push it through the gap and let the outfield do the rest.
Yeah, really nice shot there from Chris Dent. The numbers again on the streams have been really encouraging all around the country. The figures are up on people's streams, and here we're no different at Gloucestershire. We've had for the first 2 days over 130,000 people tune in, and it's we're very grateful to you. We're very, very grateful to you, and we hope you're enjoying what's unfolding in front of you. And wherever you're listening to in the world, wherever you're listening from, we've had people from Indonesia, we've had people from Portland in Oregon, probably Portland in Dorset.
Possibly, yeah, Portland in Dorset. Nice part of the world there.
Yeah, down by Weymouth, isn't it? A bit further on. Portland Bill.
Change, I think, at the pavilion end. I tell you, one of the Jordan Clark's coming back. One of the highlights of that, I think it was in the 2020 season.
Here's Clark in to Harris. Oh, that's a good delivery. First up.
Just mentioning Portland, says to me shipping forecast. And Carlos Brathwaite read the shipping forecast in that lovely deep accent of his.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that people just go to, don't they? Because they liked his punditry.
Clark in, and Harris just angles that one down to third.
But I think that it went back to the last Ashes trip when BBC asked Jim Maxwell to do it. Obviously, doyen of Australian commentary.
Yeah.
And they thought, actually, if Jim can do it, surely we must get Carlos Brathwaite to do it in that very languid way that that he does. And it just sounded unnatural, But Portland, of course, is one of those stations in the shipping forecast.
Clark into Dent, who angles it backwards.
Could you do all the sites on the shipping forecast? Top of your head?
No. Fisher, German Bite.
Yep. Humber, Thames, Dover, White, Portland, Plymouth, Finisterre, Seoul, Lundy, Fastnet, Irish Sea, ...
Very good. I've been jesting with my colleague Ian Randall here about the West Country accent earlier and throwing the word mind in at the end of a sentence, which is a very Bristolian thing to do. Oh, and that's a short ball, and that has gone rather too close to my car for comfort, but Chris Dent's going to get 4 runs for his troubles. And
second batting point.
Yeah, second batting point, and there's a hook shot, Ian. We said about it.
You haven't seen many of those.
No. Short ball from Clark, and Dent, easy pace, doesn't even get above waist, well, barely waist height, and he pulls it back with a square for 4 runs.
You see, dare I say, you bowl that length at the oval, you get more life out of the pitch.
Yeah, you do. Here's Clark to Dent, and that's wide. Dent leaves it well alone.
I'm sure it's the case that, bowlers who bowl on their home ground know the characteristics of their pitches better than anybody, and therefore the length you should be bowling. And it looks as if Jordan Clark hasn't worked out on this pitch the length he does need to be bowling.
No, he definitely doesn't. He's struggled somewhat. Here he comes into Dent on 129, and again Dent lets that one go through. So we're talking about it's a West thing, isn't it, about throwing in mind at the end of a sentence. And they'd say it in Wales as well, and they say it here in the West Country. And I'm going to be saying it by the end of the season, aren't I?
The characteristics from where you come from as well?
Yeah, well, the old London estuary English. Just to go back to that point that Dan made about Chris Dent's 10,000
first-class runs. He was very close to 9,000 at the start of the 2020 season. Got there in the match against Worcestershire, the opening game of the season, past the 9,000, and he thought, okay, well, surely even in a truncated season, was a full season last year, should get to 10,000, but he had part of last year out through injury, and so he's still short, but he now only needs another 35. Worrell into Marcus Harris. That sounded nice off the bat too. He's partially stopped by de Grandhomme. He's got something on that. They'll still get 2 though as he chases out towards the boundary at deep point. Yeah, the magic number for Chris Dent is 164 in terms of getting to 10,000, and he's on 129 not out at the moment. The one thing we were chatting about as we left the ground yesterday was, some teams are louder in the field than others, and this Surrey team has not had a lot of volume about it, has it? And that kind of tells you where they are in the game.
No.
Here's Worrell in again, left Marcus Harris, but it was too wide, taken by Blake.
No,
the general volume, if they had taken 6 or 7 wickets by now, everybody would be encouraging everybody else after every ball, and you'd have a constant chatter, but it doesn't seem as if it's like that.
No, it's like the crucible out there, isn't it? And it's we were discussing last night, our noisy neighbours from down the M5 are quite loud, aren't they, down in Somerset?
They can be. Worrell in once more, and again Harris just straightens himself up. He's got 92. Century on home debut. He would certainly go up again in the herogram category if you get back-to-back 100 on your first 2 red ball matches in front of your own supporters.
Yeah, it's been confirmed with club records as well. It is 164 for Chris Dent.
Worrell in.
Our man Jack Longstaff's there in the office, just confirming that.
So that's the number Dent needs to get to 10,000.
I'm looking forward to the Somerset game in a couple of weeks, West Country derby.
This is a hard block of games, this, for Gloucestershire, isn't it? When you consider this is the 4th, and they've got Hampshire away.
Yeah.
Where the record isn't very good, albeit they got a tremendous draw there last year. Steered out once again by Harris, who's picking up a lot of runs square of the wicket now, just playing the ball a bit later. The ball's a bit softer too, which obviously helps. And
yeah, that Hampshire attack is
just
decent.
ticking the scoreboard up.
That Hampshire attack is really good. Abbott and Abbas, probably the best opening pair in the country.
Yeah, Kyle Abbott was with us during the match at Cheltenham last year when Hampshire were batting, and you really wouldn't like him if he wasn't such a likeable individual. Almost a leg spinner from Dan Worrell. Slow ball out the back of the hand, spotted by Chris Dent. You might have seen that in the odd net now and again. No, Abbott, I mean, he's a very competitive, typical fast bowler, very competitive, doesn't give you anything. Yeah. But actually, he crosses the rope, and he is one of the nicest people. And it's just that ability to switch into competitive mode and then understand that, cricket is a game that people love for all sorts of reasons, and if you can engage with those people, it just gives you as an individual and the club you're playing for such an enhanced image, doesn't it?
Yeah, Steve Kirby's exactly the same. He'll be here for that game. He's assistant coach at Somerset. There's Clark, who's about to bowl to Harris. That's wide. That's a great take there. That's a superb take, because that started out wide. It went even wider. And that is a wonderful take from young Josh Blake.
He had a long way to go. Look at where how wide the first slip is.
That is outrageous. That's in front of where second slip would be normally. Clark. Oh, and that one is off the outside edge from Marcus Harris. And Blake can't get across to that one.
Well, there we were saying that Harris was quietly going about the runs he needs to get his 100. That was a thick nick, and fortunately no first slip. Would have gone straight into the breadbasket.
Yeah.
Harris to 97.
Yeah, closing in on a second. That's short, and that's pulled, and that's going to be his 100. 4 runs there, pulled away. 200s in 2 games here at the Seat Unique Stadium for Marcus Harris. 101 off 179 balls with 16 fours, and what a lovely innings. And he's starting to get cult hero status here in the West Country.
Well, he deserved the fortune from the ball previous because of the way he's batted. That was almost the first false shot he'd played. Now it's about focusing again.
Clark in, and that's wide. And moves this partnership on to 261.
And now it means that the only bigger stand for Gloucestershire against Surrey was Hammond and Lyon at the Oval in 1928.
Clark, and that's played out to deep cover by Harris.
Thanks again to Adrian Thomas for this list of highest wicket partnerships. It's beaten everything else for any other wicket. Other than that, I say that's 6th wicket stand in 1928.
Yeah.
So
Clark going at 6 and over.
Harris almost as if that was a flicking of a switch there. Now he got to 3 figures.
Yeah. Clark into Dent. That's wide, and that's. Well, that wasn't given a wide. I expected umpire Hassan Adnan to be like the statue of Christ the Redeemer, Rio de Janeiro, there with his arms outstretched, but yeah, unfortunately not for Gloucestershire. It was actually another good stop, but you can see the reverse swing there with Clark's getting it to reverse, Dan Worrell's getting it to reverse, and whether this man coming on to bowl here, Colin de Grandhomme, can get it to reverse as well.
He might be at a pace where they could. We've still got 12 overs to go until the second new ball, so that would leave another 8 with the new ball before tea, just to map out where Gloucestershire are in terms of their overs. Remember, 110 overs is the limit for bonus points, and from where they are, they're racing along at 4 and over. Every chance that 400 might well be achievable, and therefore 5 batting points. Steered away again by Harris. That's a better placement from him rather than... He did chase a couple in the last over, but he'll pick up 2 here.
Their placement has been superb, and what they've done as well, they've manoeuvred the ball into gaps quite nicely, and even... You know, the cover driving's been a feature of this innings, but even when the ball hasn't been there, they've just worked it back with a square and picked up the 2s, the 1s and 2s as well. They run very well together.
Grandhomme in, and that's let go by the forward prod of Marcus Harris. So one other thing to mention in that is this is now the biggest stand of the match. It beats the 244 that Jordan Clark and Jamie Smith put together yesterday. And to that end, therefore, I think we might come back to that word that was used in the report yesterday about the Gloucestershire bowling being, so according to one correspondent, uninspired. I think you might say that the Surrey bowling has been a bit the same. It's been a bit two sides of the wicket, and these two have profited from it. And that's interesting too, because as de Grandhomme sees Harris defend that, it's not as if they've had a right-hand left-hander to cope with. They've had two left-handers to cope with. So, you know, and it's not easy on a pitch that's offering as little as this is. But it's that metronomic approach to try and force a mistake. And sorry, I haven't done that.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, you just have really unresponsive pitches, don't they? And they break the hearts of bowlers. And, you know, you can't accuse either side of having poor bowling attacks sometimes when the pitch makes it so conducive to good batting. And I thought those were harsh words. Just got one eye on the biggest totals here by Gloucestershire against Surrey.
To Grandhomme, into Dent. Just plays it almost dead weight out on the offside. Our email remains open. Thanks to all of you who've communicated today. Commentators at glosscc.co.uk. There it is, top right hand corner of your screen. Conscious that, you know, lots of people are doing lots of different things on a weekend, and you might be dipping in and out of the coverage. But certainly from a Gloucestershire point of view, having seen 2 hard days in the field, this is quite a riposte, but it's worth bearing in mind that the first target is still 453, and even going at the rate they are, I don't think Gloucestershire are going to get there tonight, but they might get quite close.
Clark, that's wide, and Harris goes after that.
I think Harris seems to have decided that this is the time, maybe against the old ball, which is another 10 overs to go. This is the time to start really trying to push and see if Surrey, they really can break Surrey here.
Yeah, he's that's wide and cut out to Reece Topley out there in deep cover.
I mean, Clark is almost bowling at a second set and sub, isn't he? Outside the off stump here.
There's bowling dry and there's bowling arid. And he's definitely bowling arid. I've just got one of those highest individual innings for Gloucestershire. We've got Zahir Abbas against Surrey at the Oval. That's played out to mid-off by Chris Dent. That was 216 not out back in 1976. Ian Randall.
I do remember that summer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very, very warm.
Dancing along to Brotherhood of Man.
Really?
They won the Eurovision Song Contest then, didn't they?
That's good knowledge.
Oh, and that's edged as well by Chris Dent, and that goes through that vacant first slip. And Rory Burns must be pulling out his ponytail here.
He's got a man effectively at second in Ollie Pope, but there's a big gap between Pope and Josh Blake, and the two have gone between there now. And Pope's kind of looking towards the skipper and saying, where should I be standing?
He's closed the gap now. It's Clark. Again reversing it, and the ball's angling into the left-handers and tailing away. The other score is 205 not out against Wally Hammond at the by Wally Hammond at the Oval in 1928. What were you doing then, Ian?
1928, yeah.
Eurovision Song Contest tonight, I believe, isn't it?
Oh.
And I think we've got a chance. Like, we've been useless for years, haven't we? Because we had a good track record. And
for a while we did.
Yeah, and we've been awful for a number of years. As Clark comes in, and that's lovely from Dent. Goes out to Reece Topley, a deep cover for a single. Yeah, but I think we've got a guy, I think he's from Essex, I can't remember his name. But looks a little bit like Chris Dent, long blonde hair, beard. And I think he's got a chance. Not sure he can bat like Chris Dent though. He might win the Eurovision Song Contest, but I bet he can't get 134.
Well, Dent and Harris continue to talk in between overs. Who knows what those conversations are about? But Chris Dent's actually batted an hour since lunch, which has been a decent effort considering the discomfort he was in this morning, having clearly done something to his right foot while batting. It wasn't hitting a ball onto his toe or anything. Grandon just moving his bowling marker, almost shortening his run actually, outside the off stump, and taken by Blake. Pope has gone back into a more orthodox slip. We've got 3 men saving a single on the offside. He's got a third man and a cover on the boundary. He's got a boundary rider at deep point as well, de Grandon. A deep backward square and a mid-on, a big gap at mid-wicket. That's where the ball goes. Single anywhere you like on the leg side. And Dent and Harris may as well, if they can, pick up runs through that area against the old ball. And if they say 300 runs potentially in a full 80 overs would be a very, very good effort from these two. And their judgment, by and large, as Grandon bowls to Harris, lets that go outside the off stump. Their judgment, by and large, of what to leave and what to play has been exemplary.
Umpire just having a look at de Grandon encroaching into the danger area there. Got to get off the pitch a little bit quicker than that, Colin. But since in the last 6 sessions, or 6.5 now, we've had 7 wickets fall in this game.
Yes, it really has been. And as de Grandon again outside the off stump, it has been. We said you phrased yesterday. It's like batting on a road.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah,
and
I think there'd be more movement off the bays at the Crucible than this.
Possibly so. De Grandon staying over the wicket. This angle is better from over the wicket than round, but still Harris is judging what to really push hard at and what not to. Henry Burns and Hashim Amla just having a brief word. No great meeting with the Brains Trust in the Surrey outfield in this situation. De Grandon in, and again, use the word a lot, but it's just steered by Harris into the gap on the offside. And I pick up one more. 273 for no wicket, with 71 overs gone. 9 overs until the second new ball, and 8 after that until the tea interval. Sorry, you've got some hope that from somewhere the second new ball can give them not only this wicket but at least another 2. If they did that, they might have an outside chance, bearing in mind that the Gloucestershire have got to get to 453, but frankly it doesn't look like it.
No, at the moment Surrey have only got 3 batting points, no bowling points. As Clark comes in to Harris, who gets that one backward of square, and that's going to go away for 4 runs, down to third. And this outfield, it didn't go that far to the left of the man down here at third, and the outfield just takes it away.
The wide angle shot that we probably had on the first day, looking across the ground from the man stand, the outfield looked pretty dry. Now it's another 2 days with a bit of sun on it as well.
Looks Saharan.
It's and plus of course they cut the grass every morning before play. I'm sure regular county championship watchers will know that anyway.
Clark in, and that's and it's dropped by Ollie Pope. Hard chance, diving away to his left. And Harris has flirted with danger. Both batsmen have flirted with danger in the last few overs with that reverse that Clark's getting. And that was a tough chance away to the left-hand side of Ollie Pope. But he can't cling on. The ball just wouldn't stick.
Almost, I think, the first chance that either batsman have given.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Here's Clark in, and again tails that away. It's tailing away. Late.
It's a trudge back from Clark to his mark, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it just?
Oh. And I'm wondering, sort of, I think they will take the new ball, but this older ball is starting to reverse, isn't it? It's starting to do things. Here he comes, approaching the crease, and Dent just lets that one come onto him and angles it down to third for a single.
I wonder what the pie chart would show in terms of where these two have scored the runs. My
wagon wheel thing.
Yeah, the wagon wheel. Yeah.
Yeah.
The my hunch would be probably more through the offside in a sweep from mid off to third man than anywhere else.
Yeah. Here's Clark into Harris, who carves that one backward of square, and it's going to get a third. Wagon wheel, not to be confused with the Wagon Works, which was a lovely ground at Gloucester, very popular amongst the members here.
Yeah, the old Tuffley Avenue ground. Stopped playing there after Harvey Trump took 14 wickets there in a match for Somerset. And they said it turned too much.
And King's School, that was used.
King's School was then used after
Okay.
Tuffley Avenue, when they had to find somewhere else in the city to go.
Clark to Dent, and that's outside off stump, and Clark's not a happy boy.
There's a bit of a story about that King's School ground, actually. It's on one of the...
Is that Archdeacon's Meadow or something?
Yes, it is. It's on one of the sort of arterial routes out of the city towards the Forest of Dean.
Yep.
But that site, obviously owned by the King's School, used to be a tip.
Yep.
And I'll come back to that story in a moment, because James wants to show us something on the replay. This is the Pope chance, is it? The catch?
Yeah, it's a tough one, diving away to the left.
Yeah, it's a taller man might have found that a bit easier, but it was sharp. It was an awkward height.
Yeah, Harris went hard at it, didn't he?
Mm.
He slashed at it, and they do fly there. So go on, this story.
Yeah, so come back to that after de Grandhomme has started a new over from the Ashley Down Road end. It's outside the off stump. So yes, that site was obviously purchased by the school at a point at which it was a tip, and it is said that when that tip was excavated, one of the things they found buried, if that's quite the right term, on it was a double-decker bus. So the ground was obviously levelled, made good as a playing field initially. That's the off stump from de Grandhomme. Let go once more by Harris.
And someone had used it as a landfill site for
that's a landfill. That's a much better word. And there is a train line going on past it on one side.
Yeah.
And I think the first year they played, I must check the first year they played, it was mid-90s. Nicely clipped off his pads by Harris out to, I think that will be Reece Topley out there eventually when the ball reaches him. Jordan Clark, in fact, with the beard. But there was some good cricket played on that ground. In fact, I think I'm right in saying that the first game played there may even have been a last ball finish.
Right.
De Grandhomme in. And
Well,
on the offside. I was trying to check that.
Where else
actually.
have Gloucestershire used? They used Stroud, haven't they?
So the Erinoid,
Swindon?
yeah, the Erinoid ground at Stroud is before my time. They have played one-day cricket at Swindon. They've played at Trowbridge, also in Wiltshire.
Morton in Marsh?
Morton, definitely. De Grandhomme into Dent, who wants an easy single out on the leg side, and he'll get it. I'm old enough to remember Gloucestershire playing at Lydney in one-day cricket.
That's Steve James's club, isn't it?
It is. Marcus. Yeah. That's the Gloucestershire Twitter. If you want to see a replay of how Marcus Harris got it up to the shot that got him to his century. Yes, Steve James's club, correct. Obviously didn't play first team for Gloucestershire, played all his first team cricket at Glamorgan.
No, he nearly came here.
De Grandhomme in, and another sharply taken single. That's Harris kind of picking the fielder there. Hashim Amla was quite deep at mid-on. They knew there was a run there, and they're up into the 280s.
He nearly came here, and it's in his book, which is an excellent read, called From Third Man to Fatty's Leg. And Gloucestershire actually offered him more money than Glamorgan, but I think it was something to do with his father, why he chose Cardiff over Bristol.
Peter, the late Peter James, ran a sports shop, of course, in Lydney.
Yeah. And good guy, Steve James, nice guy. And what a player as well. He was a man who, once he got him, was difficult to prize from the crease. Got that 309 for Glamorgan against Sussex at Colwyn Bay. He was the king of Colwyn Bay, Steve James. He's Jordan Clark. And that's worked probably off middle-ish by Harris, down to long leg for a single. Colin de Grandhomme there with CDG, no sort of full name on his back. I think they've tried to save a few quid by just having his initials on the back of his shirt, so he's just got CDG, which is, those of you who travel well, you know, it will be the code for the airport in Paris, Charles de Gaulle. And that's a big shout from Clark off Dent, and Hassan Adnan is unmoved again. He does not give a bean, does he? He does not give a thing. That looked really close, actually. I want to have a look at
leg
this on the
side.
replay. I don't know, maybe height, perhaps. Ooh, maybe leg side. Dent's quite back a long way in his crease, so it's a decent shout. And that's just cut away backward of square for no run. So just to confirm that we do not have Charles de Gaulle playing in this game. We do not have Francois Mitterrand or Emmanuel Macron playing in this game. We've got Colin de Grandhomme.
Yeah, the first match actually at Archdeacon Meadow was in 1993.
Right.
Where Gloucestershire actually lost to Worcestershire. So I wonder when that last over game was. Would have been the year after.
Clark, and that's cut away by Dent. That looks like Ryan Patel doing the fielding there at backward point. Tidies it up, throws it into the gloves of young Josh Blake, making his debut, coming in the fourth choice Surrey wicket-keeper. We had Ben Folkes originally in the 14, then Jamie Smith. Got that mammoth 2-3-4. As that's just nurdled off the hip of Chris Dent out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Jamie Smith was the second choice. He struggled during that long innings of his. And then Ollie Pope took the gloves last night. But they called in young Josh Blake from a second team game. And again, he's another one, like Jamie Smith. And with train fares the way they are at the moment, there's no advanced saver there, is there, with the Surrey boys, as that's just played down into the offside. There's no advanced saver, pay on the day. It can get quite expensive doing that. Down to Temple Meads from Paddington.
Is it cheaper before 9 o'clock? It is, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
Cheaper after 9. Thank you, James, for that.
After 9.
After 9, yeah. Archdeacon Meadow, first used by Gloucestershire in 1993. The match at ground hosted 13 championship matches and 11 limited overs matches. So that's the short history of the King's School in terms of county cricket. Here, Gloucestershire are level with the best partnership for any wicket against Surrey. One more run will get them to it. What a record this. 75th over of this Gloucestershire first innings, and the day's panning out much as we were told. So it's good sunshine this morning, a little bit more cloud this afternoon, but it's very high, and expected to be a dry day. Tomorrow, well, the forecast is a little bit variable, but there may be some rain around, some patchy rain around. Grandhomme just showing I know this is a long way into the game, and you might argue that he's kind of bowling in a no pressure situation now, but his control better than some of the other Surrey bowlers have offered.
Yeah, I agree.
They're certainly using Topley pretty sparingly. The Grandhomme in, and it's fielded by, on the run, Ryan Patel, I think, under the hat. But Topley's bowled 16 overs, Worrell's bowled 19, Clark has bowled 14 overs for 80. De Grandhomme in his 13th over, and we haven't seen much of Will Jacks either.
No, we haven't.
Surprisingly. Dent waits for De Grandhomme. Yes, there's a little bit of wobble there in the air too, but he's worked that into the onside, and he'll pick up 2. Jordan Clark's, well, I say 2, I thought about 2, but Harris didn't want the second run, and with it, all those records go. So Gloucestershire now at 286 without loss. There is a higher stand than this for the first wicket in a game. It goes back a while. De Grandhomme in, and I didn't thought about, there might be 2 there, but he ran the first one reasonably quickly, and Harris said no, I'll just take the single, thanks. It was Dean Hodgson and Tony Wright in 1995 against Notts, where they put on 362.
Wow. That's a big opening stand there, 362.
It is. Dent again onto one knee, and not the best bit of fielding as they again steer a single out into the offside. There was a chase across from Will Jacks there, but he didn't get a hand on that. So these two at the moment know that they've got about 14 overs until tea if they're going to get through 2 sessions with their stand intact. In fact, I think I'm right in saying that I went to Trent Bridge for a day's test cricket where, I've got to pick the year here, Australia batted throughout the day with the openers. Now, who would that have been?
That was Headingley, 89.
No, definitely.
Marsh and Boone.
Definitely Trent Bridge. Maybe it wasn't Australia then. Clipped in the air by Dent, but safe. Out to mid-wicket. Sorry, Dan, this is your over.
I'm glad you reminded me, Ian. I was just casually... I'm just drinking this all. I'm really enjoying just watching this.
Yeah, and to be fair, we must rehydrate. It is important.
Yeah. Clark, top of his run. Or top of his run up. I got told off for saying top of his run by a chap from Yorkshire a few weeks back. Here's Clark. Bowls, and Harris defends that.
I am sure that...
You might be right. How long are we talking? 90s?
80s, I think.
80s, when they were 81. They won at Trent Bridge, didn't they, in the first test of the Ashes
I
series?
suspect it was later than that because I hadn't passed my driving test.
Harris defends that out to Hashim Amla. So, yeah, they won the first test in 81 by about 4 or 5 wickets or something. In the days when Ian Botham was captain. Draw at Lords, when he had that infamous pair. Got the sack, or he resigned. And then Mike Brearley took over. And the rest is... Oh, and there's a bit of a mix-up here, and Harris just plays that into the onside. Dent runs into Jordan Clark and gets stuck a little bit in mid-pitch, but Hashim Amla, being the gentleman that he is, doesn't go for it because obviously it would cause a right hoo-ha if Chris Dent was run out after being obstructed there.
There we are. It's 89 and it's Mark Taylor and Jeff Marsh.
Okay. Clark to Dent, who plays that to...
They batted through the first day. That's kind of what I remembered.
I thought it was Headingley. Maybe it was Trent Bridge. Yeah. Yeah. I do like Trent Bridge as a ground. I saw the opposite of Trent Bridge. I went there, I think it was in about 2001, and I saw England get skittled for about 150, and then the Australians were about 160 for 8 at the end of the day. Clark to Dent, just plays that back with a square. That's the end of the over. 290. Marcus Harris on 118. Chris Dent on 141. And crucially for the host, there's nothing in that wickets column yet.
I've just had a message for somebody. I was trying to research which year that was to remind me which year it was, and actually that was Devon Malcolm's Test debut.
Aha. Well, we did use about 40 players that summer.
Yeah. Thanks to my good friend Matt Davis for just reminding me about that.
I think the combination of a potential rebel tour to South Africa and a load of injuries, and the fact that we were getting absolutely caned by the Australians, meant that we churned through a few players that year.
Yeah, good to have your company, Matt, by the way, today. As Gloucestershire try and get up to a third batting point with their openers still together, and 2 more here for Marcus Harris, down to Sam Curran in front of the club office. Yeah, wherever you may be, obviously Dan has his Twitter open rather more than I do, but you can. The main way of getting in touch with us is via the email commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and thanks to those of you who got through to us today. James, as well as doing the cameras, also tries to check the emails as well, so it's a busy job, but we haven't had the need to look at much in terms of replays for close things. LBW. When was the last LBW appeal?
Well, we had one on Dent. Didn't we? A few overs back. Which
but
I thought
there haven't been many.
Actually.
There haven't been many.
No. Just looking, we've got the first wicket partnership record sent to us by Jack Longstaff.
To Grandon. Outside the off stump once more, taken by Blake.
And it's 395 by D.M. Young and R.B. Nichols versus Oxford University at Oxford in 1962 at the Parks. Lovely ground there. Can't charge for entry. The only first-class ground where they cannot charge for entry, because it is, as in the title, a park.
De Grandon close to the stumps, slashed away. That will be 4, I think. There's a Dan Morrill is out there, but he won't reach it. And Gloucestershire go to 296, and Harris, he's a little way behind Dent on the board earlier, but he's tried to expand the attacking range of shots. I mean, he's been relatively measured, but just in the last half an hour or so, since he's got to his 100, he has tried to really press the pedal a bit more. He's up to 124.
Yeah, you can see Marcus Harris. You look at his preparation in the morning. I mean, we're here generally about sort of 9:15, 9:30 perhaps in the mornings, and you watch them go through their paces and how they prepare. And Marcus Harris is meticulous, you know, in his preparation. You can see why he's such a talented cricketer.
and he's gone. Harris does go. Caught in the slip cordon, and finally, for 124, the stand is broken by de Grandhomme with the old ball, and Blake takes it in front of Ollie Pope, as you can see, the sub-keeper.
Good catch, actually.
And Marcus Harris has to depart, but what a job he's done. He's kept Chris Dent company for 77 overs nearly, and he scored 124, a second successive century on this ground for the Australian. 100 against Yorkshire and 100 here against Surrey.
Yep, 208 balls, 18 fours. What a wonderful cricketer, and yeah, people here are really starting to love Marcus Harris, aren't they? He's becoming a little bit of a legend here.
And finally, and I'm pleased to say finally, because he will have been grateful of the rest, James Bracey walks out at number 3. Dan has been on the email from Cardiff, interested in our thoughts, he says, on this. Considering England's well-documented struggles when it comes to top-order batting, I've long wondered why Chris Dent, who's averaged close to 40 over a long period of time, is never in the conversation to open. Interested on your thoughts in that. So, many schools of thought on that. Number one, he's never played in the first division until this season. That would be one. Would there be a point of the team he's playing for? You know, if he'd got the runs somewhere else, would he have been seen as a more fashionable selection, if one can call it that? But he's never even had a Lions or an A call. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well,
he's a good fielder.
Yeah, there are many mysteries in this world.
James Bracey then to keep the left-handers scenario going.
There are many mysteries in this world. The Bermuda Triangle might be one. How the rocks got to Stonehenge might be another. And why Chris Dent has not been picked by England is one of those questions. $64 million question. And Somerset fans have got the same issue with James Hildreth, but I think Chris Dent is an absolute quality player, and Gloucestershire look a far stronger side with him at the top of the order. Now he's come back from COVID. They really missed him against Northamptonshire and against Yorkshire in those fixtures, and he's a wonderful, wonderful player, and they look a much better side with him in the lineup. Here he comes, Jordan Clark, and he just nurdles that as he's currently on 141, and he's closing in on that 10,000 career runs for Gloucestershire. Well, do that, you're not a bad player.
No, indeed. And James Bracey coming out as just ahead of the second new ball.
Clark into him, and he lets that one go.
He won't have much chance to face the old one, but you know, in a sense, facing a new one is something that's not foreign to him in any way, shape, or form. And the good thing is that you know he's doing this after not having to bat last night.
Yep.
And here we are at 3:10, so he would have he would have been ready from the first ball this morning.
Yeah.
But at least he hasn't had to come out.
Clark into Dent, who pushes that one
until
to
this
Ryan
stage.
Patel at point. We have got 43 overs remaining in the day, so there's 10 after this one to the tea interval. We'll probably have a tea around 10 to 4, something like that maybe. But the ground is just intrigued by this innings from Chris Dent. Ball comes in and sort of half an appeal. It's going to be a leg by the look of it. Umpire giving the pre-signal to the scorers. Yeah, it is a leg by. One more to the total.
I think with Bracey coming out to bat now, the chances of Gloucestershire getting to 400 tonight might be slightly reduced, only in the sense that he'll want to, really try and bed himself in here. And Dent too, to that end, he might go into his shell a little bit just whilst Bracey is acclimatising to the nature of this pitch.
Yep. Here's Clark around the wicket to him, digs out a Yorker. And
Bracey obviously has, 2 tests behind him. And would be, I wonder whether people would see Dent now at his age, 31, not as the future. I don't want to sound harsh there, but Bracey is considerably younger. He's not an opener, but people have got capped later than 31, obviously.
Oh, and that's bowled him. And how many times do you see that, where a batsman has been sitting there with his pads on for a long time? That looked a good delivery from Jordan Clark. I don't know if Bracey just played a little bit around that, but it took the top of off stump, which is where you want to be as a quick bowler. Yeah, it reversed a little bit. We've been talking about the reverse, and that one again angled in. And I'm wondering if they're going to take the new ball, because things are starting to happen here a little bit. And James Bracey loses the top of his off peg and departs for a duck.
And I think the figure I see walking down the steps is that of Miles Hammond to come out to bat at number 4. Gloucestershire still a long way behind in terms of the follow-on. I mean, it's still a great position, and you shouldn't lose sight of the fact of what's happened in the last 2 overs. But Hammond now has to come out and join Chris Dent at a tricky time, albeit, again, somebody else who has opened in red ball cricket as well as white, and done on a couple of occasions a very, very good, if I can call it that, a defensive role batting wise to save matches for Gloucestershire. And Dent just having a good word with him as Miles Hammond gets to the crease. But yeah, disappointment for Bracey after, I say, the long wait, and then he finds he gets a good one from Jordan Clark, which hasn't been Clark's pattern for much of this bowling day.
No, definitely not. And how many times do you see that where number 3's there with his pads on for ages? The guy who was interacting with us yesterday, John Thorpe, remember a 10-wicket win on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday the opening pair put on 190.
De Grandon in to the aforementioned uncapped Chris Dent.
So in club cricket he was number 3 both days, and finally got into bat at 4:30 on the Sunday afternoon. He had pad rash.
Yeah, well, it wasn't, batting was not my forte. I'm just removing some debris. De Grandon in, and once again Dent defends. So the successful wicket takers here for, the 2 men in possession at the moment. De Grandon 1 for 51 and Clark 1 for 82. But Clark's only bowled 16 overs, so it's been pretty expensive for him to find that one Jaffa delivery. De Grandon for about half a dozen paces. That's quite wide once more, stretched for by Dent, but again not over hit. Just clips it out through the offside. Fielded by Sam Curran out there. Just approaching 20 minutes past 3. As Dan said, 2 overs to go until the second new ball in theory. Actually 1 over after this one. And then what do Surrey do? Do they take it? Do they make a change? They're going to put a second slip back in for Miles Hammond. Burns is going back into first slip, Pope at second. Tall figure of Jacks, basically at sort of 3.5. Floating fourth, as Dan's called it, and Hammond lets that go outside the off stump. Couple of first class hundreds for Miles Hammond. One at Cheltenham and one here, from memory. The one here was what I would call the defensive one.
I saw him getting 90 odd, 94 against Northamptonshire last year.
And the wicket comes to Grandon. And following up, he just threw the ball at the stumps, and Hammond almost, I'd say, overbalanced. He took his foot off the floor there, and the Surrey would have appealed for a run out.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot be out if you're taking evasive action. Yeah, because the safety of the batsman comes into it with the laws. So if that's the situation, you cannot be out if you're taking evasive action, which Hammond was there.
To Grandon, in again, and Hammond defends. Sorry, a little bit louder in the outfield after those two quick wickets. There's the short details of the board. 298 for 2, and this is the replay of the Hammond situation with. It's the Bracey delivery. I'm sorry.
It's a good ball. It's a good ball. Sometimes you just get them, don't you? And unfortunately, that one had James Bracey's name on it. Doesn't look happy there, trudging off.
Was he? Perhaps quite. The second look at this, yes, the back pad is not quite far enough. He's not quite far enough across. It's very small margins, but Clark was accurate enough.
Here's Clark to Dent. That's a good Yorker. Clark seems to have got it back. I mean, he's bowling really well now. I mean, he was, for want of a politer word, pretty shocking, wasn't he, this morning when he started off?
Yeah.
He bowled a load of long hops.
Yeah, we had a name in club cricket for people who would basically spray the bowling all over the place. You can kind of work out what it might be.
Anyway, keeping this on a family level, that's just outside too. We haven't passed the 9 o'clock watershed here.
Well, it probably would actually, but
Write it down.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Aerosol bowler. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. Clark in to Dent. Again, a little bit of reverse. Dent watches it go through to the gloves of Josh Blake. That was a good catch by Josh Blake. He had to make a lot of room to get rid of Marcus Harris there. He took it in front of Ollie Pope there at first slip, and he'll be loving this, won't he? Come up from the second team. I know he's let a few buys through this morning, but he's standing there all day next to an England player and Ollie Pope. Clark comes in. Dent. Was that gone through to the keepers? Something's flown out of his pad there, I think.
He doesn't.
Confused me.
Yeah.
I'm all discombobulated. Something's.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought it was the ball, but.
Is it a marker there?
Oh, it's the marker from Colin de Grandon's.
But it's a bowling disc.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw something fly off to the right, and I thought it was the ball. I thought it had gone through him for buys. Is Clark in to Dent, who misses out there, one down the leg side.
Gloucestershire too short of the third batting point. That would take them to 5 points in the game.
View there,
five bonus points.
View there across the ground to where we are in the flats above those side screens. Lovely day here in Bristol. And Dent just nudges that one into the onside, moves him on to 143, brings the score up to 299 for 2. And Gloucestershire closing in on another batting point.
So here we are then at the key moment. Will the second new ball be taken? I mean, Topley's not had a bowl, I don't think, since lunch. But Surrey are going to keep going. He might have had a brief spell immediately after the resumption from the far end, the pavilion end, but he's been very lightly used. And Surrey have got 8 overs until the tea interval. At the moment, they're going to keep going with de Grandhomme.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any point in flogging Reece Topley. He's played every game this season, hasn't he? And I just don't think there's any point flogging him into the ground. Dent
Waits for de Grandhomme outside the off stump, and there won't be a lot of bounce in this ball now. It will be quite soft. 80 overs old. Gloucestershire could have taken a third new ball, or yes, if, on the basis that it's always referred to as the second new ball, which I suppose it is in a sense. So they could have taken a third one yesterday. They didn't do it. Surrey here just holding on in case more is happening with this old ball, or enough is happening for them to consider not dispensing with it. De Grandhomme doesn't take a lot out of himself in terms of his approach to the crease. It's probably half a dozen strides. Not much more than that. He's going to come around the wicket now. And again, decent length. And Dent again defends. Dent 143. Not out, having, before he got to his 100, had a moment when he was batting where he appeared to clearly do some damage, if I can call it that, to his right foot. De Grandhomme around the wicket, and Dent off a thickish edge will get Gloucestershire up to 300 in the 81st over. 300 for 2, and if you'd have offered Gloucestershire supporters on the ground that at 11:15 this morning, Dan, they'd have said thanks very much.
Without a shadow of a doubt, Ian Randall, and that means that with this game surely destined for a draw, there's 8 points for a draw. That's 3 batting points now, and add to the 2 bowling points, that'll be 13 points.
You can perhaps look at this in another way. Hammond, first ball in this over from de Grandhomme, squirted out to Sam Curran at point. Look at it another way. They've got 30 overs to get 100 runs for 2 more points.
Yeah. They'll go for it. Well, they'll definitely get to 350 and have a look.
And we know Surrey went very comparatively late yesterday to try and get to 350. De Grandhomme again trying almost the fast off break outside the off stump. A bit too wide there. Hammond could let it go. And de Grandhomme will take his hat and sweater. And Gloucestershire, with 2 wickets having gone down today, just 1 run apart. That's the first wicket stand worth 296 in just under 77 overs between Harris and Dent, before Harris was caught behind. What a sharp chance by substitute keeper Josh Blake off de Grandhomme for 124, and then in the next over James Bracey bowled off stump by Jordan Clark without scoring.
Here's Clark to Chris Dent. Plays that into the offside to Colin de Grandhomme, no run. I'm just excited with the excitement of seeing 20% of the match wickets up until that point falling, and a few balls there, Ian.
Well, it's 12 wickets in the game, and here we are, almost at tea on the 3rd day.
Yeah.
12 wickets in 8 sessions, as you were.
Yeah. Clark getting this old ball to reverse a little.
I mean, you were bold enough to say on the second morning at 10:30 you couldn't see any other result other than a draw.
No.
Even from having only seen one team bat, and they were still shy of 300.
That was due to the wicket, and you didn't see any pace or carry in the wicket, did you? As Clark comes into Dent, just angles it onto his pads. He plays it out to Hashim Amla for a single, moves on to 145, 301 for 2. Miles Hammond yet to score. It just looks very, very flat out there, doesn't it?
It does.
It's it's an absolute shirt front.
Hammond, of course, got a 50 in the second innings at Old Trafford. He and Tom Lace gave Gloucestershire a chance of a draw.
Yeah, both those two could do with a few runs just to get their confidence back out. They're both good players. As Clark comes into Hammond, who plays that out to Hashim Amla at mid-on. But both Hammond, Tom Lace batted extremely well in that innings, but he seems to score them in the second innings as opposed to the first, and he's a lovely player to watch. Tom Lace really is a gorgeous player to watch. Miles Hammond's a good player as well. Here's Jordan Clark into him. And I thought he'd feathered that one through to young Josh Blake behind the stumps, but didn't.
Yeah, Hammond, first innings this season, 15, 20 and 9.
Yeah.
I say he got 50 at Old Trafford last week. Tom Lace's first innings score 7, 0 and 0.
And both those noughts have been first ballers as well, haven't they?
And your second innings, 73, 28, 71.
Yeah. Clark in, and that's a good delivery to Miles Hammond. This ball is reversing. And Clark bending his back here. He senses he's sniffing a little bit of blood here, I think.
Rory Burns went to say something, and Clark, I think, always put his hand out to push him away there. I don't know whether that was... no, I don't want to come off, thanks. Or what? But
6 overs to tea.
That was a pretty short conversation. Dan Worrell just being called up here, and de Grandhomme at the end of a decent spell is being removed from this Ashley Down road end. He's bowled 16 overs in all, Colin de Grandhomme, 1 for 53, but Dan Worrell coming back. I can see any progress here for... Sorry, still with the old ball at the moment, Worrell, but that might just be to maybe a loosener or two, and then he might take the new one.
There's some emails coming, which I'll come on to after this ball from Dan Worrell.
So Worrell back into the attack from the Ashley Down road end, and again worked off his body by Dent away on the leg side. It's a profitable area for him. Just keeps the scoreboard ticking up. Gloucestershire 302 for 2. Hammond hasn't scored yet, but he'll know this is an important little phase up to tea. 5 overs after this one, and Hammond just trying to get his feet moving in the right way. Rory Burns back at mid-off again, and 2 slips and the floating fourth, as Dan likes to call it.
Sounds like something just north of Edinburgh, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's the Firth of fourth, isn't it?
Yes.
Or as one band put it, the Firth of fifth. Got to get that in. Here's Worrell with a bit of a field change. He's brought Reece Topley in at mid-wicket, just on the single, in case Hammond just tries to work it a bit squarer.
Email from Philip Anderson. He said, "Hi commentators." Hi Philip. I remember driving on my battered Lambretta to Lydney and seeing David Allen taking 8 for 34 against Sussex, his best ever bowling figures. Also spending a miserable wet day in dripping tents, waiting and waiting for playing a Gloucestershire v Yorkshire game. The only plus point being that I managed to get an autograph from a grumpy Jeff Boycott. Keep up the good work in the commentary box, Philip Anderson. Well, Philip, he can be a little bit grumpy.
But most people have got a Jeffrey Boycott story, haven't they?
Yeah, I haven't. No, I'm out of stories. I've used up all my stories during this innings.
Worrell round the wicket, driven but with no power by Hammond, didn't time it up to Burns at mid-off. Jason Sadler on the email says, this is where Gloucestershire got the highest score, 695 for 9, and Craig Spearman got 341 against Middlesex in 2004. So I think he's referring to Archdeacon Meadow.
Okay.
There, because Spearman definitely got the 341.
Is it flatter than this one, do you think?
It'll be close, yeah, close contest. Worrell round the wicket, and let's let it go again by Hammond. That's 695 for 9. I've got a suspicion was against the Zimbabwe tourists as well. I'm going to check that.
You're looking at me, Ian, as if, you know, as if I should have that information to hand.
And Peter Tuck, our friend from the Highlands and Islands, says still raining up here, but the games have started at Kingsholm, Gloucester against Bath, and at New Meadow Park, Gloucester City against Chorley. Indeed, they have. They started at 3. Worrell around the wicket. Oh, and that's gone off. A real miscue from Hammond. He was playing that away through the onside, and it's gone away off an outside edge between second slip and the floating fourth, down to the boundary for 4. Hammond did not know where that had gone, and you can see on the replay here where he was trying to play it and where it ended up.
It's reversed, really tailed away from Miles Hammond, squares him up, takes the outside edge, and as you said, he doesn't know where that's going at all. He's not in control of that shot. Lovely view of the ground here. Bowling figures for Surrey. The wicket takers, Jordan Clark 1 for 84 off 18, Colin de Grandon 1 for 53 off 16. 306 for 2. The main man, Chris Dent, with 146. Here's Clark to Dent, and he's going to get at least 2 here as he works the bowling out there.
No, if that was Jason Sadler's thought, it may have been completely askew to me. That match against Zimbabwe was in 2000, and actually the Zimbabweans won at the King's School rather than the other way round. So I wonder when that 695 for 9 was.
And that's
probably
played out by Chris Dent. And that's just the one. I thought it was a
Dent to 149.
Takes him on to 149.
In terms of minutes, he's been out there
325.
Yeah, so 5.5 hours.
It's a really good knock, this. Really, really pleasant knock, and it's been an absolute delight to watch. Clark to Hammond, and that nearly sneaks through, and Hammond just jams his bat down and gets that one down to Dan Worrell, down at long leg. Chris Dent. Deserves this. Worrell comes into him and he lets that one go. Sorry, Clark comes into him, not Worrell.
The 695 for 9 was the match in which Craig Spearman made the 341. I should have worked that out really, shouldn't I? 2004 against Middlesex. At the King's, in both instances at the King's School. I didn't read your email correctly, Jason. In a sense, you were saying it was both in the same match, which I should have been able to compute.
Clark to Dent. gets hold of that, goes down to long leg. That's going to be his 150. Well batted, Chris Dent, 280 balls. 326 minutes, 23 fours. And a really, really lovely innings. And your grandmother's prayers have been answered.
And he needs 14 more for 10,000 first-class runs.
That's just nurdle fine. Clark's losing his temper somewhat as Hammond just works that one very fine past the right hand of wicketkeeper Josh Blake. Goes for 4 and Clark's hyped up, and I don't mind seeing this out of Jordan Clark though. Shows he cares, doesn't it? Shows he's, you know, doesn't just want to let this game drift away. It shows he's actually got a bit of spirit and a bit of heart, and I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, he's got to be controlled in the right way though.
Yeah.
Still Surrey with having taken 2 wickets, looking for something more here with 4 overs to go until the tea break. Don't forget, free after tea if you are in the area and fancy watching a couple of hours of live cricket. You're welcome to join us. Dent goes to 151. 164 is a random sort of milestone to hit, but that's what he needs to get to 10,000 first-class runs. And I think there will be people on the ground who will know that that's a possible target for him.
There's definitely one.
There'll be more than one, let me tell you. And you tend to look at the start of a season and see if perhaps a bowler needs a certain number of wickets to get to 200 or 300, and the same with batsmen. If there's a particular milestone. Hammond again defends.
And they know as well, generally they know their stats. Some don't care about them, but a lot do. A lot do. But
it's still been a very good day this for Gloucestershire to get to this point. If you'd have said at the start of the day, I'll just, the concept of maybe 2 wickets in each session, to only maybe have 6 down at the close, I think most supporters would have said, well, that'd be a pretty decent effort on this pitch. That nice shot from Hammond. He's away.
Oh, that's nice.
It was again outside the off stump, and it's that awful that thing with the graceful left-handers. It always looks attractive when the left-handers play the cover drive like this. That's a good shot.
There is something, isn't there? You look at, the David Gowers, the Moeen Allies. Saeed Anwar was one, wasn't he? And
Moeen in particular, actually, very flamboyant.
And really, they're only about 4 inches away from nicking off to slip.
Hammond on to 13. We let that go on, maybe on height more than anything. Dan Worrell puts his hands over his mouth. He can't believe that's gone past the off stump. Quite a few of the balconies occupied today, as you can see from that's our analyst camera at the pavilion end. And there's the short details of the Gloucestershire innings, and that's Hammond. Actually, it's a bit more 4th stump than it looked from to the naked eye. Hammond was quite a long way across. Worrell round the wicket. I'd say tossed up, but certainly a fuller length. Chase for Ryan Patel out towards the boundary. Extra cover, they've got a couple. Comfortable 2. And that there wasn't one of our emailers this morning mentioned about the fact that, in a quirky kind of way, Gloucestershire could end up with more bonus points out of this game, and indeed more points than Surrey. Yeah. Despite the fact that Surrey were, on the face of it, in the driving seat at 4:30 yesterday.
Yeah, and that goes back to what the conversation that we had with Ryan Patel yesterday, doesn't it? And said that first session there were no freebies, there was nothing to hit, and Gloucestershire kept it reasonably tight, and Surrey did not get to 350 off 110 overs, which was surprising, whereas the Surrey bowlers were quite generous in their offerings towards the Gloucestershire batsmen, you know, especially in the first. They've actually bowled well, Surrey, in the last 15 overs or so, but the first 70 overs there were a lot of runs scored, and they were very generous. And I expect, you know, Gloucestershire they've got 25 overs to get 78 runs.
That ought to be within their compass. Reece Topley's going to come back, so this spell will go either side of tea, I would think. He, in the basis that he'll bowl 2 overs before tea, he probably might be able to bowl 4 or 5 afterwards,
possibly,
if things don't unravel.
Here he is, bowling to Chris Dent, who just drops it into the offside, and they scamper through for a single, takes him on to 152.
One thing we should say is that, I mean, there isn't express pace in the Surrey team, but Nazim Shah was doing some bowling in the on the practice pitch briefly at lunchtime. Didn't bowl many balls, but it was just good to see him out there and, you know, putting in some work.
That'll warm the cockles of Gloucestershire supporters. Topley in to Hammond. I wonder if Topley's just going to have one perhaps, and then maybe take the new ball. Just get himself loose, just work off the, you know, the stiffness and the strains, and then I wonder if.
So albeit he's going to be then going in for tea. That's the curiosity of bringing him back at this point.
Yeah.
Got 3 slips back in for Topley.
Yep, here he is. And they need those 3 slips because Miles Hammond's just got a thick outside edge, and Will Jacks. Is that Will Jacks?
It is Jacks, I think.
Yeah, Jacks tidies up.
The Grandom at first, Pope at second.
Surrey at -2 on the over rate, so
you might
want to keep an eye on that.
And curious in a sense, because you wouldn't expect to see Jacks with the new ball later. He's only bowled 8 overs.
Yeah. Topley in, and Hammond gets a little bit late on that.
So, and to pick up on that, he bowled 3 overs last night, so he's only bowled 5 overs today.
Yeah, yeah. There's been some interesting decisions made by Surrey during this game. One is not coming into this game with a frontline spinner. Verdi was omitted from the squad of 14 originally, and they went with Will Jacks. And the other one was their declaration yesterday. Here's Topley. And Hammond gets that one back with a square. Frees his arms up, and the ball goes racing away to the boundary. 327 now. And just 23 runs needed for the 4th batting point.
It was outside half of the bat. It was all the way on the ground, but it wasn't perhaps as controlled.
No.
Now, there's the new ball. And
there we go.
The umpire hadn't got it in his pocket, by the looks of it, because they've had to bring a new one out.
Oh. Verdi, I think, brings it out, doesn't it? Yeah.
So here is Topley then with the new ball.
I reckon he's been sent out by match referee Alex Swan. Ex-Northants, brother of Graham Swan. Played for Lancashire as well. Plays Mike Atherton, top of the order. Here's Reece Topley to Hammond. That's wide. That's very wide. And that's... Has that been called wide? No, it's the end of the over. Alex Swan, he was a journalist. His debut was actually for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire.
There we are. Go back to the poll result from this morning. 76% of those that voted said Gloucestershire would get beyond 300, and 43% said they'd get beyond 400. Well, the nub of it from here is that if Surrey want to win, they've got to take 18 wickets in 4 sessions. And we've only had 12 in the first 8.
Yeah, and there's rain forecast for tomorrow.
And there is the potential of a little bit of rain tomorrow. Not loads, I don't think, but it's all time out of the game. And it comes back to that you said about the declaration. It was the non-declaration, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yeah.
You know, why they took bowling time out that you felt they needed. Worrell from the Ashley Down Road end. And Dent looks for 1 run. He'll get it to Reese Topley, albeit had the Gloucestershire innings panned out as it has, they will be very close to saving the game even at this point. Which, sorry, had declared say at 500, Gloucestershire would only need to get to 350.
Yeah, 453 is the cut-off, isn't it? For the
it is at the moment, so hence they've got a bit further to go, which, you know, you might say keeps the door open longer. That was on the leg stump from Worrell, clipped away nicely, and it's well timed. It will go all the way to deep backward square for 4. It's a good shot. Hammond picked that up. There was a big gap on the leg side. Worrell with the new ball didn't get his radar in the right direction there at all. Here's a replay of it, and outside leg stump. There's a risk-free shot from Hammond there.
It goes off the bat quicker, doesn't it, the new ball?
It does. Gloucestershire. Hammond on to 23. He's got there quite quickly. Defends there though. He's almost at a run a ball, Miles Hammond, at the moment.
Almost Wally Hammond-esque, isn't it?
Well, that was the I think the line that was used a lot by the written scribes when he got his 100 at Cheltenham was, you know, the association with Hammond and Cheltenham as being rekindled. Hammond pushes at that. Oh, Worrell. It was gone through. Oh, it's gone through. I say the keeper took it, but Blake actually didn't take it cleanly, and it will go through for a bye. Worrell might well have been a bit aggrieved that A, Hammond didn't get a touch, but B, it was a little bit untidy from Blake.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed in that. It's one thing letting through byes down the leg side. That happens from time to time with wicket keepers. But you shouldn't be letting through straight balls outside off stump through for byes.
Triple Nelson. Doesn't seem that long ago. We were on double Nelson. Here is Worrell down the leg side again. And on this occasion, Dent doesn't get a touch. But there are now 18 byes in this Gloucestershire total. There's at least 2 4s in there.
There's 4 4s this morning.
4 4s.
Yeah. Yeah, and all from Blake. 3 of them were harsh. 1 was through the offside though.
Worrell in, and Dent solidly behind it. 153 he has, having come in last night when Gloucestershire had to survive 24 overs, and he's still there, and he needs 11 more to get to 10,000 first class runs for his only club.
This will be the last over before tea from Reese Topley. And Chris Dent will want to... He'll just want to stay down the non-strikers end, won't he?
I think he'll be quite content to do that. I don't know what Dave Bartlett did at lunchtime, but he's done the trick on his foot.
Yeah. Topley and Hammond just lets that one go.
And if you weren't with us this morning, Dent had to have some treatment and take a couple of painkillers, having quite innocently appeared to push off to take a single and found some real pain going up through his right foot.
Yeah. Dave Bartlett. Dave Healing Hands Bartlett. Topley into Hammond, who gets that one behind square. Ryan Patel tidies up there.
Yes, Hammond, I suppose, like James Bracey, would have been preparing himself to bat just in case 2 quick wickets fell. That's exactly what happened. Successive overs, Harris and Bracey both dismissed.
Topley to Hammond, who defends that. Couple of balls left to tee now, and they'll all want to. Hammond will just want to pot these 2 back. Go and put the kettle on.
Yeah, Gloucestershire's batting. I mean, think about the batting order. Van Buren probably in next. Higgins, Lace, Jack Taylor at 8.
Yeah. Topley in. That's a good delivery. That's angled in at Miles Hammond. Catches the seam and just goes through to Josh Blake, and that's Reece Topley keeping him honest there. Lovely hum around this ground, isn't there? You can almost enjoy the silence, can't you?
But there's often the hum of chat, isn't there?
Yeah, it's lovely. Just sort of that West Country bird is floating through the air. Topley in. Oh, that's a good delivery as well. It's half an appeal, but
almost only from the bowler, I think. I'm not even sure Blake really believed there was a nick.
No. Yeah, that West Country bird just. Here's the response.
Well, that's straightened quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. It's a good delivery. Topley in, and Hammond doesn't play at that. Plays inside it. We're all going to go for a cuppa. So this afternoon, Triple Nelson. We finish on 333 for 2. Chris Dent being the mainstay of this Gloucestershire innings with a absolutely gorgeous 153. And it really has been a really beautiful innings. Easy on the eye. Some of his cover driving has been imperious. And it's been hard slog for the Surrey bowlers. We're seeing that the guys leave the field, and Chris Dent will milk the applause, and deservedly so, because he's been absolutely superb. It's been a flat wicket, but Gloucestershire are just accumulating points here. They've won 88 overs, so there's 22 until the cut-off point of 110 overs, which they need 400 by then to get maximum batting points, or 350 is the next point. Ian Randall, thoughts?
Yeah, 118 for 2 in the session. Absolutely fine in terms of Gloucestershire trying to save the game and also trying to maximise what they can get out of it. Good first wicket stand between Harris and Dent. Well, not say it's an outstanding first wicket stand between Harris and Dent. 296 breaks any further past records against Surrey for the first wicket, or indeed any wicket, before Harris was finally out. But a 5-hour vigil from him to get 124. Dent is still there. Yes, he lost James Bracey cheaply, which will be frustrating for Bracey, but Hammond has come in and done all that could have been asked of him so far. And Surrey, well, they haven't got a bowling point yet. I don't know what they'll do about that after tea. Join us at about just before 4:15 for the resumption here. But Gloucestershire, with their target, they need another 120 to avoid the follow-on. And as Dan said, they need 67 to get that 5th batting point. They can get a 4th one at 3:50. Join us in a little under 20 minutes for the final session on this 3rd day.
Welcome back to the final session here of day 3 from the Seat Unique Stadium, where Gloucestershire will resume on 333 for 2. Chris Dent on 153 needs just 11 more runs to complete 10,000 career first class runs for Gloucestershire, and what a servant of the county he's been. As the umpires just make their way out to the middle. This game was probably destined for a draw at the beginning of the day, but it's thrown up some intriguing subplots. Gloucestershire needing 17 more to pick up a 4th batting point, as long as they do that within the next 22 overs. And if they get to 400, they get to maximum batting points. And with this game likely to end up in a draw, that would give them 15 points out the game, which would be a wonderful return. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined here this afternoon by Ian Randall, and we've got James Healy on the stream as well. And we're delighted as Surrey make their way out to the middle. We're delighted to be joining you, and drop us any emails you've got to commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Ian, any other result apart from a draw?
No, Dan. In short, no.
Fair enough.
I think, I mean, I say you called it on the second morning at 11:15 that it would be a draw. Gloucestershire would have to crumble very badly to not get out of this with a draw now. But we've had sort of various subplots today, and the one running through it, particularly since he got to his 100, has been this concept of Chris Dent's 10,000. This is his 162nd first class game, and his average coming into this match was just over 37, so very respectable. He's got his 19th first class 100. The question is, can he now get past that other significant milestone? So Dan Worrell to open up after tea. 32 overs left in the day.
New ball taken about 3-4 overs ago, wasn't there?
Yeah, just before tea. Reece Topley took it mid-over, and Dan Worrell then to get us underway in this final session on day 3 down the leg side. And Dent plays that a bit late, really. It was a bit of a freebie, but he didn't capitalise on it, and he remains. He's had a long bat here. He got a half century at Old Trafford in the first innings, and here he's getting up towards 6 hours out there in the middle. 23 fours so far. Got 2 slips, Worrell, with this new ball, but Dent off his hip down to that quite long boundary down there in front of the mound stand. Dent comes back for 2. I think that's Ryan Patel. That's Jordan Clark, isn't it?
Yeah.
You tell by that rather hunched walk that he's got in front of one of the floodlight pylons. Obviously, the pylons here at the Seat Unique Stadium had to be put in certain positions because of the apartments. You might think that they would be evenly spaced around the ground. That's not quite the way of it. Worrell in. Oh, and Hammond's gone off for a single there, and he needs to get back pretty quickly, and he does. And Dent never moved.
Oh, that's a nasty one for Hashim Amla, backing up there. Ball bounced just in front of him, and certainly one to warm the cockles just after tea. So he's wrapped up in his long sleeve jumper, gets one that bobbles just in front of him.
Yes, so the outfield it's very short, but it's very, very dry. Dent waits once more for Worrell, close to the stumps, and again through to Josh Blake, who is keeping wicket. Wasn't named in the original Surrey side, but came down from the second game at Guildford, where he'd made an unbeaten 80, and keeping wicket because Jamie Smith was clearly hampered while batting yesterday. Ollie Pope kept wicket yesterday in that session at the end of the day, and then Clark got onto the ground this morning. Blake got onto the ground this morning. Tumbles across to his left in front of Ollie Pope and Jacks are the close catchers for Dan Worrell. I'll try and keep you up to date with the matters elsewhere, where Notts have turned things around a bit in their game in the second division. But the first division, Northampton making Essex really struggle at Chelmsford. 193 they made first time round, so they followed on. And they are 3 down second time. Worrell across Dent once more, doesn't play a shot, end of the first over after tea. So at Chelmsford, Northampton 390, Essex 193 and 77 for 3, so they're still 120 behind. At Southampton, Hampshire look as though they're going to have a decent target to bowl at in the fourth innings. They are 273 for 6 with the first innings lead on top of that of 6 runs, so that's 279 with 4 wickets in hand. And Warwickshire heading for defeat, it seems, at Taunton against Somerset. Somerset 458, Warwickshire 209, and following on 135 for 8. Topley's going to continue. The score in the first division is at Headingley, where Yorkshire made 571 in response to Kent's 291. So
that just goes through to the gloves of Josh Blake.
Lead obviously therefore of 290 and 24 for 1 Kent second time round. In the second division, Notts are chasing 233 to beat Worcestershire, and they're 112 for 2. That's the game that's furthest advanced in the second division.
Topley approaching the crease, and Hammond gets up onto his toes and defends that one. No run. Yeah, there have been a few interesting results. I mean, Northamptonshire, who'd have thought that? Essex were my tip to win the title this year. Northamptonshire were my tip to finish bottom.
Do you think that stands?
Do you know what? It's interesting. So I was speaking to Adrian Thomas, who's a man who follows Gloucestershire home and away, and whose stats that we nick, plagiarise, Topley in. And that squares Hammond up, but he's going to squirt one into the offside.
To be fair, Tomo does send his stats round to a lot of the commentators and the written scribes.
Yeah, we nick them with permission.
Yeah.
We do nick them with permission. But he said Northamptonshire won't finish bottom this year after seeing them against Gloucestershire. And it'll be really interesting. And that's probably a result that Gloucestershire fans do not want Northamptonshire to win, because
it's kind of against the form book, that, isn't it?
Yeah. As Topley comes in to Chris Dent, who just works him into the onside, gets one nearer that milestone. Yeah, I mean, I think Gloucestershire fans won't want to see Somerset winning. They won't want to see Kent doing well and picking up points out of that game. They won't want to see Northamptonshire picking up points out of that game. But it'll be interesting to have a look at what the weather's doing tomorrow.
Kent quite a bit to do to save that game at Leeds if the weather holds.
Yep. Yep. Here's Topley into Hammond. Bouncer. Lets it go.
Yeah, the weather here is exactly as it was forecast. You know, large amount of blue sky when we started this morning. Just the cloud just starting to filter in now. But it's high cloud. There's no light issue.
I've even got my shades on here.
Very surprised if we were to get to the end of the day with an interruption.
Topley into Hammond, who gets that into the offside, and again they scamper through for a single. Hammond retains the strike as Hassan Adnan gives Reese Topley his cap back, and we are on 338 for 2. Chris Dent 156, Miles Hammond 25.
And there is the card. Unknown. Interesting that the unknown catcher was Josh Blake.
We know who that is. Yeah,
we do. And there's the view across from the main stand towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
Yep.
Can't see Dan's car there.
It's far right. We've parked it almost at fine leg now. Although to a right-hander, batting at the pavilion end, it's in the arc of Cow Corner.
Yeah, but Glenn Phillips isn't playing in this game.
No. For the T20, I'll be parking it in Filton.
Worrell into Hammond, who defends, and was worth us repeating the selection of Marcus Harris, which was announced earlier today for the Australian A team, particularly relevant, bearing in mind his runs today, 124 of them. So Australia A have a tour to Sri Lanka in June and July, so almost certainly Harris will miss the start of the T20. He'll be back for Cheltenham, but there are 3 championship games in that time that he is away. Here is Worrell, very wide outside the off stump, which are Kent at Canterbury. There's then a game here against Lancashire, and also there's another away game. I think it's at Chelmsford. So matches where Gloucestershire would really like to have Harris available, but he won't be. So remains to be seen whether the club at that point do what they did when Nasim Shah was injured and possibly replace him with another overseas batsman. That they could do, of course, but equally they've got Zafar Gohar on the books, so if they think that it may turn at Chelmsford, then Zafar could well be the option. Worrell in. Oh, that's come back almost like a big leg break. It's been let go by Miles Hammond, but it did straighten. But Worrell remains wicketless at the moment.
Just having a look at the crowd there, and there's a gentleman in the front row there. He's in a Middlesex Sun hat. Don't know if he's... See him there in the front row of the crowd. He's just got his face down. The Middlesex Sun hat, trying to possibly wind up the Surrey fans, maybe.
Worrell in. Short one, taken by Josh Blake, who's a sub-keeper for Surrey today.
It's got to be said, he looks remarkably like W.G. Grace. The down-in doctor. Is it his ghost?
So he's the gentleman in the dark glasses.
In the dark glasses, in the front row. Yeah.
But you're convinced it's a Middlesex Sun hat?
It's a Middlesex Sun hat. Yeah. Yeah. I would get absolute pelters if I wore a Middlesex tracksuit here.
Worrell round the wicket and steered away past Will Jackson all the way down to the boundary for 4. 4 more to Hammond. It wasn't a chance. It was low through that gully area. But Hammond scoring heavily on the offside in his innings today. Worrell went to put his arms up, but it wasn't a chance, and it positively raced away down in front of the club offices. 3:42 for 8. Number 350 is the next junction for a batting point. And Gloucestershire will then look towards 400. 19 overs to go after this to get bonus points, and Hammond squeezes that out to Ryan Patel out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's a big gap on the leg side there for Dan Worrell. Chris Dent, of course, highest score of that double 100 against Glamorgan. Last game of 2015 here, 268. Today his 19th first class 100, but we're now down to single figure numbers to get to this 10,000. He needs another 8. 156 at the moment.
Yeah, but he's not going to be facing. He's leaning on his bat at the non-strikers in, having a well-deserved rest as Reece Topley approaches the crease to Miles Hammond. And that's outside off stump and drifting further away. Hammond's on 30 now.
So here we are at 4:30. Surrey have taken 2 wickets today in successive overs. Other than that, it's been a barren old day for them. So they bowled 52 overs and 5 balls today before they took a wicket. And in most forms of cricket, that's a long time.
It's a hell of a lot. Topley in, and Hammond lets that one go. Oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but it's going to get nowhere. I was actually wrong about the Eurovision Song Contest. It's next Saturday, because we've got a fan of the show in James Healy sitting behind me. No, he's denying it.
Fan of Eurovision?
He is denying it. It's not what he told me off air, I tell you. No, he's not a fan, but he's forced to watch it. Topley into the crease, and that's left alone. Colin de Grandhomme clapping his hands there, trying to keep spirits up for Surrey. It's hard work, isn't it? How do you keep spirits up in this scenario, in this situation? Because it's heartbreaking for the bowlers, isn't it?
It is, but I have no sympathy for them because they batted for 2 days, and therefore they're going to have probably 2 days. Obviously, having had 2 days with their feet up, they would have known that this was coming.
Yeah. Apologies on the outside mic there. There seemed to be Topley there, and that goes outside off stump.
Our email just flashed up on the top right hand corner of the screen. Don't forget that it is open for the rest of today and indeed tomorrow as well. All home games. There it is. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Dan and I will do our best to answer questions. We can't promise to answer every horticultural question you might pose, but we'll try and do our best with the cricket ones.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot I know about the Spirea japonica. And that's gone the other way from Topley, and he's holding his hands, and that's a good leave from Miles Hammond.
So 2 of those actually, the 2 have come back a little bit from outside the off stump. Hammond's let both go.
The classic 3-card trick, away, back in.
I don't think it was as close as Topley thought, actually.
Well bowled.
He's been sparingly used today by Surrey.
Here he comes. That's away and outside the off stump. That's a maiden. And that's...
Topley, 20 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 51. Has been, I say, sparingly used, I would say, carefully used by Surrey. The wicket takers, Jordan Clark, 1 for 93, and de Grandhomme, 1 for 53. Those are the short form details. Looking towards the apartments, a lot of apartments with sort of chairs out on the balcony and such like. Understandable in this situation. The sun comes round to our part of the ground generally towards the end of the day, but not a lot of sun just at the moment. There is some sort of high cloud cover about, and that may be helping any movement in the air with this new ball. Worrell in, and Dent again into a very, very familiar pose. Just gets himself back on a cross, works it into the leg side, picks up a single, rotates the strike.
It's his get-out shot, isn't it? You know, he keeps the scoreboard ticking over, even when he's playing... it's not defensively, it's just no risk. And he's there back on his stumps and just nurdling it into the onside, accumulating quietly. And this really has been... it's been a wonderful innings to watch. And I know this has been a flat pitch, and some may say a flat game, but it's been an absolute pleasure to watch the innings from Jamie Smith, from Jordan Clark, and from Chris Dent and Marcus Harris.
Around the wicket from Worrell, that spat a little bit. It's quite short, but I was sent a message by someone this morning who said that Surrey were just really trying to apply maximum scoreboard pressure by not declaring, and in a sense I think Harris and Dent put together a sort of an object lesson stand in ignoring the scoreboard.
Yeah, completely.
They just didn't look at it. If they did look at the board, well, so be it, but you could have been forgotten for thinking that way. Worrell around the wicket again, just trying to roll the hand over the top of the ball there, trying to bring it back into the left-hander.
Yeah, completely, and I agree with you. It can be imposing a total, especially 600, and a lot of cricket is played in the mind. And I've seen sides crumble, and the new ball was crucial yesterday, wasn't it? We saw Surrey 37 for 3, and there could have been more. There were a lot of catches dropped in the slip cordon.
Worrell staying around the wicket, down the leg side. It's a good take by Josh Blake.
Superb take.
Yeah, a lot of ground to make up there. That was fired down the leg side. A second look at how far he had to use his feet here to get to this. Both feet off the floor when he took that.
Yeah, flying through the air. Great British Blake off.
Yes, indeed. To be fair, Alex Blake at Kent is quite a good fielder too, isn't he?
He's a wonderful fielder.
Worrell tossed up and reached for, but not hit, other than off the bottom of the bat. Might have ruined his bat there. Miles Hammond, he might need another bat. He'd taken a big slice out of that. And the signal, there's the signal. I've completely ruined that one.
One of those that hurts the hands, doesn't it, when you get them right on the bottom there?
It's a bit of a jarrer.
Yeah.
And out will come somebody shortly with probably 3 bats, all made by the same manufacturer, probably all the same weight. How will Hammond choose? I mean, a batsman's probably always got 2 or 3 bats in his bag that he's very comfortable with.
Yeah, they get about 6 or 7 a year, don't they? And they sort of tend to have 3 or 4 of the favourites that they'll net with. Some they net indoor with, don't they? And some they use specifically for T20, and they're sort of power hitting bats, and others are slightly lighter that they can adjust to the moving red ball with.
But that one won't be used for hardly anything, I wouldn't have thought now. He's got, I mean, you can, I mean, if you've got a particular relationship with one bat, you might want to get it repaired, I suppose. Here's Worrell in. Hammond struck that one pretty well. That was with the replacement, and he's powered that away through extra cover for 4. So nothing wrong with the one that was taken out of his bag by the 12th man, and Hammond goes to 34. Dent is 157. Gloucestershire 2 runs away from batting point number 4.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen to the old bat. Maybe wait for chillier climes and use it for firewood.
You don't see hardly ever a player now with any tape around his bat, do you?
No, never. It's not like the days of, Brian Close would have almost covered in a bandage. It was like a mummified bat, wasn't it?
And they're all the players now, I think, probably have their own kit deals.
Topley into Dent.
And if the individual player doesn't, then maybe a kit supplier will say, well, I can let you have a bat from A, B or C. And they said, yeah, okay, well, I'll have one from each. I don't know. They'll find out which one they like, and then they'll make sure they've got enough stock during the season. I mean, most of the batsmen, you say, might have several on the go that they're comfortable with. Most of the bowlers might only have one.
Yes, Topley. That's hooked there by Dent. He's going to get just the one for it. Moves on to 158, 349 for 2.
He's going quietly about this, isn't he? But it's quite the right thing to do, because Miles Hammond at the other end is unfurling some very attractive shots. So Dent doesn't need to be anything other than a good foil for him.
No. The other thing they have these days is back of the bat sponsors, don't they? That's come into play in recent seasons. Topley through to Hammond. That's a good delivery.
Played in, took the bat away from that. Played inside it.
Yeah, so back of the bat sponsors have come in, and we've moved on a long time since the 70s, haven't we, Ian? When a few professionals would get their bats for free. Some, very few were on sponsorship deals. I remember Tony Gregg had a deal with St. Peter. He used to wear the mitten gloves. Do you remember those to bat in? As Topley comes in, and that is very nicely played by Miles Hammond. Lovely shot. Hashim Amla can't cut that off. And that brings up the 4th batting point for the glorious Gloucesters.
So Gloucestershire now go to 6 bonus points in the game. Sorry, I haven't got a bowling point yet. And Gloucestershire now need 47 in 16 overs for maximum batting points.
Here's Topley into Hammond, and Hammond withdraws the bat.
And I stand by what I said earlier on today. I am surprised that they've got 27 overs left in the day. I thought it was a long shot to get very far beyond 400 total by the close. But they could be
close to 450.
They could be getting very close to the follow-on figure. Probably not quite.
Yeah, it's Topley in, and Hammond doesn't want anything to do.
Given it's only 2 wickets down, the game is basically done.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The game is basically done. If they were 4-2-5, even 4-2-5 for 5,
yeah,
they're very nearly there.
Mohammed Amir just having a little stroll around the ground in front of us there, enjoying his time in Bristol. And there's the scorecard. And it'll be interesting to see what happens, because it goes to show the power of first innings runs and how crucial they are to the cause. Because Gloucestershire haven't had that, have they, at all?
No.
And that's why they have picked up hardly any points out of their draw or 2 defeats that they've had so far this season. And first innings runs are crucial, and especially in what we play. Yeah,
Jordan Clark coming back to replace Dan Worrell. And actually, even go back, as obviously Ian Harvey was interim charge last year, Richard Dawson prior to that, and even in Richard Dawson's time, it was a constant topic of conversation maybe at the end of the season. Yeah, first innings runs. Clark in very short, banged in and totally ignored by Dent through to Josh Blake. And in fact, he's called as a no ball. So called as a no ball by our umpire at this Ashley Down road end.
2 more to the total.
Mike Burns. And yes, first innings runs it's been a regular theme maybe for the last 4 or 5 years. Dent pulls that round the corner. He'll get certainly 1. They'll come back for a second. There's a long throw from down there, and what's that? He's got a good arm, Ryan Patel. Dent picks up 2 more. 160. 1 boundary away. Latterly, he's been working in his regular areas.
Yeah.
Off his hip.
Yeah.
Behind square, if necessary. Square the wicket on the offside. Not really powering through the shot. Lets that go.
And he deserves to do it here in Bristol as well, in front of his adoring fans here at Gloucestershire, rather than doing it maybe next week at the Rose Bowl.
Yes,
I think less than 4 in that game.
Yeah,
but,
and actually, he's doing it in a game where his contribution is absolutely vital.
Yeah. I think anyone who's witnessed this will remember this as it stands 160 from Chris Dent.
Jordan Clark to bowl to him. He won't get a single there. Plays it out on the offside, fielded by Dan Worrell at short extra. So we've got just de Grandhomme and Jacks in the slip cordon. First and third, really. But boundary riders at both deep square and at point. Third man and a fine leg for Jordan Clark, and Dent cuts. Is that it? It's 4. It's away through, back past the fielder on the boundary, and Chris Dent goes to 164, and Chris Dent goes to 10,000 first-class runs for Gloucestershire.
Absolutely wonderful innings here, and what a wonderful servant of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club Chris Dent's been. 161 matches, 290 innings, high score of 268, and averaging just shy of 40. What a batsman.
I'm sure Terry Blake will announce that at the end of the over. Here is Jordan Clark in, and Dent hits that into his foot, the one that he felt was a bit sore this morning. That won't do it any good, but I'm sure that there was no great acknowledgement when he got to 164, but he may do that when the PA acknowledges it.
Yeah, that was off his 300th ball that he's faced as well in this innings.
Waits once more here, conscious that the celebration will be for the end of play. Clark in a full toss. Dent works that into the leg side. He should get, so definitely one, but Reece Topley's onto it reasonably quickly there. His throw is long, but it's well backed up. And so that is the end of Jordan Clark's over. And there is the announcement from Terry Blake. And don't know whether Miles Hammond knew, but he's giving him a tap on the back with his bat. And Dent hasn't really acknowledged it. The crowd have,
yeah.
But he wants to go on, and I suspect he might struggle to get it tonight. But he might want to say, well, what I want is a double 100.
Yeah, he'll have one eye on that. He needs another 35 runs to get there, and the way he's going, you wouldn't bet against him at this point, would you?
Topley to continue from the far end. I say we've not seen Will Jacks much today, and with a newish ball, we may not much tonight either.
No, he's Topley to Dent. Short ball, Dent gets that fine. That's going to be 4 more. And well put away. Gets on top of the ball, rolls his wrists over it, plays it downwards, and that's 4 runs. It'll be interesting to see.
Sorry, Dan.
It'll be interesting to see Gloucestershire's tactics when they get to the maximum batting points, and when they get to the follow-on figure of 4-5-3. How are they going to play this? I think they'll just have a whack and have a laugh. Here's Topley. And Dent wants a single and Hammond doesn't. I mean, they won't do that because there's professional pride at stake, isn't there? And there are averages, etc. But do you think they might play with a little bit more freedom, perhaps?
Do you know, what I even wondered, and this was, and this is kind of a reverse psychology in a way, whether Gloucestershire might get the follow-on and declare.
Well, I thought about this yesterday, and
but then actually, well, what's the point of them going out to bowl? Why the bowlers need some time off, not to be asked to bowl more overs.
Topley in, and yeah, I put this out there yesterday, and my idea was poo-pooed somewhat. It was. I
mean, it would depend when they got there, but it would be really. I mean, the only way you would say, and I don't know whether this, if it was. I'll make this up here. If it was 453 for 2,
yeah,
and a declaration would stop Surrey getting a bowling point.
Yeah, it's Topley in, and that's got to be close. That really has to be close. Oh, Hassan Adnan. Trying to get decisions out of him during this game for all the bowlers has been. I think he intimated that Dent had hit this one. But he hasn't given a thing. Well, he's given one. Oh, I hope he has hit that one, because otherwise he was stone in front.
Well, you have to say that he has been consistent.
He certainly has. Do you reckon he was a batsman? It's Topley to Dent. Oh, and that's hit him amidships. Topley's working up a bit of a head of steam here, I think.
He's got a newish ball to bowl with. It's only 15 overs old.
Chris Dent will want to get to his 200 tonight, I think. The I don't know if he's a fan of the weather forecast, but there's a little bit of rain in the air for tomorrow morning. Topley into Dent, who works that one out to Sam Curran out at deep square leg, and there's one run. Yeah, I mean, are we going to see Surrey have some joke bowling? We can see Hashim Amla turn his arm over.
I think that won't happen until Gloucestershire get to the follow-on figure.
No, no, but are we going to see?
What happens after that? In a sense, and we don't wish this bit, that the best thing to happen would be for there to be some rain, because then that takes the uncompetitive element out of the game beyond the follow-on figure. It's still competitive at the moment because Surrey still want bonus bowling points.
Yes, they do.
Clark in, cut by Dent, but off the bottom half of the bat out to Sam Curran.
We won't see that for 14 overs until 110 overs has gone, will we? But it'll be interesting to see how they play it and what happens tomorrow.
But as I wouldn't wish rain at cricket. We've been very fortunate so far this season. Just about every ball here at Bristol has been bowled that should have been. Clark outside the off stump and taken by Blake, not played by Chris Dent. The two men out today. Marcus Harris for 124. She had a first wicket stand of 296 with Chris Dent in just under 77 overs. And then James Bracey, third ball, bowled by Jordan Clark for naught. Clark in once more, very wide again, but clipped straight to Sam. Is that Curran or Jacks? That is Jacks, I think, at point. Clark's 100 is up, first bowler to concede 100 runs in the match. One for 102 he has. Burns, his captain, watching on from mid-off. It's short. Dent's pulled that. There are two boundary riders on the leg side, and Topley takes the responsibility and slings in a low throw ahead of Ryan Patel, and they'll come back for two.
Actually, Mamla does have one first-class wicket. I'm just trying to
find who it is.
I'm trying to find who it is, yeah. He's not in test matches. In test matches, he has bowled 54 balls to 9 overs, and he's gone for 37 off those, no wickets.
Clark in, and that's outside the off stump, flicked at by Dent, but no touch. It's 9 minutes to 5. We're getting towards that sort of tense time in the day for football supporters. On well, if you're Bristol Rovers supporter in particular.
First class cricket, he's averaging a mere 277 with a ball.
Jordan Clark again outside the off stump. A lovely drive from Dent. That was over pitched. Didn't need any second invitation there. Absolutely spanked that away. Wide of mid off for 4. That was in the slot, and didn't need a second invitation. Here it is. It was wide, but he picked it so quickly, and that comes from. You might say that he's been in for 6 hours. There'd be a bit of mental fatigue there, yes, but you're judging everything now so much easier because you're used to the pace of the pitch, the pace of the bowlers, and you're in such a good frame of mind yourself.
Yeah, it's an absolute graveyard for bowlers, this. Is that a fire there in the distance, or is it somebody having a barbecue?
Hard to tell from our vantage point. There's a little bit of smoke from away to our right, beyond the ground, quite a way beyond the ground actually. Another chat from Rory Burns to the umpires about the shape of the ball. This is quite a new one. This is only 17 overs old.
Yeah.
So Rory Burns again is asking the question. The umpires have got this little measuring device. The ball has to go through 2 hoops, I think, and nothing's going to be happening on this occasion. Umpire Mike Burns has put that disc back in his pocket, and once again it will be Topley to continue.
Some cheers there from downstairs. Is that football related, do you think?
I don't know. I might just I won't do this just yet, but when the full times are in, particularly the local ones, I might just
Here's Topley.
Remind you of them.
And that's gloriously driven by Hammond. He's only going to get 1 because Ryan Patel's out there on the deep cover fence and he's quite quick across the ground.
Well, Bristol City are going to win, I can tell you that, because they're winning 5-0 against Hull. That game very nearly at full time.
Long way back to Hull for that, isn't it? Long way back.
Rovers are losing 3-2 at the moment at Rochdale.
Topley in, and Dent shovels the ball out to Hashim Amla, and there's 1 there. So Rovers, that puts them in the playoffs, I believe, doesn't it?
It might make that 3-3. That maybe was the cheer, because Bristol Rovers have just equalised. It's 3-3 there. Aaron Collins in the 89th minute. Now, that would... it's unrealistic for me to tell you what that means until all the other results are in, because it's very close in that division.
Topley in, and Hammond lets that go. Well, that'll cheer James Bracey up after his duck earlier, won't it? Big Rovers fan from Winterbourne up the road.
Yes, here, Gloucestershire have had a very good day with the bat. I think in their expectations they would have hoped for a good start, which Dent and Harris gave them, but to get almost to tee without losing a wicket was a tremendous effort.
Yeah, Topley in, and Hammond squared up a little bit.
Hammond's got 39, and this is an occasion where we said he got the 50 last week at Old Trafford and then was dismissed. So this is one where he would like to get A to 50, but B to go on from there, even if it means that he's not out at the close. He's giving his captain his former captain good support.
Topley approaches the crease. That squares Hammond up as well. It's good bowling here from Reece Topley. Just having a little word, maybe giving his technique an appraisal. 360-degree appraisal.
Just a result coming in from Lords, where Middlesex are 2 runs away from beating Leicestershire. They bowled them out in the second innings for 272, and they are 50 without loss. They need 2 runs to win that game, so that game will be over on the 3rd evening.
Yeah, that'll be the third day in a row for Middlesex. So they'll have to be calling the 4th day Shaheen Day, like Essex do. Call it Harmy Day, the 4th day of a county championship game, because in recent years they've had the day off, as Simon Harmer has bowled them to victory on the 3rd day.
And Somerset only 1 wicket away from winning their game in Division 1 against Warwickshire as well. Warwickshire 9 down following on, and still 82 runs behind. Just to update you on that match at Chelmsford, Essex 100 for 3 second time round, so they are still 97 behind, but they're really working hard to make Northants possibly have an awkward little chase in that game. 97 behind. They're not going to recover that tonight, but after tomorrow, news of something.
I think that might be a Bristol Rovers goal.
Well, unless they're getting news of the 3-3, but we'll see. I'll give you the full-time scores as soon as they are in. Here, Jordan Clark concentrating on the cricket with an appeal round the wicket, but he's quite wide from that delivery stride, and it's a dot ball in both the physical score, but which the scorers keep, and also the computerised one. Here's the replay. Worth a shout, that, but again, umpire not answering in the affirmative. Pleasant shot once more from Chris Dent up to Rory Burns at mid-off. He's been I think he was in the slips yesterday, just at the outset, but basically since he got to about 40 without loss, he hasn't been there, as he's been at mid-off most of the time.
He certainly has.
Jordan Clark bustling in again. He's got the one slip there. Oh, slower ball this time. Not that he can't deceive Dent with that. He's been in too long. He certainly picked it, and it's still 3-7-5 for 2. Only 25 needed then for Gloucestershire to get full batting points, and they've got 11 overs to get them. So really, that ought to be fairly straightforward. Dent, again, that's well placed past the man at point. They'll get just one. Sam Curran's the boundary rider out there, and they'll keep rotating the strike, these two. Surrey haven't bowled at a right-hander yet, Dan, have they?
No, not yet.
Four left-handers in the top 4 places.
Just hearing news that it is Bristol Rovers 4, Rochdale 3, so they've scored 2 in the last minute to win. And does that put them into the automatic... I think that might be full time. Does that put them into the automatic promotion?
We need to look at the other scores to do that.
Right.
I wasn't going to overcomplicate it.
Well, the Gloucester Road could be carnage tonight.
Clark, almost a Yorker length ball outside the off stump, and Hammond couldn't drive it away past the man at short extra, who is Dan Worrell.
It'll be full of people in quartered football tops singing "Goodnight, Irene."
Yes, if whatever Rovers have done today, it will be helped by the fact that Sutton have lost. But I'll give you all those scores as soon as they are all in. Here we've got cloudy skies now, but certainly it's been a day of a real fight back by Gloucestershire in this game. The word dominant was used by Surrey after the first 2 days. They were increasingly dominant on the first day, and I totally get the fact that they were dominant with the bat yesterday. But Gloucestershire have what you might say, they've given them a poke in the eye with a sharp implement today, metaphorically, because they have responded themselves with 376 for 2.
Reece Topley from the pavilion end, and that's a play and miss, a rare play and miss from Chris Dent. Probably the first full shot I remember him playing for 2 or 3 hours.
For 2 or 3 hours, yeah, that's right. Even 2 or 3 overs is what you think you're going to say, but actually it is 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, it is. It's honestly, it's been that much of a lesson in concentration, and any young batsman who wants to open the batting should look at this from Chris Dent, because it really has been an absolute masterclass. 376 for 2. Dent 178.
This is the 100th over.
Topley in, and that's a good delivery as well. I think Dent possibly played at that. It's hard to tell with Chris Dent, because he jags the back inside in the way that Marcus Trescothick used to for Somerset. And sometimes you think, is he playing at the ball, or is he just
it's the clothesline,
the
isn't it?
Yeah,
as it's called.
Like your tackles in rugby, Ian, the clothesline.
I'd be yellow carded for those.
Topley. That beats the outside edge as well. This is good over here from Reece Topley. Did you ever do them?
No.
I'm hearing a story from Gloucestershire Rugby. Again, it's in Steve James's book, because Steve James
played county rugby for Gloucestershire.
He did, and he played for Lydney.
Yep.
RFC, and he tells a story of an estate in Gloucestershire, in Gloucester itself. I'll come on to it after this ball from Reece Topley, and that's on the legs of Chris Dent, who whips it out to Sam Curran at deep square for a single. And there's this estate in Gloucester who had quite quite a vibrant side, quite a side that like to mix it now and again amongst the forwards. They had quite a robust pack, shall we say. And they also had some robust followers. And once an opposing winger was cleaned through, about to hair down the wing, when a man from the side, or a lady from the side, as Topley comes in to Hammond. So the winger's cleaned through, he's just got nobody else to beat. All he needs to do is have a foot race, touch the ball down, and a lady from the side threw her bicycle into his pass to stop the try.
I think I can probably work out which rugby club and estate that might be. Rovers, the only game that is still in progress, but that's now finished. So I will try and give you the details of what's happened in League Two today and what it means for Bristol Rovers as a result.
Topley, outside off stump, let go, that's the end of the over. 377 for 2. Chris Dent, 179. Miles Hammond, 39.
So Rovers did win 4-3 at Rochdale. 2 goals. They were 3-2 down after 89 minutes, but they equalised 89, scored the winner late on. At the top, Exeter drew at Northampton and Forest Green were beaten at home by Harrogate. So the top 3 looks like this. Exeter 84, Forest Green 83, Northampton 77. So the top 2 are promoted. Northampton 77, Bristol Rovers 77, Port Vale 75, Mansfield 75 with 2 to play. Here's Jordan Clark in and pulled away by Dent, but straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. They'll need to pick up 1. And Swindon 74, Sutton 73. So Mansfield and Port Vale both have 2 games to play. Rovers have 1, which is next Saturday against Scunthorpe. It could all change again on Tuesday. But basically there is still 1 automatic promotion place up for grabs, and it is possible that Bristol Rovers, in fact they will go into next weekend with a chance of getting it.
That's a good bouncer there from Jordan Clark. Then he takes Miles Hammond's head off. Let's have another look at that one if we can. It's a really good bouncer, and he had to take evasive action to get out of the way. And I had a message from Don Topley, actually, Reese's dad. And he's got some weather forecasts for us.
All right, okay, I'll just update you two on the rugby after this, which is a bouncer again from Jordan Clark, and that is that Gloucester 64, Bath 0. Leicester 56, Bristol 26. So a heavy defeat for the Bears and a big win for Gloucester in the derby game at Kingsholm.
What does that say? Worcester, Saracens?
Worcester 16, Saracens 38. I'm also seeing what that means for the table as well, because that big win for Gloucester will help their points difference. There were some important matches last night as well. I'll update that in a second. Here is Jordan Clark. 2 slips and now a leg slip in for Hammond. It's a slower ball outside the off stump, which is let go.
He's trying things, Jordan Clark. Give him that. Give him that. He's trying.
Yeah, Bristol remain 10th, but they're now 15 points behind Wasps, which is a long way. Gloucester, if that table has been updated, which it has, remains 6th, but they're level on points with Exeter. Northampton 6 points ahead of them. They won last night. Pulled away by Hammond this time into the leg side, and the comeback for 2. Topley doesn't really want to be chasing around the boundary too much. If he's bowling at that far end, he doesn't want to be doing too much boundary riding work in between. His main purpose in the team is to try and take wickets, but as we know, that's been pretty difficult. So Don Topley's been in touch with you?
Yeah, Don Topley's dropped me a line. He's a marvellous meteorologist, Don. And I'll come on to it after this ball from Jordan Clark.
From this Ashley Down Road, and it's wide outside the off stump and let go by Miles Hammond. 41 to Hammond. Dent with the darts man's favourite, or darts man or woman's favourite number. 180, and Gloucestershire have 9 overs left to get the 20 runs they need for full batting points.
Yeah, so Don has been around the Division 1 grounds and looking at tomorrow's forecasts. And this could be crucial. This could come into play. It could be crucial to the outcome of play. And Chelmsford looks pretty okay. Possibly the odd shower. And that's a really intriguing game. There's a long way to go in that game. Taunton, probable rain.
Won't matter. Somerset have won.
Somerset have won. Bristol will get some, but less than Taunton. And again, I don't think that will matter to the outcome of this game. Ageas Bowl, some odd showers. His son Reese into bowl, that's very wide. Not called a wide, but that's very wide. And Headingley could be wet. So
yes, and actually Kent mightn't mind
Don
that,
for that
because they are 2 down and they're still trailing by 229.
Yeah, no, thanks Don for that. That's good stuff there, mate. And keep them coming, keep involved. I'm sure you're watching your lad Reese bowl here. I'm sure he'll have more responsive tracks to bowl on this season, and that's a little sort of Dent had feathered that, but he's made Dent play and miss there.
Interesting too, that forecast for the East Midlands and further north. Notts need 74 to beat Worcestershire. They're 3 wickets down. I wonder if they might try and have a dart at that tonight.
Yeah, they've still got 50 minutes, I think.
And an extra half hour potentially.
Yeah, I think they'll be all right. I think they'll be putting their feet up and enjoying their Saturday night in the East Midlands. That's wide from Reece Topley and swings even wider. It's actually a good take from Josh Blake there.
Yes, the equation is on the overs in that match, but they can add 8 overs tonight, of course, provided the light's okay. And not so that a sort of a pretty positive bunch, aren't they? They do chase pretty hard in situations like that.
Do you think they'll be claiming the extra half an hour here, Ian?
Well, here, I doubt it.
It's Reece Topley. That's a glove from Chris Dent. And I thought that had gone down fine leg's throat for a second, but it hasn't. Dan Worrell down here.
He was quite wide, I think.
He was quite wide. And it was good pace there from Topley, because Dent got on that slightly late. And gloved it over. It was in the air for a long time. Let's have a look at that if we can.
That's the big difference, isn't it, between even when Dent started his career, gloves would have been quite different in their padding to how they are now.
Yeah. Yeah, here's Topley in to Miles Hammond. Oh, that's well bowled as well. That nips back the other way. Topley's got a little bit of a head of steam up here. And Jordan Clark has it from this end as well. And there's professional pride at stake, isn't there, for Surrey?
Yes, Topley into his 25th over for that 0 for 65. Clark is 1 for 112 from 23.
Yeah.
But that represents something of a clawback, because he was a bit wild this morning.
Just 19 runs needed off 8.1 overs.
And if you,
for maximum batting points.
If you could say this about, and they wouldn't have looked to do it this way, I'm sure, but they have actually paced this day very well.
They certainly have. Topley in, and that's a good leave from Hammond. Topley hands on head. That completes the over. 381 for 2. Miles Hammond 41. Chris Dent is on a mammoth 181. And that completes 102 overs in this Gloucestershire innings. And it's hard work for bowlers. Just 12 wickets been taken in 3 days of cricket. And 3 of those were in the first session.
Yeah, 3. I was going to always go further than that. I think 3 were almost in the first hour. Not quite, but
yeah, I think you're right.
It was 2 in the first hour.
Yeah,
it's been a real slog since for the bowlers. Rory Burns just orchestrating his field for the continuing, I say attack, the continuing efforts of Clark to dislodge these two. We've put on 84 so far for the third wicket.
Yeah. He'll sleep well tonight, Chris Dent, won't he?
Yeah, it's all that fruit he had at lunchtime. That's what's kept him going today. And I mentioned that because I remember seeing Dent during a lunch interval at Cheltenham with the biggest bowl of fruit you can imagine. That was on one particular day, but obviously at Cheltenham the college infrastructure is much smaller and much closer together to everything than it is here in Bristol. And then you had a very clear picture that was not an isolated incident. And that's that go outside the off stump when every lunchtime fruit was very much on the Dent menu.
Yeah, it's various players have got certain habits and what they like to put into their bodies.
A lot of the Gloucestershire did a sort of a winter feature. It might have been between 20 and 21, I think, about the various characters in the squad. Clark in again. It's cut by Dent down to quite a fine third man for a single. Everybody said that Dent was the best fielder in the club. I think they said he was the fastest sprinter as well.
Yeah. And
you've got to factor in, he's the most experienced bat. He had more first-class runs than anybody.
Yeah.
He really does make him one of the star names in the club, even if outside of it, he hasn't had the recognition that some think he deserves. Again, too wide from Jordan Clark, let go by Miles Hammond.
Well, I reckon his dog Simba might be wanting him to get out now. I think he's missed him enough today. I don't think dogs see it the way everyone else does here.
No.
Apart from the few odd Surrey fans, perhaps.
Clark around the corner, another short one, and Josh Blake takes it high above his head.
Got a little bit about him, Jordan Clark. I like it.
Ex-Lancashire.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get into the first team at Old Trafford, you've probably got a pretty competitive edge about you, and he's certainly got that.
Yeah, as the Australians like to call it, a bit of mongrel.
Another short one from Clark, pulled away by Hammond over the man at mid-wicket, Rory Burns, and it thuds into the advertising boards for 4 more. Impossible to know. I lost the flight of that in terms of how high it was above Burns' head, but he leapt for it. I suspect it was quite a way clear. There wasn't a real sense of angst from Burns that he got anywhere near it. Threw himself in the direction of the ball, but that was about it. Now Jordan Clark wants a change in the field. He wants to move Topley just a bit squarer and pull Ryan Patel to an orthodox deep square just behind the square, in fact 3 parts of the way to the boundary. Might be another short one coming here. Well, not ultra short, but short enough, and Hammond just pulled out of the way. So Hammond with 45 from 100 minutes batting, and he's hit 9 fours, and he's faced 80 balls. So again, very good. The strike rates for all the batsmen who've got in for Gloucestershire in this innings have been around about the same, been in the 50s. That is 50 runs per 100 balls, and yes, it's been a good pitch to bat on, but it was the scoreboard situation that they faced that was arguably as big a challenge as anything, and they've risen to it.
Yeah, 17 overs remaining in the day. As Reece Topley continues from the pavilion end, and that's an inside edge. Surrey cut, as we've been calling it all game.
Harrow drive, as appropriate.
And that goes down to Long leg for a single.
So 16 overs on the day remaining after this, and Dent needs 17 for 200. So, yeah, it's got to be a feeling that even if he just plays sensibly and milks the singles, there should be a chance of him getting it.
Any questions
before that is the 400.
Yeah, here's Topley. And that's way outside Miles Hammond's off stump, and he just lets it go. Any questions you've got, drop us a line, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. I'm sure there's 60 odd thousand of you listening in, and let us know what you think. Let us know what you think of Chris Dent. Let us know what you think of this pitch. Let us know what you think of what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, so Don Topley's view was liable to be some precipitation.
Yes. Here is his son. Big shout for LBW. Looks a little high.
I think Reece Topley ought to have worked out by now that Hassan Adnam is not one to give much in terms of LBWs.
No, you get no change out of him whatsoever, do you?
Here's the replay.
Yeah. Going down, I think.
Yeah. Shake of the head.
Yeah.
Shake of the head every time.
Yeah. Good to remember that Hassan Adnan only does get one look and in real time, whereas, we're seeing replays here, but does have a far better view of it than we do. Here's Reece Topley. And that's full delivery. It's played out to Hashim Amla.
That was one of the in rugby terms, that was a stinger. It went off the bottom of the bat, and the whole power of it goes back up your hand, up your arm, doesn't it?
Don't. It's worse than having tennis elbow. Hashim Amla, 39 years old. What a career he's had. It's Reece Topley. That's left alone. Hashim Amla. That 311 against England at the Oval back in 2012. He's got 28 test hundreds, 27 one-day hundreds, average 46 in tests, and he's on his 5th county here. He's had spells at Essex, he's had spells at Notts, Hampshire, Derbyshire, and now Surrey. And he made his debut back all the way back in 1999 for KwaZulu-Natal. Went to school with Lance Klusner and the wonderful Barry Richards. What a cover drive he had. Here's Topley in, short ball, and that has been punished and put away by Miles Hammond out to in front of square. That concludes the over. That's going to be 4 runs, and that leaves just 9 runs to get to complete the full set of batting points for the home side.
I'm not sure that Sam Curran saw that in flight, I think he lost it against the grey seats of the man stand, because the ball went quite some way to his right, but he was very slow to react to it. Our American friend Mike Cook has been back on the emails. Mike, you cannot understand how much I'm enjoying the commentary today, the Gloucestershire players' resilience, and just being able to watch the game after more than 40 years without it. They've impressed me against both Yorkshire and Lancashire, and even more today. Regards.
What a nice chap.
Short again from Jordan Clark. Yeah, Mike's in Florida, so pleased to be able to bring the match at some long range to you. Today, obviously, also tomorrow, weather permitting. Not sure what the time difference is over there. It's probably breakfast time or something, is it? Here's Clark, who's bowled quite a lot that's been back of a length or even shorter than that today. And as a result, Dent has swayed out of the way of quite a lot. But I say, wherever you are in the world, be in the north of Scotland or across the pond, thanks for your interaction. Clark pitches that up, and Dent goes to play at it, and it just drifts away without a touch taken by the diving figure of Josh Blake.
Yeah, let us know where in the world you are as well. We want to hear from you. The most obscure place, the better.
There's our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk.
And if you're watching this from Horfield, come down to the ground because you've still got an hour's play and it's free. Get yourself a nice cold Thatcher's from the Thatcher's bar. Come and watch this.
And you might see quite a significant moment if Chris Dent gets to a double 100.
Yeah.
And we get one more there. Fed down the leg side again. Jordan Clark hasn't quite got the odd stray delivery out of his armoury today, and Dent onto that like a rat up a drain pipe. Very, very quickly indeed. Hammond needs one for his 50, and he'll get it there off a misfield. Colin de Grandon couldn't gather that cleanly, and they're going to come back for 2. So Miles Hammond joins the party in terms of significant run scoring, and 86 balls and 10 fours, I think.
Yeah, just shy of, just 10 minutes shy of 2 hours. But it's been some lovely shots unfurled by him, hasn't it? Some cover drives have been absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, Wally will be quite impressed with 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah.
But short again from Jordan Clark. Hammond pulls that into the leg side. He'll get 4 for it. There's a chase for Topley out in front of the main scoreboard, but again, he hit that very hard, and it's raced away over the outfield, and Topley can't haul it in. So Gloucestershire close now. 398 for 2. They're going to get to this 400 well inside the 110 overs, and equally well inside the day. And it's not impossible that they could even save the follow-on tonight.
No, I think they probably will. I mean, what is there, 15 overs
15
left?
overs to go. They need 55.
Yeah, they should do that. I mean, last thing Reece Topley needs to be doing is running around the boundary. He's played in all the county championship games so far this season. He's about to commence his 27th over of the innings, and it's a real workload for him. And he's had a few back issues in the past. He doesn't need to be chasing the ball around like this. I
wonder if you. I mean, we don't encourage gambling, just to be clear. I wonder what odds you would have got on Gloucestershire saving the follow-on tonight when they play started this morning.
Topley to Dent, played out to
pretty long, I'd have thought.
Yeah,
lot of imponderable. I mean, the weather was not an imponderable, but that's a lot of runs to score in a day.
Yeah, just 5 runs needed as well for the 1,000th run in this game.
367 that would have needed them to score in the day. That's 120 a session. That's well above average.
Sorry, that is the 1,000th run there of the game. That is the 1,000th run of the game.
It is.
Yeah. Just 12 wickets. So 1,000 for 12 in 3 days. You've got long odds on that as well, wouldn't you?
You would.
Topley into Dent, squares him up a little, leading edge. And I think the milestone's left now. We're ticking them off one by one, but I think Chris Dent's 200, and then the 453 for the follow-on. And then I think it's just fill your boots time, isn't it?
Yes, they won't get far beyond the follow-on tonight if they get there, but that would be a possible target, and Surrey will be tied at this point.
Yeah, Topley to Dent, good Yorker. He's got a good Yorker, Reece Topley, and Chris Dent equal to it. But I think once the 110 over point has passed for Surrey, I can't see any point in them flogging the likes of Reece Topley or Jordan Clark into the ground. I think they'll bowl them for the next 5 overs, or 4 overs after this, because there's a bonus point here at stake, isn't there? So Topley in, and that's another good Yorker. And Chris Dent equal to it.
184 he's got. Having started the day 45 not out.
Fantastic innings.
So 139 in the day at the moment.
Topley to Dent. Oh, and Dent goes pulling. Probably wasn't short enough to go pulling. Kept maybe a little low perhaps. But whatever, it goes through, and that completes the over. So there's 4 left. Gloucestershire need 2 more for maximum batting points. We're just going to have a look at that ball. And
yeah, he pulled out of that, didn't he?
He pulled out of it, and if it was, I think it should have been cut, if anything, shouldn't it? It was a long way outside off stump. So,
yeah, James Bracey, unfortunately, the only player to miss out today with the bat. Got a good one from Jordan Clark, 3rd ball, and was bowled off stump. But other than that, the card has been strong. Harris 124, 2nd successive 100 on this ground. Jordan Clark in and clipped by Miles Hammond up to mid-on. There's no run. And then Dent and Hammond, the not-out batsman, still there. And now with the stand worth 101 for the 4th wicket, for the 3rd wicket, as you were. Full length ball from Jordan Clark, driven at but not connected with by Miles Hammond.
It's got to be said, Surrey haven't had a lot of luck here. Gloucestershire didn't have a lot of luck. The bowlers need that bit of luck on good pitches like this, and neither side have had it. The batsmen have, you know, there's been...
Do you think Gloucestershire... But I think Surrey have created fewer opportunities.
Yeah, they have. I mean, you look at the amount of drop catches in the slip cordon in the Gloucestershire innings, where they dropped 5 catches in there.
Clark around the wicket. Down the leg side. That'll be the bonus points complete. Very, very fine tickle for 4, and Gloucestershire get past 400. There's the bell. And 400 in the 107th over means full batting points in this game. And when they got 3 bowling points as well.
2.
2 bowling points as well, sorry. 2 bowling points. Wafted at by Hammond outside the off stump. Yeah, so 5 and 2. So Surrey will only get more than, if they don't take a wicket, they will only take 3 points from this game. 3 bonus points. That is 4 fewer than Gloucestershire.
And obviously 8 for the draw, should they not lose it, which they'd be rather disappointed if any side lost it from here.
Clark staying around the wicket, as he has done a lot today. Defended by Miles Hammond. Yeah, so that's the... I mean, you say they've had various sort of junction points across the day. Harris's 100, Dent's 100. Dent got there first. Then Dent getting to 150. Then Dent's 10,000 first-class runs for Gloucestershire, again achieved. Then you've got the maximum batting points. There are still two more targets, I would suggest. That is the Dent double 100 if he can get it, and then the follow-on, both of which might be achieved tonight. Clark in, and again Hammond defends back into his crease out on the offside.
Yeah, sorry, look like they're going through the motions there. As you know, can be no more than expected really, but they've still got 2 overs here to get an extra point. Ollie Pope there playing football with the cricket ball. Ball was booted away by another Surrey player.
No, Will Jacks by the looks of it. It's been a long time since we've seen him, but young Josh Blake has called for the helmet, and therefore he's going to come and stand up to the off spinner. Well, Jax hasn't bowled very much in this innings. He's only bowled 8 overs in all, and he's only bowled 5 overs today. Which
yeah, Amir Verdi would have I don't know if he might be pleased not to be bowling on this wicket, perhaps. Definitely.
Good one to miss, he might think, looking at the board.
So. I think the bowling averages have gone skywards. The batting averages have gone skywards. As we said yesterday, our energy bills are going skywards, aren't they, Ian Randall? Here's Will Jacks. Chris Dent defends that.
Yes, there are a lot of people that, I mean, I might come back to that at the end of the year, because Jacks gets through his overs pretty quickly.
Yeah, here he comes. Dent plays it back to him.
I might mention it during it. A lot of people were saying about energy bills.
Jackson, that's handsomely driven out to Reece Topley there, extra cover.
And the concept that, they might turn the heating off when it got to April, because that would obviously save money for later on.
Oh, deft from Dent. Late cuts, but can't get it past the fielder there.
But so many of the companies now, you pay your bill monthly across the year. So they divide your usage by 12. It isn't a question that you pay more in the winter than you do in the summer. You pay the same amount across the whole year. So if you use less, it might make a little bit of difference, but not a meaningful amount of difference.
There we go, and that's cut away. Man's out on the fence. It's Ryan Patel. Misfield though, and they're going to come back for a second off the back of that.
He stopped the ball, then didn't know, stopped it with a combination of hand and foot, and then completely lost trajectory of where it was.
Yep, that's 186. But Ian, you've had your coat on all day. Is this something to do with sort of saving money on the bills, or?
No, not at all.
What happens when we get to a real hot one like this? 30 degrees.
Yeah, but it's one of those difficult ones to judge up in our lofty perch.
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
The sun was out this morning, but it wasn't coming into our commentary position. And later on today, they said that there wouldn't be much sun. So I thought, okay, sort of, hedge your bets.
And it's a trick of the mind, the sun as well, isn't it? Because it's sunny, but the wind is cold. It's only been...
And as I said to one spectator this morning, if you'd have tried to speak to me last Sunday, you'd have had a problem.
Yeah, it's only been...
I didn't have a voice.
No, exactly. But no, it's only been a whopping 14 degrees here on the Costa del Horfield up in Bristol. And I'm sure there are going to be warmer days this summer, but we've had quite a healthy crowd. It wasn't definitely not as warm as it was for the Yorkshire game, and it's now into that evening time where the wind does start kicking off. Ryan Patel's going to come on from the Ashley Down Road in. Yeah, even the ice cream van's gone, Ian Randall.
Yeah,
that's a sign, isn't it?
Anna or Paolo, I think they tend to go at 5 or thereabouts.
Right.
But Patel's only had one spell today.
His name's Paolo, is it? You know him?
That's husband, yeah. Husband of Anna. Here is Ryan Patel in, turned away right arm over the wicket and turned away by Hammond for a single.
Are you on good enough terms to procure a 99 flake with sprinkles out of there?
With sprinkles?
Yes.
Really? 99 flake, perhaps.
Not with sprinkles. You've got to pay for the sprinkles.
Oh, gee. It was just a ruin in ice cream. Here's Patel in, worked away by Dent into the leg side. Again, they'll pick up one. You see, you and I are very different on our foods. I quite like relatively plain, straight lines, absolutely not too spicy, all good.
Yeah.
Whereas you would be far more flamboyant with your food, I think, shall we say.
Well, I've got my eye on this little Sri Lankan place on the Gloucester Road.
Ryan Patel, medium pace or thereabouts, Again, played out by Hammond into the leg side.
Yeah, it looks really good. I saw, might have to go and get myself a Kotu from there.
That's walking distance from the ground.
Yeah.
Here at in BS7. Ryan Patel back at the end of his run. Running away from our commentary position. Again, that's probably two leg side for his captain's liking, and that's easily milked by Hammond down to the boundary at fine leg. 4 more. Quick tap of the bat between the two. And the stand up now to 113.
There's just an absolute inevitability, isn't there? That Miles Hammond's probably going to get 100 and Chris Dent's going to get 200. You just can't see it happening, can you?
It's in a sense it's a surprise that I think Harris only got out because he was expanding the range of shots that he was playing.
Yeah, he just lost concentration a little bit, didn't he?
Hammond waits again for Patel. It's quite open-chested action and steered away for another single. Hammond comfortably past the half-century he got at Old Trafford last week. And he had an awkward little time to come in because the new ball was about to be taken when he walked out, albeit he has opened in red ball cricket of course before. Here he is though, trying to support his former captain, who again works that off his hips. Same area of the ground where he scored so many runs of those 10,000 odd for Gloucestershire, having got past that milestone today. It was certainly one at the start of the season you were looking at and saying, I wonder where it might happen. You're quite right, Dan. It's nice that it's happened here towards the end of a day, rather than maybe happening tomorrow at the start. A milestone at the start of a day, not everybody's in the ground.
Yeah.
If it's on a 4th day, the crowd's likely to be lower, but not a bad crowd in today. And they've seen Dent go from 45 to 50 to 100 to 150 to 189 if they've been here all day, and there is the chance. 11 overs to go.
Yeah, no one's leaving early as well. Everyone wants to be here for that moment. So
they'd love him to get the 200 tonight.
Yeah. Here's Will Jacks. And Hammond just about gets on now. A bit late on that, but
this is the last over in which a wicket would mean a point for Surrey.
Yeah, they've got 5 balls to get a wicket, otherwise they go home with no bowling bonus points. Will Jacks there. Oh, an anguished cry.
Only from the bowler.
Or as I nearly called him yesterday, Jack Wills. Which is a clothing shop.
Other fashion brands are available.
And that's a big, and that's a mis-stumping. That is a mis-stumping.
Mike Burns hasn't given that.
Mike Burns hasn't given it. Hassan Adnan hasn't given it. Will Jacks is turning around to Hassan Adnan here. I can't see what's gone on. There's a bit of controversy here. There's a missed-stump. No, he's
has he broken the stumps without the ball?
He's broken the stumps with his shoulder. Will Jacks not happy about it. And that could cost Surrey a point. Rory Burns doesn't look happy about it.
I mean, Hammond giving Jacks the charge. It should have been absolutely straightforward, shouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Jacks in and Hammond plays that out, and Topley goes to hurl it back into the wicket keeper.
We might have a look at that again at the end of the over, perhaps, if James can get the clip.
Wonder if we can slow-mo it, actually. No, we can't slow-mo it. Will Jacks to Hammond, and Ollie Pope has just booted the ball away. Surrey not happy out here. There's a little bit of chat going on, and Hassan Adnan's now getting involved. Jacks is bowling and Hammond there, and Surrey come away from the Seats Unique Stadium without a bowling point, and they're not happy.
Well, Jax is definitely not happy. I was going to say that he snatched his cap from the umpire.
Yeah.
And it was almost that, and he just kicked one of the old wicket ends as he walked away. I don't
think Josh Blake has control of the ball here. I don't think it's in his hands.
No, he's broken the stump without the ball.
Yeah, he has. He's broken it with his shoulder. If you have a look, he's dropped it. If we can possibly see that from the side, it might be an interesting view. If we can see that side on, I'd like to have a look at that.
Well, we leave James to see if he can find an alternative view.
Yeah,
Gloucestershire have 10 overs to go tonight, and they need 40 if they're to save the follow-on this evening. That might be a little bit of a tall order, but they're going to get very, very close, and they're only 2 wickets down. So perhaps the subplot is Chris Dent's 200. He's on the strike at the moment to Ryan Patel, and he's just quietly playing that out into the offside. But Surrey are going to go home with only 3 bonus points from their efforts in the game, plus the points for the draw, almost certainly. And Gloucestershire will take 7. Plus the points for the draw.
Surrey losing their tempers a little bit here. It's been a long day in the field. Only 2 wickets. Patel,
quite wide of the crease. Dent smacks that past the 2 men in short in the covers. But he's got the gap and he's got the boundary rider, which he can't avoid behind those 2. Sam Curran's been patrolling that area of the ground a lot today. 190 to Chris Dent. 1 double 100. Well, his career best was a double 100 here against Glamorgan. That was the last game of 2015. Sorry, not hurrying here. They've still got 9 overs to bowl after this, so they're going to be around about 20 past 6 finish. Ryan Patel just seeing if they can change the field a bit for Miles Hammond. They've got 3 short extra covers here. Try and Hammond just nudges that into the leg side and they'll pinch a single. So at least Surrey can do something a bit different here if they want to. Their bonus points aren't at stake anymore. And here is a slightly different view of the Jacks stumping. Hammond well down the pitch. So he's out of his ground, but there is, as you'd say, Dan, there is no control of the ball.
No, and if you look at first slip,
Patel way outside the off stump, and Chris Dent doesn't get that cleanly away, but it rolls up to mid-off where Ryan Patel does the fielding. They've still got the 3 short extra covers. It's a point just in front of square and 2 short extra covers here for Chris Dent. They're going to straighten. They're going to put one into almost a silly mid-off. Yes, they are. They're trying to cut off his methods of scoring these 10 runs that he wants. But Dent can work that into the gap on the leg side because Patel's given him enough room to do that. And he'll just pick up 1 and get them in singles here. Chris Dent. Sorry, Dan, you were going to say?
Yeah, well, I think what's really telling with that stumping chance is, I can't remember who was at first slip. I think it might be Burns. Was it Burns at first slip? And he immediately puts his hands on his head straight away.
Patel quite wide of the crease, so he's packing the offside field, trying to stop the singles, but it's a bit late for that now. 416 for 2 Gloucestershire. We've got 9 overs left on the day's play. Sorry, you're at -2 on the over rate, so we might continue to see Will Jacks if he's...
I want to see Hashim Amla have a bowl. That's what I want to see.
And there's a chat here between the 2 umpires and Rory Burns, so I don't know whether something was said or somebody said something, or whether it was Will Jacks' reaction to the decision I don't know, but there is a definite word from both umpires to the Surrey captain, and play will continue with Jacks extending his spell from the far end.
Yeah, I wonder if Alex Swan, the match referee, might be getting involved. Brother of Graham Swan.
Dent on 191.
Jacks in to Dent, who nudges that into the onside. He's going to move on to 192 comfortably with that little single.
Whatever David Bartlett did to Chris Dent's right foot in the lunch interval, and he may have put an injection in it, we don't know.
Yeah.
He's got through the rest of the day reasonably well.
Jacks to Hammond, short, and Hammond pushes out into the offside. Moves on to 67.
Your emails have been a steady stream, if I can call it that, through most of the day. Nick Ridderford's asked us a question. I'm watching from the most isolated inhabited site in the British Isles. Where is that?
That's just played out by Chris Dent.
I wonder if wouldn't be on Lundy Island, would he? I wonder.
Isolated inhabited site.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if Lundy people live on Lundy, don't they?
They do. Not many.
That's just left outside the stump.
Alex,
what about Caldy Island off Cardigan, I think it is.
Oh, not sure.
Which is sort of Tenby that way, I think it is, or Cardigan, and I think that's inhabited by monks only. Dodgeball.
Alex from Winterbourne, long-time viewer but first-time texter, he says. Got to say it's been a great day for Bristol Sport. The mighty City winning. I won't mention the Rovers. They also won, by the way.
That's more runs to Chris Dent. Works it out to the offside.
Gloucestershire batting well. Mr. Dent hitting 10,000 runs. Question, why do you think he's not made England? If we had 3 hours to discuss that, we probably could offer an opinion. But I think one of the views has been he's never played in the First Division until this season. You might say about the unfashionable county, that might be a line that would be peddled by some people. It's hard to know given the weight of runs he scored.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you look at some of the people that have been funky picks for England, and you've seen people like Ben Duckett get a go with England, and those guys, and Chris Dent, how he's not been picked is a mystery.
Steve Light has been in touch too. A raft of emails at the end of the day. Nice to have them. Ryan Patel round the wicket. Nice bit of in swing there, and Dent's going to scamper back for 2, and he's done well to get that. It's a long boundary down onto that mount stand side of the ground, and Dent goes to 195. Steve says, this Gloucestershire old boy is enjoying the game. We're watching here in Winnipeg, in Manitoba. We're 6 hours behind you, but I was born and bred in Horsley in the early 50s. Always and forever a Gloucestershire fanatic. Horsley up near Stroud, of course. Nigel Mills and Peter Tuck will get you to your emails in a moment. Again, a little bit of in-swing from Patel on the bounce this time. No ball called. And Gloucestershire's total advances even further. 423, 30 more needed for the follow-on. Nigel says, thanks for the feed and play-by-play commentary today. I'm a Surrey supporter from Ohio. We've just had lunch here, but I've been absent from the UK since 1975.
Oh.
Patel, again, he's starting to make this ball swing quite early, which is true, but it is swinging for him. And Peter Tuck says, thanks for your commentary today. What a thrilling day it's been. So good to see Chris Dent get his 10,000 runs. Just hope he can get another 11 to get his double 100. And that was sent, obviously, when he's on 189. Peter, thank you. You're our friend from the, call him our Highlands correspondent. Patel in again to Dent, who will pick up one more to go to 196. We did talk.
I want to know where this guy's from. The most isolated inhabited site in the British Isles.
In the UK. Nick, I suggested Lundy.
Runcorn.
No, probably not Runcorn. Hammond on 67. Nice shot past the two men at short extra. Out to Curran on the boundary. He's on his own out there. And Patel hasn't bowled that badly, actually. He's very, very respectably. I'm not saying he looks very threatening, but there's a little bit of movement for him.
Yeah, he wobbles it about, doesn't he?
Dent on 196. Oh, was it caught and bowled here? Oh, and he's just missed it. Patel has put it down.
There's a tough chance in his follow through.
It was low, and I say it's on his follow through. But almost, that one might have just stopped a bit. Here's the replay. Dent gets. We tried. Maybe it didn't quite carry.
Yeah.
But he tried to turn it onto the leg side. It didn't come through at the pace he thought. And he's a touch fortunate there, but he's probably earned that moment. Patellian again. Dent cuts out to Sam Curran. They'll take one. He'll come back for the second run, and Dent goes to 198. Well, Dan Whiting, it could be your call.
Yeah, I hope it's yours, actually.
Could be your call. 427 for 2. 453 is the follow-on total. There are 7 overs left. Tonight they're going to be very, very close. And I think we can say with some confidence that Gloucestershire have saved the game.
Yes, they certainly have. As Jax comes in to Hammond, who works that one out into the offside. And there's a single.
I mean, obviously the stand between Dent and Harris gave them a great chance of doing it, but there was still, I suppose, a slim chance that Surrey might have done something with this second new ball, but in truth, nothing.
Jax to Dent. Oh, and that was nearly it. Great stop from Ollie Pope. And I thought that was past him. That was a rather athletic bit of fielding there from the England man who's had shoulder problems, Ollie Pope. As Jax comes into Dent, who gets that one backward. There's a misfield there.
He's not running on a misfield.
No.
Not on 198, he isn't.
No, I think that's Jordan Clark, who looks absolutely knackered, doesn't he? Here's Jax. Rory Burns moving the field. Dent just stops the action. He's going to allow the field to be moved. He's brought Sam Curran up, so will Dent take it on? And the whole of Bristol holds its breath as Dent prods forward.
He's got to just settle himself after that near thing with the caught and bowled.
Jax to Dent. Ooh, that's another good bit of fielding there by Ollie Pope, diving. Has a little shy at the stumps at Miles Hammond's end. Sorry, seemed to have woken up. And that's in to Dent, and that's going to be the end of the over. 428 for 2. Chris Dent on 198. Miles Hammond on 69. And
are we about to see the second double 100 in this match? Second double 100 on consecutive days after Jamie Smith's effort yesterday. Dent certainly enjoyed the 100 milestone.
Chris Dent doing wonders for the bar profits here, because no one's leaving the ground while he's on 198.
No, people have stayed because Gloucestershire getting close to the follow-on. They say they might not quite get there tonight, but Dent is the subplot. Hammond waits for Ryan Patel at the start of a new over. And Reece Topley falls in slow motion to the floor at short mid-wicket to stop the single.
Surrey look absolutely knackered, don't they?
They do. They do look very weary. And that's how Gloucestershire felt at the end of the first day. And so in a sense, if you adopt the strategy of you do what the opposition least wants you to do, you keep them out there all day tomorrow. Patel into Hammond. He's not going to let Dent down here.
Got an email from Alex from Winterbourne saying, thank you for reading my email. James Bracey, a fellow Winterbourne lad, played for England whilst at unfashionable Gloss. Though it does seem we don't get the picks. Matt Windows years ago was another. That's from Alex at Winterbourne. And James Bracey got 100 here against Yorkshire a few weeks ago.
Patel in again to Hammond. He appeals, but it's a strangled appeal. And well, there was any bat on that, I doubt. Oh, there was. Just enough to advance Hammond's score by 1. I think we have to be honest here and say that Nick Ridford may have posed us the unanswerable question in terms of where he is. So, Nick, if you are, I don't know how early that email was sent. James is onto them pretty quickly.
It's got to be somewhere in the Hebrides, surely.
If you could get us the answer by close of play tonight, I think we'll accept that we don't know. Ryan Patel to Dent. Into the offside. He'll get one more to go to 199. Didn't rush that, just pick the gap, as he's done so often today, and will go down to the non-striker's end. Gloucestershire 430 for 2, 23 more to save the follow-on today.
Yeah, we had the lads from Froster here a couple of weeks ago on a stag do and regaled James Bracey to the tune of Wonderwall by Oasis. You're from Winterbourne.
Patel still with 2 short extra covers, one of whom does the diving stop there. And Nick's reply, I'm much farther away than Lundy and I'm not a monk. I may have to remeal all tomorrow. In the meantime, keep tying, he says. Patel round the wicket, and Hammond defends. So Gloucestershire are teasing us too here in terms of whether they're going to get the follow-on total this evening. 430 for 2. Dent on 199. Hammond on 70. Been a very good support for him. They put on 133, these two, for the 3rd wicket since James Bracey was out. There are 5 overs to go, and I don't think they're quite going to make the follow-on figure, but they're going to be all but there, and effectively game saved.
Yep, can Chris Dent do it? Bristol poised.
Sorry, aren't giving him a cheap single here.
Yeah. Will Jacks, local lad, everyone wants him to get this milestone. As Jacks bowls to him, he pushes that back. His grandmother, wonder if she's praying down outside the Thatcher's bar like she was earlier. Here's Jacks into Dent. That's short and wide. Oh, and he's nearly got that through. And he's only found Ryan Patel when he could have put that absolutely anywhere.
Got 5 men saving a single on the offside.
Yeah, here's Jacks to Dent. And that's pushed out to Hashim Amla. No, it's not. It's to Colin de Grandon. Hashim Amla has been at mid-on most of the game. But he's swapped with Colin de Grandon. As Jacks bowls to Dent, who plays that out to mid-off. And they're still waiting. Here, the cowbell is ready to be rung for Chris Dent. And there it is! What an innings! 203 to Chris Dent. 375 balls, 450 minutes. That's his 27th four. A strike rate of just over 53, and what a knock, because when Surrey got 602, he'd have walked out to bat, really up against it. And this is really a wonderful, wonderful innings in the face of scoreboard pressure.
Nice to see Rory Burns applaud it as well from slip.
Yeah, here's Jacks to Dent.
And that's an opener recognising another opener, I would suggest.
Yeah, and also Burns has skippered for a number of years now. Dent skippered for 4 years. You know, they've probably maybe even negotiated a declaration over the years, perhaps. I don't know. But Chris Dent was a popular guy amongst his fellow pros as well. He's popular here in Bristol, but he's also popular amongst his fellow pros.
And that is the signal for several people to actually pick up their rucksacks and decide that they've probably seen enough for the day.
Yeah.
Several people wandering around the ground now.
But we've got 4 overs to do, Ian.
Yeah, we have got 4 overs to do, and that's fine. But you can understand those who wanted to wait and be here for Chris Dent's 200. Is Rory Burns going to have a bowl?
Oh, we've got the balloons back in the distance over the pavilion.
Yes, he is. Burns is going to have a bowl. And we know that because in one of the games at the Oval, when he did have a bowl, he bowled with his ponytail unfurled. But here, he's actually tied it up on a top knot and put a headband in place as well.
Oh,
so it's obviously very serious. He's only taken 2 first-class wickets, but this signals that we are at the end of the day. 434 for 2. 19 more to save the follow-on, but I don't think that will be happening tonight. Burns trots in. Little short, little right arm over the wicket. I suppose they're almost like a slow medium pace, and there's 2 more to Miles Hammond. That's certainly not an off-spinner's trajectory, is it?
No,
it's too flat for that.
It was swing as well.
Burns, that's quite short, back of a length.
Something of the Alistair Cook about him, isn't there?
Well, it does indicate that Surrey have had a long day in the field when Burns is bowling.
Yeah, they just want to get off that pitch now. They want to get back in the pavilion.
Hammond on 72. Keeper standing up. And just forces that out on the offside. But Dale Benkenstein will be absolutely jumping through hoops at the resolve of his team today.
Yeah, I think so. It would have been very easy for them to, especially off the back of 2 defeats as well. They played 2 very strong sides in Yorkshire and Lancashire.
Burns from the Ashley Down Road end into Hammond, who's got that away fine. Well, it'll be fine enough to get a boundary, I doubt. No, there's a fielder down there, and they'll come back just for 1 run. In fact, Dent didn't want the second.
So they played Yorkshire and Lancashire, and they took them all away, but lost heartbreakingly. And they needed to learn from those defeats. And they do look like they're competing in this division. It will give Gloucestershire fans heart. It will give the team heart. It will give them a confidence boost.
Mind as Burns comes in again from the Ashley Down Road end to Dent, who almost gets that on the full. Just pokes it out into the leg side. Middlesex have beaten Leicestershire in the 2nd division. And also in the 2nd division, Notts need 36 more to beat Worcestershire. They're 5 down. That might be finished tonight. Again, Dent gets almost a Yorker. He just prods out on the leg side. End of the over. Kent are 2 down at Headingley in their 2nd innings. They still trail by 170. So a lot of batting potentially to do there, albeit the rain is probably more prevalent there tomorrow than it is here. Somerset have beaten Warwickshire in the 1st division, and Lancashire need 351 to beat Hampshire, and they are 4 without loss. So that'll be a long day's batting tomorrow.
That's nicely, isn't it?
And at Chelmsford, Essex 149 for 3 are still 48 behind, but that 4th wicket partnership has pulled that second innings round.
Jacks around the wicket to Miles Hammond, who just works him into the offside, and Reece Topley tries to cut it off with his size 12s, but can't get there.
Yeah, the only bowlers with wickets today for Surrey, Jordan Clark 1 for 128, and Colin de Grandhomme 1 for 53.
Jacks to Dent, plays that out to Hashim Amla, who is back at mid-on. Colin de Grandhomme at mid-off, both in floppy sun hats. Distinctive. And
there is
left alone by
I think we
Dent.
talked about this possibly yesterday. There almost is an unwritten rule that you don't talk to a batsman when he's not out. Chris Dent, I don't think you'll be able to avoid the interviews tonight.
No. There's Dent just getting onto the front foot and playing a forward defensive.
And it's not just for his effort in the game, it's about the 10,000 milestone as well.
It's about the 10,000 milestone, but what a masterclass in concentration. I'm being really, really impressed. And that's just bunted out to Hashim Amla mid-on.
I don't know whether he's felt as if it's like he's had a long net, but it's been, I say, a very, very good application from him.
That's a full toss from Jackson. Dent gets that one out to mid-wicket. Long chase out there for Sam Curran. And they just run through for a rather casual 2.
Earlier in the day, they might have taken 3 there.
Yeah,
but
because that was a feature of his wonderful partnership of 296 with Marcus Harris, was the running between the wickets. They both run really well, don't they? And
Dent is a scurrier, if I can call it that.
Yeah, he is. He's a scurrier in the field as well, isn't he? That area around the sort of cover where he slides and throws all in one movement, and he's
2 overs to go on the day. Gloucestershire, well, 13. I suppose they might get 13 in 2 overs to save the follow-on tonight, but the more important thing is that Hammond and Dent remain there in the morning. Here's Rory Burns. Interesting. It's an interesting concept with Burns bowling. It's off about 4 paces.
A little bit skiddy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's back of a length. Keeper standing up. It's all in the arm action, really. Hammond finds the gap once more, but straight out to the man on the boundary at rather square cover. Curran's been patrolling that area for most of the day. 441 for 2.
Even the balloonists are coming over to have a look at Chris Dent's wonderful innings.
Patel in, and again defended by Dent, who is now at 7 hours and 20 minutes batting time. But this innings, I suspect, will mean it's not as big as that 268 against Glamorgan, but that was the lot. I know that innings actually got him to 1,000 runs that year, which was, I suppose, important to him personally. But in the context of the game, this has meant a lot more. Patel round the wicket, and it's let go by Dent, not taken cleanly by Josh Blake. Philip Anderson's been back in touch as well. I come to his email in a moment. We'll try and... Dent's got a single here off Rory Burns. So Philip says a couple of relevant stats regarding lack of England caps for Gloucestershire cricketers. Charlie Parker, 3,278 first-class wickets, 1 cap. Tom Goddard, 2,979 wickets, 8 caps. George Dennett, 2,147 wickets, uncapped. Inherent anti-Gloucestershire bias in England selectors dating back 100 years, says Philip. And Rob Jordan says, why does your scorecard have unknown as the catcher? Please update it to say Josh Blake or similar. He plays for Sutton, as does Jamie Smith, and we've known him and his lovely family for years, and this is his first ever Surrey call-up. Apologies if this has been already covered.
Here's Jax. Well, we've known since 11 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
We have no control over this scorecard. It's updated externally, but we were informed this morning. We were out there with Mark Church when we found out about 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning that he'd been called up late. As Will Jacks comes in to Chris Dent, who rocks onto the back foot, cuts that away for one. And we've had guys from Sutton Cricket Club getting involved all day, so we've been giving him a shout out. And it's fantastic to see him getting his call up to the Surrey side, and unexpected, and he'll be absolutely thrilled to see him having a chat with Rory Burns there at slip, and Ollie Pope's been next to him at slip as well, and he'll be absolutely thrilled to be part of the side as Hammond defends that one watchfully. And I hope he's had a wonderful day, and he deserves his chance, and I hope he enjoys it. I hope there are many more to come for young Josh Blake. Oh, and that's well bowled. That goes past the outside of Miles Hammond's edge. And I'm sure there will be many more for Josh Blake, because I think he's got a fine future ahead of him. And Surrey are a club who promote their own, but well done to Sutton for promoting him. That's a forward defence. And well done for producing Jamie Smith as well. We've got a wonderful double 100 for Surrey in their innings. So well done. But we've had one of the guys from Sutton already getting involved. I think that is the last ball of the day. So we conclude with the hosts needing 10 runs to save the follow-on tomorrow morning. 443 for 2. Miles Hammond was 75. And the wicket takers were Colin de Grandhomme, who managed to find the edge, which was caught by Josh Blake. And then James Bracey was bowled by Jordan Clark. But there's one star of the show, isn't there, Ian Randall? And who is it?
It is I don't say CJM Dent. That goes back to my previous life. It is Chris Dent, who will, as he was shook hands with by several of the Surrey players, and he is leading everybody off, and those in the pavilion and those in front of the pavilion and those just around the Thatcher's bar waiting to leave the ground stand to applaud Chris Dent. He walks off on his own, but very much not on his own in terms of the effort he's put in today. 207 not out. Started the day on 45. He's batted throughout the day. He's hit 27 fours in all, and he's basically, along with Marcus Harris and Miles Hammond, who's 75, should not be ignored here. Gloucestershire have saved the game. They only need 10 runs tomorrow to avoid the follow-on, and I think it will just be a chance to get some batting practice. And to come back to the point we made yesterday, what would Surrey least like tomorrow? They least like to be out in the field all day. So that, I think, is what Gloucestershire will want to do to them.
I think so. I don't think Gloucestershire fancy getting out on the field themselves. So, yeah, I think we'll be on for more of the same tomorrow. But what a wonderful, wonderful innings. What a magnificent display of concentration by Chris Dent. And it's been an absolute privilege to commentate on it and to watch it, and we're going to be back here at 10:55 tomorrow morning for more of the same.
It's a sterling effort by Gloucestershire today. They were faced with a lot of scoreboard pressure with that Surrey score of 603. Harris and Dent put on 296 for the first wicket until mid-afternoon, when Harris was caught behind by sub-keeper Josh Blake off to Grandhomme for 124, his second successive century in matches on this ground. Bracey fell third ball to Jordan Clark, as often happens after a long wait, but Miles Hammond then joined forces with Chris Dent, and they have put on 146 so far for the third wicket. Wicket takers for Surrey: Jordan Clark 1 for 128, Colin de Grandon 1 for 53, but nobody else has anything in the wickets column. Gloucestershire got 7 bonus points out of this game, which compares very favourably with Surrey's 3 when you consider where they were, in particular late yesterday. Thanks for your company today. Thanks for all your emails. It's been great to have you involved. The interaction has been really good. Thanks to James on the cameras, who's also done a great job. Dan, I've enjoyed it, and we'll see you tomorrow, weather permitting, for the final day of this game at 5 to 11. Enjoy your Saturday.